Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Shabbat Friday stream. Of course, this is going to be a little bit more of an interesting stream, just given the news that's going on right now. Israel bombed Iran, and then Iran bombed Tel Aviv. And so this is, it's sort of a repeat of what happened last year in October, but it's just more intense. Israel did a pretty widespread attack on Iran, hitting the Natanz nuclear enrichment facility, and Iran did a volley of an attack on Tel Aviv, hitting or firing around 100 ballistic missiles toward Israel, and a lot of these missiles were scarily fast. If you look at the footage that's been uploaded on Twitter, and you can see just the volley of missile fire raining down on Israel, and the Israelis managed to intercept a good number of the missiles, but it was intercepting the slow missiles. And then you see some missiles firing on Israel, landing on the city of Tel Aviv itself very quickly, viciously quickly, scarily quickly, really demonstrating that Iran definitely does have the technological capacity to devastate Israel. And when it comes to Israel, all it takes is just one nuke. All it takes is for one ballistic missile that's armed with a nuclear weapon for Israel to miss and for it to hit Israel, for Israel to be devastated. So no matter how you look at this situation, it does not look good for Israel. I don't care what anyone says. Oh, look, they attacked Iran. Oh, look, they're hitting the nuclear facilities. They hit the Natanz nuclear facility, etc., etc. Look at the reports that have been coming out on the damage that has been inflicted on the Natanz nuclear facility. The damage was not significant. It wasn't. You know why? Because most of the Natanz nuclear facility is under the earth. And they have one nuclear facility that is a half a mile deep under the ground. And the only way for Israel to destroy those destroy those enrichment facilities is for Israel to be able to use the bunker destroying missiles that the United States has. I think they call them bunker divers or something like that. And Israel doesn't have those missiles. It needs the United States to get those missiles. So no matter how you look at this whole thing, it's not looking good for Israel. It's not. And like I said, if you look at the footage, you can see a good number of these Iranian ballistic missiles landing on Tel Aviv. And as I said, and as I've said numerous times on this channel, all that is required to devastate Israel is just one of these ballistic missiles to be armed with a nuclear missile, and for Israel's Iron Dome to not intercept it, to miss it, and for that missile, armed with a nuclear weapon, to land on Tel Aviv, and Israel's devastated. Because Israel is a very small country. Just geographically speaking, it's a very small country. Iran is a huge country. It's like 4 times the size of Iraq or something like that. It's just land-wise, it's a ginormous country. So let's say Israel lands a nuke on Iran. Iran's still going to be there. So it's not looking good for Israel. Is the United States going to put boots on the ground for Iran? I don't think so. I just don't. I don't think there's going to be a major war between the U.S. and Iran. I don't see the United States doing a Iraq war-style war all over again. I just don't see it happening. War is incredibly unpopular in this country. So it's just, I just don't see it happening. Now, I see the United States backing Israel in some way, intercepting missiles, providing Israel with aid and weapons, etc. But I just don't see America putting boots on the ground to defend Israel. I just don't see it happening. And also, when you look at what the intelligence agencies, American intelligence agencies, have said about Iran, they all pretty much said that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons, and Iran has not been working intensely on the creation of a nuclear weapon. That's what the American intelligence agencies have been saying. So, Israeli alarmism is trying to prevail yet again. And if you go back to the years before the Iraq War, somebody asked for the Skyrim intel. Hold on, I'll change the music for you guys. Hold up. Let me know if the music is too loud or too low. But if you go back to the years before the Iraq War, you had members of the CIA saying Saddam Hussein is not a threat to the United States. You had members of the CIA saying that Saddam Hussein did not have weapons of mass destruction. You had people who were inspecting Saddam Hussein's chemical weapons cache, and they were saying Saddam Hussein is complying with the rules. And regardless of all of that, the sniveling, weaselly Zionists in the United States government were pushing for war against Iraq. They were pressuring the various agencies to come out and say, oh yes, Iraq is a threat. They were trying to contrive evidence that wasn't there to prove that Saddam Hussein was this major threat to the world. And people ate it up. People ate that bullshit up. And it was all bullshit. And to this day, people are ashamed of the Iraq War. To this day, nobody wants to sit there and say, oh yes, I'm so proud about what we did in Iraq. Nobody wants to say that. Why? Because the war in Iraq was based on bullshit. And people ate it up. So I go onto Twitter today, and what do I see? What do I see on Twitter? An army of hosperists. An army of them. An army that I have never seen the likes of on X, right? I mean, when X was Twitter, yeah, you could see these sorts of people. But after Elon Musk bought Twitter and made it into X, all of a sudden, how people really felt took over that website. And you saw people saying no war, you saw people saying no to boots on the ground for Israel, no wars for Israel, and that opinion dominated X because that's how people really feel. That's why. It was all pro-Trump, anti-Kamala Harris, and then something happened within the past few months or so, where all of a sudden you go onto X and it's like, the neocons are back. And if you go onto X, and if you were to base your opinion on the American public just from what you could see on X, you will think that the neocons are dominating American society because X is just crawling with these neocon hosperists. I'm thinking, what the hell is going on? I mean, really, it's quite obvious that the CIA or whoever, the powers that be, are really controlling that website. Because X right now, if you just go onto X and type in Iran, it's just filled with war hawks. I mean, just war hawks everywhere. Lindsey Graham and all that ilk, right? The pro-Israel, pro-war Zionist ilk. And if you were to base your opinion on the American populace on what you see on X, you will think that the neocons and that neocon opinion just dominates America. But it doesn't. I mean, they did a poll recently, and 2/3 of the Americans who were polled said no to war with Iran. 2/3 of the people who were polled said no to war with Iran. And the way that X looked not too long after Musk bought it reflected American society because there was no censorship. There was no censorship. Now, it's like the whole website is just, it looks very different. And it's just crawling with Hosperus. It's like Israel convened a meeting with their leaders and they said, you know, gather. It was like that scene from Braveheart when Longshanks wants to assassinate William Wallace, and Longshanks says, gather your finest assassins. I think the Israelis got together and they said, gather your finest Hosperus and have them just take over X. And X right now is just crawling with these people. It's very manufactured. It feels very artificial. Doesn't feel real at all. I find it very difficult to believe that overnight, all of a sudden, Americans are pro-war, and it's like we're living in 2003 all over again. People fell for the bullshit back in 2003. They fell for the bullshit back in the early 2000s, and people woke up. Truly, people woke up. And people, listen, the Iraq War is recent enough for people to remember that it was bullshit. It's recent enough for people to remember that they made a huge mistake, that they ate up bullshit, that they believed in lies. And it's recent enough for people to feel ashamed for the fact that they believed in bullshit. I'm one of those people. But again, I was like, 12 years old when the Iraq War happened. So, I mean, I have the excuse, right? I was 12. It's basically young Germans being recruited into the Hitler Youth. I mean, they joined the Hitler Youth, but they were very, very young. So you can give them the excuse that they were so young that they were easily fooled because their brains were practically sponges. Very impressionable young minds and easy for manipulation. So I have that excuse. But when you see grown-ass men who are in their 50s and in their 60s screaming, hoorah, let's go to war, those people are evil. They have no excuse because they're old enough to remember the Iraq War and all the lies that were being pushed to justify that war. And we'll get more into that in a little bit here. But, you know, one of the main people that was used, one of the main figures who were used to promote the Iraq War was an Iraqi scam artist. His name was Ahmed Shalabi. Go look him up. Go look him up. Ahmed Shalabi. So the CIA came out and said, yeah, Iraq's not a threat. Saddam Hussein, there really is no evidence that he has weapons of mass destruction, etc., etc. All these Zionist neocons, the Paul Wolfowitz and his ilk, those types of people, the Frank Gaffneys, the Paul Wolfowitzes, those people got together and they said, we gotta basically come up with some kind of evidence. We gotta push for some kind of propaganda to get people to think that an invasion of Iraq would be great. So they brought in Ahmed Shalabi, an Iraqi scam artist, and Ahmed Shalabi claimed that he had intelligence that proved that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. And he was making up all sorts of lies, telling people that Saddam Hussein wanted to massacre Americans, and it was all a bunch of bullshit. And meanwhile, Ahmed Shalabi was running away from the law in Jordan because he robbed a whole bunch of money from the Bank of Jordan. And this was the main guy that the neocon Zionist thugs were using to justify the war in Iraq. Go look this up. They don't talk about this, but this is a fact. Ahmed Shalabi, a known scam artist. So you had the Israeli pro-Zionist Jewish figures working with an Iraqi scam artist. So basically the sons of Abraham got back together. And they said, let's screw over the world because, you know, they hate God. So that's what happened. And people ate it up. And what happened? We overthrew Saddam Hussein. We armed insurgents. People ate it up. I remember, guys, I'm old enough to remember. The bullshit that people were pushing to justify the Iraq War. I'm old enough to remember that. I remember when I was in high school. I saw the brainwashing when I was in high school. I remember there was this girl in my class who was, she was a Mormon girl, but I think she was leaving the Mormon church, and she was kind of a liberal. And we were talking about the Iraq War. This was in computer class. And she said, I think the Iraq War is just bullshit. And she was absolutely right. Right? You could say, oh, look, she's a woman. She belongs in the kitchen, barefoot and pregnant. Ha, ha, ha. Third wave feminist. But she was right. She was more intelligent than most of the people in that classroom. She said, I think it's all bullshit. Government's lying to us, blah, 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 blah. And of course, us patriots said, oh, no, no, no. And I remember there was this redneck guy. This was Texas. Big redneck guy. Now, we didn't call them rednecks. We called them kickers, which is a much more endearing term for rednecks. Called them kickers. And they called themselves kickers, by the way, so it wasn't really an insult. And I remember this kicker guy, he said, we're going over there to promote democracy. Those people need it. And he really believed it. And a lot of people believe that bullshit. So today, they're trying to push the same bullshit. Now, what happened? Overthrew Saddam, we armed terrorists, right? We armed terrorists. Now, they are people in the United States, in the upper echelons of power, that want to do an invasion of Iran, and they want to overthrow the Khomeini, and they want to overthrow the Islamic Republic, and all that stuff. Well, that sounds like a great idea, right? It sounds like a noble, righteous, just cause. What is your alternative for when it's all over? Let's say we're going to defend Israel, because if we don't, then we're just like Neville Chamberlain appeasing to Adolf Hitler, blah, 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 right? So let's say we go to war, we force people to go to war to defend Israel. Thousands of Americans die. 1 million civilians are dead. Tons of fighting. It's like Apocalypse Now, but in Tehran and in the mountains of Iran somewhere. Well, what then? I mean, what do you do, right? Let's say you overthrow the Islamic Republic. What's going to happen the day after? Because every time we have gotten into these situations for Israel, we have a day after situation that we have to face. Saddam Hussein was hung. I remember the day that Saddam Hussein was hung. I was in California, and I was in a friend's house. Well, I was in a home of a friend of my father's. We were in the house. TV was on. Oh, look, Saddam Hussein, blah, 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 hanging from a noose. We watched the video on the internet in the kitchen room, in the dining room, and I saw Saddam Hussein getting killed. And he said, La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar, and they killed him. I kid you not. I saw in the house an American conservative Christian woman, a friend of mine who I still know, who I still talk to, by the way. And I'll remind her of this. I'm not afraid to say it to her face. She left the dining hall, and I saw for the first time in my life an American Protestant woman, a true wasp, a true authentic wasp, act like a Palestinian woman celebrating a terrorist attack. She leaves the room, she comes back, and she's throwing party paper all over the air, throwing party paper on us, celebrating and dancing. I saw this with my own eyes. Now we think, oh, Middle Eastern people act like that. That's what I saw. Americans acting like that. So now we get all excited, right? Jubilation, ecstasy, excitement, bliss, euphoria, utopian joy inflicted the country. We killed Saddam. Now what? Now what? Well, I guess we're stuck here. And America got stuck in Iraq for years and years and years. It was a decades-long war. and we were arming terrorists. We were working with mujahideen and Islamic fanatics, and we were working with those people. Thousands of Americans dead, 1 million Iraqis dead, and we got stuck with ISIS. And so that gave us an opportunity to step back and say, okay, is this bullshit really a good idea? And most people realized that it wasn't a good idea. And that's why most people are anti-war. Because we're old enough. Listen, we're not talking about World War II. World War II is still within living memory, but the people who were alive during World War II are an endangered species. They're dying out. And once they die out, living memory of World War II is going to be gone. It's going to dissipate. It's going to be gone. And then what's going to replace it is just history. And the problem with history is that once it's completely severed from living memory, then it's up for negotiation. That's the problem. When everyone who was alive during a certain historical period dies, and that historical period, remembering that historical period, is left to history, and history is always up for grabs once severed from living memory. But we're not talking about World War II. We're talking about an event that we were all alive when it was happening. We're talking about an event that we all lived through. All of us are old enough to remember World War. All of us are old enough to remember the Iraq War. So we're still disillusioned with it all. And I remember, man, so let me just talk about Iran, and then we'll get back into my memories here. But it is very enjoyable to remember these moments in my life, because these are all teaching lessons. So there, when you overthrow a regime, there's always the day after, right? We overthrew Saddam. What happens now? Disaster. So what do the Americans have in mind for Iran? Because for decades, the Americans have been talking about overthrowing the mullahs, overthrowing the Islamic Republic. Okay, fine. The mullahs are bad. They're evil. They don't let women drive, whatever. They put hijabs on women. Okay. They're evil, right? They're the worst thing ever. Meanwhile, here in the United States, we got people following Andrew Tate, and he's saying women are 304s, and we're like, oh yes, a little bit of Sharia wouldn't be so bad of an idea. So yeah, that's another topic. But I'd say the mullahs are bad, right? Well, let's go back to when Trump was first president, during his first term. I think a lot of people have forgotten, or they just don't want to remember, the type of bullshit that was being said during that term, Trump's first term. Trump was talking about what? Iran. And he had Giuliani. Now, Giuliani had a great reputation because he defeated the mafia in New York City, and so everyone thought he was great, but then we realized that, well, yeah, he did good fighting the mafia, but he's kind of a chucklehead when it comes to foreign policy, a real big chucklehead, to be honest with you. So, Giuliani starts talking about what? Overthrowing the Khomeini, overthrowing the Ayatollah regime, and replacing it with a new government. And what government did he have in mind? What group did he have in mind for replacing the Islamic regime in Iran? What he had in mind, as far as organizations go, was the Mujahideen al-Halq-e-Iran. The People's Mujahideen of Iran, also known by its acronym, the MEK. Literally a major terrorist organization that for many, many years the United States has known about. The United States has been backing the MEK for years. The MEK, listen, the MEK has killed many Iranian civilians. They have done massive terrorist attacks in Iran. You can look it up. They have done massive terrorist attacks. Hell, in a few instances, they actually killed American citizens. These are not good people. They are an evil, manipulative cult. They are a despotic, tyrannical cult. They were in Iran for a long time. Then they got kicked out of Iran for logical reasons. They're a terrorist organization. They were getting backed by Saddam Hussein because Saddam Hussein, well, as we all know, was in a war with Iran, so he was backing the MEK. And eventually the United States transferred the MEK to Albania, where they are currently headquartered. Giuliani was vocally supportive of the MEK. And for the longest time, the MEK was categorized as a terrorist organization by the United States government. Then, I want to say under Donald Trump, they released that categorization of the MEK as a terrorist organization. So now, officially, it's no longer a terrorist organization. But we're backing the MEK. So we got all these chuckle-headed, evil, compulsive, insane, demonic people in American society talking about war. Oh, support Israel. Oh, man, we gotta support Israel. Oh, this is it, guys. Game on. Pray for Israel. Oh, because they're God's chosen people. And these people, I swear to all of you, I put my hand on the Bible. I truly believe this. These people need to have their voting rights completely revoked. They need to have their voting rights revoked. They should be banned from the internet. These people are evil. Completely evil. I don't give a shit if they're uneducated. I don't give a damn if they go to church on Sunday. They need to have their voting rights removed because they are absolutely destructive and evil people. You see them on X quoting the Bible. Oh, we have to bless Israel or else we're going to get cursed and blah. And that means more. That means what? Another freaking Iraq war? More people dead? More insanity? So then you're going to support you're going to support a war to overthrow the Ayatollah for what? For another terrorist organization? To take over the country? MEK? Mujahideen al-Halki Iran? Really? But you see, most people don't know this stuff. And to be honest with you, there's no excuse. Oh, well, they don't know. They're not educated. Then why the fuck are they making opinions? Why in the hell are they expressing opinions that are destructive, where people's lives are going to be on the line? They shouldn't be making opinions. You don't know that for decades there's been this terrorist organization, MEK? You don't know that for years the U.S. has been backing them? You don't know that during Trump's first term they were talking about pushing the MEK and propping the MEK up in Iran? So there's always that day after scenario, right? Let's say, okay, we overthrow the Ayatollah. Okay, now what? MEK! More fanatics, more violence. It's absolute insanity, guys. And we haven't learned our lesson. It seems like we haven't learned our lesson enough. World War I, what happened? After World War I, we overthrew Kaiser, what's his name? Wilhelm II. We overthrew the Kaiser. And we said, oh, Germany needs democracy. We gave Germany democracy. Guess what happened? They voted for Hitler. So we got something worse. The Kaiser was bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the Kaiser was great. But we got rid of him, and we gave Germany democracy, and they voted for someone far worse than the Kaiser. You see what I'm saying? So it's just, this is not a good idea. Now, if Israel wants to go to war, that's their decision. But the last thing that any of us want to see, unless you're an evil scoundrel, is America getting pulled into a giant sinkhole of a war for years in the Middle East. It's just not a good idea. And if we get involved, if we start doing another war in the Middle East, then it's going to end up in a disaster. And we have a video of Satan Yahoo, not Yahoo, saying we have to remove Saddam. We have to remove Saddam and Gaddafi, and we have to overthrow the Syrian government. And he said that the world would be a better place. Well, we listened to him. Saddam's gone. They're both dead. Saddam's dead. Gaddafi's dead. Assad is in Russia. And are we more safe? In fact, Assad got replaced by Ahmed al-Jilani. And Israel's complaining about that guy and saying that he's a threat. And now Israel has troops in southern Syria because of al-Jilani and because of Turkey. So if you listen to these people, it's like listening to a mentally ill person. Do you listen to mentally ill people? No. But apparently when it comes to foreign policy, we listen to mentally ill people. It's like a mentally ill person gives you a shovel and says, dig a ditch. Because, we got to escape. There's danger coming. We have to dig a ditch. So you dig a ditch and dig a ditch and dig a ditch. You don't stop. And then pretty soon you're 50 feet under the ground. And you're like, when do we stop? And the crazy guy says, just keep digging. And you keep on digging. And you say, hey, you're just digging yourself deeper and deeper into the hole. And you're not going to be able to escape. That's the best analogy that I can think of to describe this situation. So, but the thing is that look at the videos. We'll show the videos, right? We'll show the videos. But look at the videos of Iran's ballistic missiles. A lot of those missiles, my friends, are scarily fast. And they managed to hit Tel Aviv. And like I said, all it takes is for one of those missiles to be armed with a nuclear weapon. And Israel's done. So, this is not good for Israel. And I'm sure a ton of Israelis are really hating Netanyahu right now. Because Netanyahu is not, you can't control the guy. You tell him something, he does the opposite. Right? I mean, he's a typical Zionist. And believe me, I know from experience because my dad was deep into the Zionist world. So I hung out with a lot of Zionists growing up. I can tell you right now that a lot of Zionists are fanatics who are very compulsive people. And they will take any opportunity to abuse people who are in a lesser position than they are. And they don't give a shit. But I'll read your guys' comments and then we will move on. This is going to be a long stream like all these streams are. It's going to be 6 to 7 hours long. We've been here for 31 minutes already. Let me just take a sip of this hazelnut coffee as we ponder on the prospect for another hellhole human blender. And yeah, I'll read your guys' comments. Gypsy Bird says, looking forward to another stimulating Shubat Soirée. Well, here I am. Privyet, Mr. Cyrillic Letters. Welcome everyone to the Friday Light live stream where Theologic reigns supreme. Appreciate that, sir. Hello, Josh the Coptic. Hello, Rusty Shackleford. Happy Friday. Good evening. Hello, Scoop1337. Alexis Corral. Theodore, what software do you use? Talking about recording software? If you're asking about recording software, I use OBS. If you're asking about what computer I use, this is an Apple desktop computer. Play the Scarem OST. Yes, your request was fulfilled. I read your comment, and as you can hear, the Scarem music is playing. Hello, Noman, Maria Eva. Hi, Theodore, and everyone. Thanks for this live stream. We've been waiting for this. Appreciate that, Maria Eva. Bunker Busters, that's correct. BB speedrunning the real Shoah. He is. I'm listen. YouTube. Don't flag me. I ain't saying this is a good thing, and I'm not saying I support this. I don't want this to happen. Because listen, there are Israelis out there who hate this just as much as we do. And there are Israelis who are protesting against this stuff. And there are Israelis who are saying that there's real war crimes being done in Gaza. And it's because of those Israelis that we're getting a lot of the details about the war crimes that have been done in Gaza. So I don't want this to happen. I don't. But truly, Netanyahu is accelerating the second Shoah. He is. You bombed Iran. They just bombed you. They hit Tel Aviv, your big main city. They say, oh, Jerusalem is now the capital. Tel Aviv is a big ass freaking city. It's way bigger than Jerusalem. So Tel Aviv gets bombed. And guess what's going to happen? Israel's going to hit Iran again. Iran's going to hit Israel. And then there's going to be some kind of duration of peace, just like what happened last year. And then this shit's going to resume itself. Bang it, bang it, bang it, bang it, bang it. And this shit's going to escalate. It's going to boil over to other parts of the Middle East. You never know. There could be a revolution in Jordan. I think that it's very possible for there to be a revolution in Jordan. If they overthrow the king of Jordan, if they overthrow the royal family, kick him out, then what would happen is Jordan, because Jordan, if you look at a map, you have Iran, Iraq, Jordan. So Iraq is already Iran's playground because the majority of people who live in Iraq are Shiites. So if you overthrow the royal family in Jordan, Jordan would then become another playground for the Iranians. And what borders with Jordan? Israel does. And so all it would take is for Iran to go through Iraq, to go through Jordan, and it's right there in Israel. So Jordan is the last bulwark between Iran and Israel. If you take out, and Jordan is an ally. Jordan has been helping Israel against Iran. The majority of the people who live in Jordan are Palestinians who hate Israel, and they hate the fact that the Jordanian government supports Israel. So you could have an Iranian-backed revolution in Jordan that'll overthrow the king, and you're done. Because Iran is still there. Iran is still a powerful country. Iran still has some massive technological innovation. Iran still has nuclear facilities under the earth, deep under the earth. Iraq is still Iran's playground because it's Shiite. And Israel is not going to kill all the Shiites in Iraq. So Iraq is right there in the open for Iran to use as a platform against Israel. So you take out Jordan, and Jordan, if Jordan has a revolution, Jordan is going to be dominated by who? Anti-Israel Palestinians. And so at that point, Iran can go from Iraq into Jordan right to Israel. And at the end of the day, this is Israel's doing, because they pushed for Saddam Hussein to be overthrown, and that enabled Iran to rise up. And if you look at the other side, if you look at the other part of Israel's border, you see what? Israel bordering with Syria. And it was in Syria where Israel was pushing for a revolution, another Arab dictator to be overthrown. They pushed for the overthrowing of Assad. And what did that lead to? Turkey being right next to Israel. So as I've said many times, everything that Israel pushes for is another step leading up to its demise. That's the bottom line. Overthrowing Saddam, that was a major step towards Israel's future demise. Overthrowing Assad, that was a major step accelerating Israel's future demise. If they push for war in Iran, if they're already pushing for war, because of this war with Iran, they're further accelerating this outcome, this very destructive outcome. It's a lose-lose situation for Israel. Anti-Israel sentiment is at an all-time low. It's at an all-time low, and it's going to keep declining. Believe me, Israel's not going to become popular all of a sudden. We're not going to go back to 2003. This ain't 2003 when people were cheering for the destruction of Iraq. That's not the time we're living in. And Israel is hoping to go back to the good old days. It ain't going to happen. So it's a lose-lose situation for Israel. I don't give a shit how many hospitalists have invaded X/Twitter trying to make you think otherwise. It's a lose-lose situation for Israel. And if we decide to continue treading on this road of just clinging on to Israel, Israel is going to drag us down to its own destruction. It's going to drag us down with it to its own demise. It's a crazy person. And if you hang out long enough with the crazy person, you will see that the crazy person treads on a path toward his own destruction. And if you continue to sympathize with the crazy person, guess what? He's going to drag you down into his own abyss. It's like watching Judas conspiring against Christ. And you say, Judas, don't do this, don't do this. And Judas says, no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to betray Christ. I need the 30 pieces of silver. I need the 30 pieces of silver. And then, but you feel bad for Judas because Judas, he's mentally ill, and you keep latching on to Judas. And what happens? Before you know it, you're seeing Judas hanging from a noose, and he wants you to hang with him. As I said last night, Fritz Haber is the ultimate microcosm for Israel. Fritz Haber was the inventor of Zyklon B. He was Jewish German guy. During World War I, he invented Zyklon B. And that substance would be used to kill people during World War I. Well, I'm sure Fritz Haber was a good, patriotic German Jew. And what happened? Fritz Haber, I want to say, ended up killing himself. I have to fact check myself on that one. But I think he ended up killing himself like Judas did. Let me just fact check myself on this real quick. Death. And I was wrong. I think his son actually ended up killing himself. But anyway, Fritz Haber invented Zyklon B. Zyklon B would be used to kill people during World War I. I'm sure he was very patriotic for Germany. And then Zyklon B would be used to kill his own people during the Holocaust. So Fritz Haber creates Zyklon B, and it's being used for the glory of his country, Germany, during World War I. And then that very invention would be used by Germany, the country that he was so patriotic for, to slaughter his own people. That is a microcosm for Israel. Fritz Haber is Israel. Israel keeps doing things that are going to lead to the destruction of its own people. It's sad, but that's the reality. Greetings to all. Thank you. An army worthy of Mordor. Lindsey Graham literally said, "Game on" when Israel bombed Iran. That man is a bloodthirsty. He's an evil person. I hate that guy. He's just evil. Whatever happened to the Nazis in X? Well, they're still there. They're definitely still there. They haven't gone anywhere, believe me. No one becomes a Nazi and then says, it's not for me anymore. I mean, they do, but they're rare. Trump is not Yahoo's poodle. I think if America really wanted to, I think it could rein in Israel just by cutting off aid and cutting off any sort of access to American weaponry. Alexandrina Grijo says, "Hello, Theo. Thank you for your insight. Appreciate that, Alexandrina." Yo, Mr. Paz. The accent, yeah, glad you like that. Hello, Theo and everyone. Hello, happy Friday. Good afternoon. Come on, guys, press the like button. He creates great content for us. Others should see the videos. It's our way to support him. I appreciate that, Miss Iva. I hate to say it, but yes, liking this stream does help it, and it does push the algorithm to spread this stream around. So while I don't like to push people to do things, I just want to let everyone know that it does help the stream to like the stream. Once living reminder of history dies out, then history becomes open to interpretation. That's correct. Negotiation, that's correct. Revisionism, that's correct. And fantasy. In a nutshell, history becomes downplayed or denied. That is absolutely correct. That's correct. And that is the danger that arises when living memory dies. Once an historical event is no longer within the confines of living memory, living memory that can help aid history, then it just becomes history, and then history, as you said, is up for negotiation, up for grabs. I really thought Trump would not let Israel hit Iran, shaking my head. I mean, the escalation was definitely there, and as I've said numerous times, the escalation was going to be inevitable, and it will inevitably continue on, and it's inevitably going to get worse. So we need to expect for this nightmare to get worse, and it's just going to continue to escalate. It's going to go on for a while, and we'll have moments of peace, and then it's going to come back, and it's going to be this vicious cycle where we're going to forget about this, and then it's going to come back. We're going to forget, and it's going to come back. We're going to forget, then it's going to come back. And eventually, there's going to be a Shoah. I mean, the Holocaust is going to happen again. That's what's going to happen. It eventually will happen, folks. Make no mistake about it. This is a war of annihilation. Israel wants to surround itself with weak governments in their neighborhood. You see, Goods makes a very good point. Israel wants to surround itself with weak governments. This is 100% true. You see, guys, it's not just about Iran getting a nuke. They say, oh, well, if Iran gets a nuke, then it's going to nuke Israel. That's not really what they're afraid of. They are afraid, the Israelis, that is. The Israelis are afraid of losing the military edge that it enjoys in the Middle East. And if Iran becomes a nuclear-armed country, then it becomes a regional superpower. That has to be negotiated with. That has to be appeased to some extent. That has to be included in serious talks, and it has to be taken seriously. If it becomes a nuclear-armed country, Iran would have to be taken seriously because it will be armed with nukes. It'll be a force to be reckoned with. It'll be a serious, substantial power. So that's the reason why. There's a reason why the United States will not go all in on a war with Russia. There's a reason for that. Because Russia is a nuclear power. There is a reason why India and Pakistan are very careful when they go to war. There's a reason why they back out eventually. There's a reason why they haven't gone into a full-out conflict between each other. The reason for that is because they're both nuclear countries. They're both nuclear-armed countries. That's the reason. So they have to respect each other to some extent. So Israel is a country that has nukes. It's the only country in the Middle East that is armed with nukes. So that gives Israel the military edge over all of its Middle Eastern neighbors. This is the reason why Israel was upset with Donald Trump when Donald Trump started entertaining the idea of allowing Turkey to purchase F-35s. Because Israel has F-35s, and if Turkey has a whole bunch of F-35s, then that would mean Turkey having a military edge that would be on par or above the military edge that Israel has. Because Turkey, as we know, has an advantage over Israel militarily in every dimension of warfare except the Air Force. That is the only capacity wherein Israel has a military edge over Turkey. The Air Force, the Israeli Air Force. The Israeli Air Force is superior to the Turkish Air Force. But Turkey's Navy, Turkey's Army are superior to the Israeli Navy and the Israeli Army. So if Turkey gets its hands on F-35s, then Turkey would be either equal or really Turkey would be militarily superior to Israel, and Israel doesn't want that. Same goes with Iran. If Iran gets nukes, bam. Israel and Iran will be on equal footing. And Israel doesn't want that. Israel wants to be the biggest dog on the block. That's really ultimately what this is about. As usual, YouTube shadow ban my earlier comments. I didn't see. I did read your comments here. Israel wants to surround itself. Okay, I read that comment. Always keeping entertaining. I appreciate that, Mr. Gypsy Bird. I'll be eating later in the stream, though, so it's nothing bad. Definitely before Theo has his catnip. Yeah, appreciate that. And catnip will be consumed. Okage 00 says, Israel has lost the support of American Christian conservatives, and this Judeo-Christian values trope is dead. I think you're right, to a great extent. I think the Judeo-Christian values thing is... I wouldn't say it's 100% dead, but it's pretty damn close to being dead. And my prediction is that all these big American... mega churches are just going to be converted into other types of businesses. I think a lot of mega churches have the same infrastructure as hospitals do. So, I mean, mega churches have some pretty big infrastructure. They could be perfectly converted into hospitals. And you know what? We would be better off. Those buildings would be put to better use if they were just converted into hospitals. And then they would actually really be helping people. But right now, they're just mega churches and they're spreading propaganda and they're really doing nothing good. But anyway, this stream is going to be kind of weird because we don't know if some major installment could happen in the middle of the stream. Right before this stream happened, right before this stream got commenced, boom, the bombing of Tel Aviv happened. So I'm going to try my best to keep myself up to date as we're streaming. But let's check out some things here. Here is an article that came out recently. Let me just exit out of my iMovie here. iMovie, I think, takes a lot of bandwidth. Perhaps the prophecies in the Bible and the Quran regarding the war in the Middle East are true. Well, I think... I don't know about the Quran, but... I know for a fact that in the Bible it says Israel is going to be destroyed. And I know for a fact that in the Bible it says that Jerusalem is Sodom and Egypt and that the streets of Jerusalem are going to be just riddled with bodies. I know for a fact that the prophet Zechariah said that 2/3 of the people of Israel are going to be wiped out. So we know that Israel is going to be destroyed. And if we consider Jerusalem to be the harlot of Babylon, there is a verse in the Bible that says that all of her lovers abandon her. All of the lovers of the harlot of Babylon will abandon her, which means that Israel will be abandoned. Mega churches as hospitals, orphanages, soup kitchens, etc. Yeah, I agree. The Iron Dome does not work very well. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's overrated. It's outdated, actually. And you can see in the footage the Iron Dome missing a lot of these Iranian ballistic missiles. And again, you can see some of these Iranian ballistic missiles moving very slowly. And then all of a sudden, you'll see a number of missiles moving very quickly, and they manage to hit Tel Aviv. So I think the strategy of the Iranians is they use the slow missiles to distract the Iron Dome, and then while the Iron Dome is distracted, they hit Israel with the fast ones. Why does Israel display such suicidal tendencies? Because they have the spirit of Judas. Plain and simple. I mean, logical people would sit back and say, okay, removing Saddam, bad idea. Removing Assad, bad idea. Removing Gaddafi, bad idea. Logical people would come to those conclusions. I know this for a fact because logical people were coming to those conclusions before those leaders were overthrown. So, overthrowing the Iranian government, going into a major war with Iran, obviously bad idea, just given the recent history of the Middle East, just given the recent history of U.S. military interventionism in the Middle East. Bad idea. Bad idea. But Israel still continues on with this way of thinking. Why? People need to understand the mentality of the Zionist. Let me just speak to you from personal experience, right? I don't think there's ever really been a study done on the personality traits or the personality patterns of Zionists. I don't think there's ever been a study where researchers have analyzed behavioral patterns in Zionists to come up with some sort of an observation. But I can just tell you, and take this for what it is, take this however you like it. It's all anecdotal at the end of the day, but this is just from my own personal experience being around Zionists. And one thing I observed was that the Zionists, at least the ones that I knew, for the most part, overlapped in their behavioral patterns. There was a pattern that I was noticing. And what I noticed was that a lot of them are very compulsive people. Compulsive, selfish, and they have almost a complete disregard for the suffering that they cause. So I'll give you guys an example. I knew a guy, he was an activist. I won't give his name, but he was one of these Zionist activists who would go around to universities challenging pro-Palestine activists. He was basically a Ben Shapiro many years before Ben Shapiro was even known. All right, this guy was doing it. He was going to University of Berkeley, UC Berkeley. He was going to all of these universities in California and challenging these pro-Palestine people and debating them. This was years and years before YouTube. This was years and years before this sort of debate bro phenomenon really manifested itself online. He would come to our house. So he was a personal friend of ours. We knew him. And this guy, if you were to bring him to a restaurant, one thing I noticed about him is that he would always choose the most expensive thing in the menu. Now, if you were paying, he would always choose the most expensive thing in the menu. He wouldn't say, hey, someone else is paying. All right, I'll pick something that's more affordable. Now, not to brag, but this is just me stating a fact. When I was growing up, my father always told me, he always would tell me, Ted, if someone is paying the bill, always choose something that is affordable. Don't go for a super expensive item. Choose something that is affordable. If you go on the menu and there's a hamburger and fries for $9, pick that. So I always followed this rule. Mr. Cyrillic Letters, this is actually a different person. I didn't tell you about this guy. This guy would always pick the most expensive thing in the menu, like $50, $40. I mean, it's super expensive stuff, right? Filet mignon, the most expensive thing. He never considered that someone else was going to have to fork out the money to pay the bill. And he would take advantage of people's hospitality. And you would think, okay, that's just one guy. Okay. There was another guy that I knew, big Zionist, pro-Israel, Jewish guy, the whole thing. And he was the stereotypical Zionist. I mean, he would, he had this cadence to him. Hi, I support Israel. You support Israel? Yeah? Palestinians are all they're terrorists. All right, he had that. We're talking about that level of a vibe. And I remember going to a restaurant with him, and he orders a steak. Okay, fine. He orders a steak. Steak comes, and as soon as the plate drops on the floor, as soon as the plate lands on the floor, he comes out and he immediately tells the waiter, I didn't order that. What? I didn't order that. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. What did you order? I ordered something else. And he's making up bullshit about what he ordered. So then the manager comes over and he says, I'm so sorry about this, sir. I'm going to give you an extra free meal, free of your choice, that you could choose free of charge. Free meal. I'm going to give you a free extra meal. So not only am I going to give you a brand new plate with whatever it is that you claim to have ordered when you really didn't, I'm going to allow you to order another plate completely free of charge. So he gets basically 2 free meals. Or 1 free meal, and then he gets something else. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell did I just see? Well, what I saw was a robbery. So later on, he says to me, I did not bring it up. He brought this up with me. He said, did you see what I did there? I said, what did you do? He said, I told the waiter that I ordered something that I didn't order before, and I told the waiter that my order was wrong, and they gave me a free extra meal on the side, and I didn't have to pay for it. And I didn't say anything to him because I was so shocked by this behavior. It was so foreign to me. And he said, you should try it next time, Ted. You should try it. You get yourself a free meal and your adrenaline rush gets up. I get excited when it happens. He actually tells me this. So just experiences like that led me to recognize a certain pattern of behavior. Very compulsive people. They're compulsive. And so people wonder, why is Israel just accelerating its own destruction? You really can't explain it. It's beyond scientific. It's just a selfishness and a greediness and an avarice that knows no bounds. And eventually, it's just going to push for its own destruction, just as Judas hung himself from a noose. That's just the bottom line. Typical, Well, the views dropped. Yeah, because they want me to, like, give some kind of secret knowledge on Iran versus Israel. And, listen, none of us have any secret knowledge unless we're at the top. So I'm giving you guys what's being presented in the news. But let's look at this article here. Hello from Washington. Hello, David553. Let's look at this article in the news here. And this is very interesting. This is from Axios. I find Teddy's impressions spot on. I really do try. I hang out with enough people to come up with impressions to learn how to impersonate them. Once I hang out with someone long enough, I'll be able to impersonate them pretty well. I've had this ability since I was a child. No joke. If I hang out with you long enough, I'll be able to impersonate you. So it says here that Iran strikes back at Israel. U.S. helps intercept missiles. Again, everyone, Israel can't survive without America. So if the anti-Israel sentiment gets big enough in the American population, then that will lead to politicians who are critical of Israel getting elected. That's going to lead to politicians who are going to market themselves as politicians who are not funded by AIPAC. And those politicians are going to win. Those politicians are going to win. And that's going to eventually have a reflection in the foreign policy of the United States. See, the boomers are still around. People don't understand this. The boomers are still around. The boomers are the only thing that's left. They're the last pro-Israel bastion in the United States. They are still a major voting bloc in American society. Once the boomers are gone, it's over for Israel. People don't understand this. It's over for Israel. So without the United States, listen, without the United States, Israel's done. Israel needs the bunker divers from the Americans, because the Iranian nuclear facilities, yeah, sure, they can hit the Natanz nuclear or the nuclear enrichment facility all they want. It's deep under the ground. It's all these nuclear facilities, these enrichment facilities are deep under the ground. I read about one nuclear facility, I think it's called the Behar nuclear facility. It's literally a half a mile deep under the earth. Under the Earth's surface. You need some serious weaponry to take that down. And could you imagine America invading Iran to save Israel? It's going to be worse than Vietnam. Iran is not Iraq. Iran has mountains. It has different types of climates. It has a diversity of climates. And you're going to deal with militias. It's a country that's like 4 or 5 times the size of Iraq. So it's over for Israel, really. I don't care what anyone tells me. Eventually, Israel's going to be destroyed. Iran strikes back, etc., etc. Israel has 1,000 nukes. Can you prove that? I would like evidence that it has 1,000 nukes. The retaliatory attacks began 18 hours after Israel launched a war against Iran, attacking its nuclear facilities and missile sites and killing top military leaders and nuclear scientists. The U.S. is helping to intercept incoming ballistic missiles, according to an Israeli official and a senior U.S. official. During an emergency session of the UN Security Council on Friday, the U.S. representative said Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. Let me be crystal clear. No government, proxy, or independent actor should target American citizens, American bases, or other American infrastructure in the region. The consequences for Iran would be dire. Driving the news minutes before 9 p.m. local time, sirens went off across Israel, warning of the incoming attack. Israeli missile defense systems launched dozens of Arrow missiles to try and intercept the incoming attacks. Multiple Iranian missiles hit central Tel Aviv, according to eyewitnesses and videos shared online. Israeli emergency services said 21 people had been confirmed wounded. It's actually a lot more. It's actually, I want to say, at least double that amount, and a lot of them have been wounded. Well, they all were wounded, but I know for a fact that at least 2 people have been critically wounded by this attack. Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei said in a speech on Iranian state television shortly before the attack that Iran's armed forces would leave. It says force, I think it's a typo. Or armed forces would leave Israel helpless, and stressed that the response should not be a half measure. Would not be a half measure. Sorry. The Iranian nation won't permit the blood of its valued martyrs to go unavenged, nor will it ignore the violation of its airspace, etc. Yeah, I mean, you listen. This was expected. And after Iran was hit, the Israelis said, we're waiting for the counterattack. We're waiting for Iran's counterattack. And it happened. And it happened quite quickly. And it was pretty vicious. I mean, you can see it in the video. Or the videos. You can see it in the videos. It's a pretty vicious attack. Iran can devastate Israel. It has that ability. And if it gets a nuke, it'll have even more of an ability. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said Iran had crossed red lines when it dared to fire missiles at civilian population. Oh, all of a sudden Israel is complaining about civilians getting hit. What the hell has Israel been doing for years now? 2 years? Over 2 years? Hitting civilian infrastructure? Now all of a sudden it said, oh, you guys hit civilian infrastructure. Well, now you know how it feels. We will continue to protect the citizens of Israel and ensure that the Ayatollah regime pays a very heavy price for its criminal actions, etc., etc. The U.S. official who confirmed U.S. air defense systems had engaged said the U.S. was working to protect U.S. citizens and assets in Israel. Iranian state media reported that at least 78 people had been killed and more than 300 wounded in Israel's attack overnight. So there you go. There was no way that Iran was not going to respond, right? We all knew that Iran was going to respond. I said this in my stream yesterday. Iran's going to respond. It's very obvious. If Iran did not respond, then it would have looked weak in the Islamic world. How could you allow the Israelis, the Zionists, to attack your country and not respond? Iran had to respond. It was going to happen, 100%. So Israel's going to respond, and then Iran's going to respond. It's going to go back and forth. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that the shit has already hit the fan, and more shit is going to hit the fan, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. It's going to be very ugly, guys. Very ugly. How long is... Show us the video. All right, let's check it out. Let's look at the Twitter videos, everyone. I saved some of them on my profile here. Let's see here. Let's check this out, shall we? Here we go. Let's take a look. I mean, this is pretty serious, guys. That's a volley of missiles. It's pretty serious. Pretty damn serious. Is my music too loud? Just let me know. I don't want the music to interfere with the video's audio. Let me just turn off the music real quick. Hold on a second. Where is the music coming from? I don't even have the... Where's the window? Oh, here it is. Let's look at the Twitter videos, shall we? Let's look at this. Boom. I mean, you see it. I mean, it's serious. Boom. Boom. Look at this. Look at this one.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I mean, what happened to Israel's Iron Dome? I'm telling you guys, and I did a video about this last year, I want to say, and I said the Iron Dome is overrated. And I showed a quote from... multiple quotes from an expert on this topic, and he said the Iron Dome is overrated, and the Iron Dome will miss a lot of missiles, even rockets coming from Hamas. It will miss. It'll miss a lot of them. The Iron Dome is extremely overrated, and it will not be able to seriously defend Israel against a seriously devastating attack. It just won't be able to. And so if Iran arms a ballistic missile with a nuclear weapon, and it manages to dodge the Iron Dome, Israel's devastated. And you can see here,
سقوط صاروخ على تل أبيب. على الأقل نتحدث عن
see here. I think this is another one here that I saw. Let's watch this real quick. Let me just make this a little bit smaller. There we go. I mean, those are very fast. Yeah, so not looking very good. There's some other footage that I saw, but that's, if you look up footage of the rocket or the Iranian missile attack on Israel, this is pretty much what you're going to be seeing. There probably was one video that I missed, but it pretty much shows the same thing. Yeah, not looking good for Israel. Yeah, not looking good. So this is a sign. It's a microcosm. It's a sample of what is to come. And this is just a sample. Eventually, there's going to be much worse attacks on Israel. The stock market just took a nose. Yeah, the stock market, this is what I read about the stock market. The stock market always takes a nosedive when something out of the ordinary happens. So it's not ordinary for Iran to bomb Israel. It's not common for Iran to bomb Israel. So eventually the stock market's going to stabilize once things go back to normal for however long that normalcy lasts. And then Israel's going to get hit again eventually, and then the stock market will go down. And yeah, once the situation calms down a little bit, and it's going to calm down for a duration of time, stock market will restabilize, and that's it. Or really, if a war breaks out, a serious war breaks out, then the stock market will go down, because again, that would be something that is unusual. But let's say that the war continues on. Once the war becomes commonly known, once it becomes something that we all grow accustomed to, like the war between Russia and Ukraine, the stock market will no longer be affected by it for the most part, and it will have stabilized. So stock market is always going down as a reaction to things that are unusual. Once that unusual thing becomes the usual, and once it becomes business as usual, then stock market just gets used to it and becomes desensitized to it, really. It's like the Iraq War. We had 9/11, the stock market went down, and then eventually everything stabilized. And yeah, I don't pay too much attention to the stock market, to be honest with you guys. They target some military bases, and there are other videos as well. I'm sure they are, but that's pretty much the bulk of the footage that I was able to find. Let's see something here. Hold on. So let me see here. Here is an article from Ynet, which is a pretty big Israeli publication. And it says here that the Iranians responded with about 100 missiles, casualties in Tel Aviv and Ragav, including 2 in critical condition. And it says here, at least 44 injured, 2 of them critically in several areas in Ramat Gan and Tel Aviv. Later, volleys were also fired to the north and south. Fire services were called to extinguish and evacuate trapped people from multiple floors in the Dan block. Falls in other areas. About 18 hours after the historic Israeli opening strike on Iran, the first response came in the form of ballistic missiles fired at the Dan block. Several impact sites were identified and at least 44 people were injured. The condition of 2 of them is described as critical. Yeah, it's not fun getting bombed all the time. It's not fun for It's not fun for civilians to be getting bombed like this. And now they get a sample of what it's like to be living in Gaza. So it says here that the condition, about half an hour later, alarms sounded in other areas in the north and south, and then again in the center. In total, there were less than 100 launches in 2 volleys. So yeah, now they know how it feels to get bombed. It's not fun. MDA reported that so far 44 injured people have been treated at all scenes, including 2 in critical condition, 4 in moderate condition, 4 in mild to moderate condition, and the rest in mild condition or suffering from anxiety. The injured were evacuated to Linzen, blah, 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 blah. They were evacuated to hospitals. An information center for families has been opened, etc., etc. Fire and rescue services reported that in the Dan area, firefighters are working in a multi-story building to evacuate trapped people and extinguish the fire, and at 2 additional scenes of destruction. In the northern area, firefighters are working to extinguish a grass fire, etc., etc. And there's the missiles. I mean, they look like comets. And this is going to be a new reality for Israel. This is not the first time this has happened. This is the second time this has happened. And this is worse than the first time. This is worse than the first volley that Iran launched against Israel. And it's only going to escalate, and it's only just going to get progressively worse. Yeah. You are seeing the beginning of the story of Israel's demise. The police asked to avoid gathering in the areas of the crash to prevent risk to life, etc., etc. Yeah, so we get it, right? And that's how these news articles are, right? They give you some information, and they give you the typical stuff. Oh, here's a statement from a politician that really doesn't tell you anything. The missiles look biblical. I mean, they look like comets. They look like comets. And there was an article that came out recently. It was published by the New York Times. And it talks about really it just talks about the possible damage that Israel's attack has done on Iran's nuclear capacity. And so it says here, how long has Israel set back the Iranian nuclear program? If the program is delayed only a year or 2, it may look as if Israel has taken a huge risk for a fairly short-term delay. And among those risks is not only the possibility of a long-lasting war, but also that Iran will withdraw from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, take its program underground, and race for a weapon. Exactly the outcome Mr. Netanyahu was out to prevent. So what the Israelis are saying they want to prevent, they're actually accelerating more and more towards fruition. So they're saying we want to prevent the Iranians from getting a nuclear weapon or from getting nuclear weapons, but by attacking Iran, they're only pushing the Iranians to accelerate their production of nuclear weapons. So what the Israelis want, they're actually pushing for the opposite of. The Israelis are pushing for the opposite of what they want, is what I'm trying to say. And so, yeah. Listen, I said this back in 2018. Pulling out of the Iran deal was a terrible, terrible idea. I said this, and I have never retracted what I said, and I still don't regret what I said. I said, pulling out of the Iran deal, bad idea, bad idea. Tons of people were saying the same thing. I didn't make up that opinion. Tons of people were saying the same damn thing. And the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, was saying, Iran's following the rules. Iran's following the rules. Iran's following the rules. Well, I don't believe the IAEA. It's an anti-Semitic organization. It's anti-Semitic. They're a bunch of anti-Semites. A bunch of anti-Semites. Oh, and then the IAEA, just right before the bombing of Iran, came out and said, hey, it looks like Iran's not really following the rules. And then they said, oh, look, the IAEA confirms what we have been suspicious about. Oh, I thought they were a bunch of anti-Semites. They're anti-Semites. Now you believe them. You only believe them when they say things that are to your advantage. But the Iran deal was established in 2015. Iran agreed to it because Iran wanted to get access into the global market. And Iran was allowed access into the global economy. And Iran was allowing inspections from the IAEA. And the IAEA was saying, yeah, they're following the rules. And the Israelis were saying, no, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not following the rules. They were doing the same bullshit with Iraq, by the way. The Americans and the Israelis kept talking about Saddam Hussein's chemical weapons cache. Oh, yes, the chemical weapons cache. So they had some international agency inspect Saddam Hussein's chemical weapons cache. Saddam Hussein's chemical weapons cache was under inspection. Saddam Hussein allowed those inspections to happen. The people who were doing the oversight were saying, yeah, Saddam Hussein's following the rules. And the Israelis kept saying, no, they're not. Saddam Hussein has to be removed. They have to be removed. They have to be removed. And it's anti-Semitism. It's anti-Semitism. If you want to prevent another Holocaust from happening, we have to take out Saddam. And what did Netanyahu say? He said, we have to take out Saddam, Assad, Gaddafi. They're gone. And that has made the world worse. It has not made the world a better place. It hasn't. We're less safe. We're more unstable. So listening to Israel is a bad idea. Listening to Israel is a national security hazard. That's the conclusion that any logical person will come to after looking at this recent history. And so Israel's playing the same game that it did with Saddam. IAEA said Iran's following the rules, just like they were saying Saddam Hussein was following the rules. Israel said, don't believe him. We believed Israel. Look, boom, we got ISIS. We got the rise of Iran. Now we're complaining about the rise of Iran. And the IAEA was saying Iran's following the rules. Israel said, no, it's not. America believed Israel. America pulled out of the Iran deal during Trump's first term. I said it was a bad idea, and I was right. And so why in the hell should Iran follow any sort of rules if it knows that making a deal or coming to the negotiating table is completely useless? Iran agreed to go through negotiations with the Trump administration. And those negotiations, those talks were happening. Iran was going to the negotiating table. And during those negotiations, Israel strikes Iran. Why in the hell should we come to the table? Why in the hell should Iran abide by any sort of talks or any sort of rules if it agrees to a deal that the U.S. just decides to pull out of arbitrarily? Because Sheldon Adelson, the casino mogul, the casino billionaire, told Trump to pull out of the Iran deal. And like I said, as I've said, Zionists, very compulsive. I mean, for the most part, hardcore pro-Israel people, very compulsive. And I could just imagine Sheldon Adelson calling up Trump, pull out of the Iran deal, pull out, pull out, pull out, pull out. They're going to make a bomb. They're going to make a bomb. Instead of allowing cooler heads to prevail, we did not allow cooler heads to prevail. We allowed fanatics to call the shots. We allowed messianic lunatics who want a third temple to be built to call the shots. And we did this with Iraq. We allowed messianics. We allowed this. We allowed for the opinions of messianics and war hawks to prevail in the decision-making for America's foreign policy. Evangelical lunatics, pro-Israel lunatics. And we got a disaster. Because at the end of the day, the pro-Israel Christian movement is satanic. It's a satanic movement. And as Jesus said, you will know a bad tree by its bad fruits. And the pro-Israel Christian American movement has produced rotten fruit, and that rotten fruit can be seen in the Middle East. Same thing with the pro-Israel stuff. You can see its rotten fruit. We overthrew Saddam and we backed terrorists. We pushed for a revolution against Assad, and we supported Al-Qaeda to go against Assad. And right now we're working with Ahmed al-Shara, who's Al-Qaeda. There was a $10 million bounty for Ahmed al-Shara that was only recently gotten rid of. It was on the official website for the US government. $10 million for anyone who can tell us where Ahmed al-Shara is. And where's Ahmed al-Shara? He's running Syria in conjunction with the United States and Turkey, NATO. He is now a NATO asset. And we want to go to war to fight Islamic terrorism. If you believe that, you're either evil or you have zero business voting. It's just so sickening to see this. I'm so tired of seeing this stuff. I'm so tired of the Lindsey Grahams and the John Hagees and just the Zio-Nazi thugs. And we're talking about, how you have all these American Iranians. You have these American Iranians. They're living their comfortable lives in LA somewhere, drinking Starbucks. You can always, listen, you can always identify the Iranians a mile away, right? The women are always wearing sunglasses that make them look like insects. You ever see an insect's eyes, big old fat black eyes? They always have these giant sunglasses that are as wide as their freaking head. And they all have scarves for some reason. It's like they're still living in Tehran. They have a scarf, and you always see them. The Iranian regime. Don't call it Iran. Don't say it's Iran. Call it the regime. It's Iran. Damn it! The Iranian people did the revolution. It's Iran. Call it the regime. Don't call it Iran. It's the regime. It's not really Iran. It's not real Iran. The Iranian Revolution, if you read about it, you will know that it consisted of Marxists and Islamists joining forces to overthrow the Shah. So you guys said the Shah was so bad, and with the help of America, the revolution happened. Yes, America did have a hand in that, and we'll talk more about that in a little bit. And so the Shah got overthrown, and then the mullahs took over, and guess what happened? The Israelis said, oh, wow, let's do arms deals with the mullahs. Let's make some money out of these people. And now the Americans are talking about another group of terrorists to rule over Iran. It's called the Mujahideen-e-Halq-e-Iran. And you have Iranians in America who are members of this cult. It's a cult / terrorist organization. And they're a whole lobby. They have a whole Iranian lobby. It's a anti-Ayatollah Iranian lobby in the United States. And they're all part of this Mujahideen al-Khalq-e-Iran group. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. And so this is your grand idea? This is what happens when you have a bunch of evil war hawks running things. It reminds me of a story that was recounted by John Kiriakou. And if you have not seen John Kiriakou's videos, I would highly recommend that you watch his videos. Very educational stuff. John Kiriakou was a member of the CIA. And John Kiriakou talks about how when the Iraq War first happened, right, when the Iraq War was first commenced, there was a meeting that he had to attend. I think it was in the Pentagon. And his job was to write notes on all the meetings. And he said he hated going to these meetings because it was so tedious having to write all these notes about everything that was said during the meeting. So he was in this meeting, and there were all these Pentagon officials there. And he said there was this one Pentagon official that was next to him, that was sitting in front of him. And they were listening to this meeting, listening. And he said, all of a sudden, one of these Pentagon officials said, one of these Pentagon officials was giving a whole update on the progress in the war in Iraq. And he said, sir, our troops are currently in Baghdad and they are defeating the enemy. And in 2 weeks, our forces will be marching in the streets of Tehran. This is what the guy said. And the Pentagon official who was sitting in front of Kiriakou turned around and said, did he say Baghdad or did he say Tehran? He said, so John Kiriakou recounted how he told this guy. He said, Tehran, sir. And the Pentagon guy looked at him and said, are these people out of their damn minds or what? They were talking about invading Iran during the beginning of the war with Iraq. So John Kiriakou has a funny story where during the beginning stages of the Iraq war, he was in this government building, I think it was in the Pentagon, and he said, I passed by this guy's office, and he was some Pentagon official, I don't think he gave his name, but it was some Pentagon official, and he said, I saw this guy sitting at his desk doodling something on a piece of paper. So I walked in there and I said, hey, what are you doing? What are you up to? He goes, oh, I'm just drawing the new map of Iraq. So John Kiriakou said, really? Let me take a look. So John Kiriakou recounts that he looked at the doodle and he said, I noticed this guy was drawing a flag that had the colors blue, yellow, and white. And John Kiriakou said, those are the colors of the Israeli flag. And the guy said, yeah, I know. And he goes, why are you using the colors of the Israeli flag for an Arab country? Oh, because I want the people to have a flag that looks like the Israeli flag, because these people, the Iraqis, they're going to learn about Israel and they're going to absorb Israeli culture. And we're going to make them like Israel. And John Kiriakou said, you do realize that the colors of the Arab flags are there for a reason. The colors of the Arab flags are green and red and yellow. And there's a reason why those colors are there. They mean something. Green represents Islam, etc., etc. You do realize that you're not just going to get these people to abandon their colors and absorb the colors of Israel. And he said, oh yeah, they will, because they're going to love us so much. They're going to love America so much that they're going to adopt the colors of Israel. And John Kiriakou said that this was the type of people that they were getting to oversee the war in Iraq. It was that type of mentality. Pro-Israel, evangelical, that sort of mentality. And look, George Bush said that God told him to invade Iraq. So we saw this messianic Christian cult alongside its Jewish Zionist hardline ally just destroy Iraq. And today, those same people are telling us that we have to go to war again for the glory of Israel. You guys can follow the path of Judas the traitor and tread upon the road to destruction, but that's just not for me. All right? I'm not a drug addict. I'm not a member of a cult. I'm not going to go down a self-destructive path. But these people want not only for everyone else to go down, they want to drag the whole world with them. So actually, these people don't want to walk down a path of destruction, but they want to drag other countries with them, or they want to drag other countries down this very road. I mean, it's just crazy. But if they want to walk down that road, that's their decision. Let me see something here. Hold on. Let me read your guys' comments. Hold up. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. You guys got a bunch of comments here. Hold on, I gotta I'll try my best to read your guys' comments. Happy day for the reporters. Yeah. Hello, 117 Rebel. No King's protest tomorrow. Yep. I know. Ain't no fun at all. I can confirm. Was drone striked at the end of May. Yeah, it sucks, right? Getting bombed sucks. I mean, I think we all should have known this. Well, I support having one king. Okay, here we go. We're talking about something else now. Guys, try your best to keep the comments relevant to the discussion that I'm in here. I believe that Yahweh. Oh no, false god. We're getting into Gnostic stuff. Oh god, no, please. Not right now. This is not the time to start a whole flame war. Jordan is helping Israel. Yup, I know. That's why I said that Jordan could actually suffer through a revolution, and you could have Palestinian Islamists overthrow the Hashemite kingdom, and if that happens, then Jordan could then be used as a bridge for Iran to cross over from Iraq into Israel. So if the Hashemite kingdom gets overthrown, that would be another step towards Israel's demise. Candace Owens made a great commentary on why Bibi is going crazy. They even mentioned an interesting documentary called Bibi Files. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. Was there anything that pertained to Bibi actually being a fanatic? If there was, I'd be interested to know that. I'd be interested to learn the details about that. The Arab world is watching this with glee. Yup, absolutely. They are. I've watched it. Very interesting. I'll have to take a look then. 1935, Iranian Shah tells the world to drop Persia and Persian and say Iran and Irani in honor of the Aryan heritage of the Iranians. That's correct, yeah. And during World War II, there were a lot of Iranians who were pro-Hitler. And a lot of it had to do with this idea of Germans and Iranians having some sort of relation. Let's see. I will bring against Elam the four winds from the four corners of the heavens. I will scatter them to the four winds, and there will not be a nation where Elam's exiles did not go. Well, we're going to see the reality here. And we're going to see who's right about this. You're going to say that from your interpretation that this means Iran's going to destroy Israel, or that Israel's going to destroy Iran, but I don't. There is a verse in the Old Testament that says, Elam, go to war, go to war. Speaking of Zyklon B, we don't refer to Gen Z as Generation Zyklon for nothing. That's correct. Pride goes before destruction and a haughty spirit before the fall. Let's see. The original Rothschilds, founders of Israel, would be mighty proud of all the work being done with little to no effort. Let's see. Here we go. Micah 4:13. Zion, for I will give you horns of iron, and I will give you hooves of bronze, and you will break to pieces many nations you will devote. Okay, so why don't you give me your interpretation of these verses instead of just presenting verses? Of course, Aryan means noble ones in Persian and Sanskrit. Aryan, yeah, that's right. And the Sanskrit language is 100% related to Persian, and the India was inhabited by its native population, who were Austro-Aboriginals, but then eventually what happened was Iranian farmers from Iran crossed over into what is now Pakistan, and they mixed with the Aboriginal population, and then they formed the first Indian civilization, and then later on the Aryans came over, I want to say from the Himalayas, and they established the Vedic civilization. Here we go, Isaiah. Here we go. God has not forsaken Israel. Okay, all right, you want to go to war? I expect that you will be the first person to enter the trenches to fight for Israel. God will be with you, don't worry. God will be with you, don't worry, you'll be fine. Ted, you're just as tired of neocons as the Serbs are sick of Vucic. Yeah, and the Serbs suffered firsthand under the neocons because they got bombed in the 1990s. Armageddon News, I am waiting to see you in military fatigues in the trenches in Israel, fighting against Iranian forces. I want to see that happen. I expect, actually, to see that happen, and you shouldn't worry about it because God will be with you. We got evangelic. Yeah, I know, right? I knew it. I told you guys last night. I said, watch, the Hospice are going to be here. Iranians in exile, Persians. Call us Persians. Yes, we're not Iranians. Call us Persians. We're Persians. Yeah. And I'm pretty certain that when the Shah was in power, these people would have been calling for his overthrow as well. They would be calling for his ousting as well. Henry Kissinger is a snake. Absolutely. He was 100% evil, that guy. Didn't the Shah in the 1930s say no to Persia? Yeah. This is all Netanyahu wanting to stay in power. 100%. That's a triumph of evangelicuck to exit the cult. Evangelicucks. Yep, that's what I call them. Armageddon, could you please stop spamming us with verses? With that, because you're not giving us an interpretation, you're just spamming us with verses. Iran, Iraq, yeah. This YouTube channel helps me stay sane in an otherwise insane world. Well, I'm glad to help. Is this about the church? There I will put them on trial for what they did to my inheritance, my people Israel, because they scattered my people and divided up my land. Well, you know, it does say to measure the temple. So I guess you want to say that that's also that also has a literalist meaning to it, but it also says that justice is my measurement. So just because it says temple doesn't mean that we should take it literally. But you have so many Christians who take that verse literally when it's 100% figurative. And for that reason, people are waiting for a third temple. You have evangelicals getting exuberant about a third temple. They're getting blissful and euphoric about the idea of a third temple because they take a verse literally. Here we go. I am the punishment of God. If you had not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like me. Yeah, Genghis Khan. I mean, I think God does send nations to punish other nations. Yeah, 100%. It's in the Bible. I read where they're warning about Iranian attacks on U.S. soil. Made me wonder if they're considering a false flag. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about some false flag attack looking like 9/11. And if that happens, they could actually muster people to want to go to war. But the problem is it's not really a problem, but the dilemma that they're going to face is the fact that we live in a new world. We live in a world where where the nature of the internet is so much more different than it was in the past. Today we have X. Today conspiracy theories are mainstream, and so if you have a major terrorist attack, people are going to say, "Oh, it's a false flag attack," just like they said that COVID was a hoax. And you'll have a lot of people questioning the narrative, and you'll have a lot of people refusing to support the war and or to participate in said war. So this is not the early 2000s. It'll still be very difficult to convince a substantial amount of the population to support war, even if there is a 9/11 style attack, because people will then say that it's just a false flag. So this guy just wants to spam the chat. All right, I get it. He just wants to spam the chat with verses. And if Constantine lost the battle, there would be no Christians. Jupiter and Mars would be your kings. Okay. That's not necessarily true, because someone else could have arisen and defeated the pagans. So that's not really... I don't really buy into this way of thinking or this way of seeing history where people say, well, if this didn't happen or if this guy didn't rise up, then this would have happened. It's like saying, well, if Newton was never born, then there would be no calculus. Well, somebody else would have figured it out. So if Constantine never rose up, or if Constantine lost the battle, sure, paganism would have prevailed, but that wouldn't guarantee that paganism would have prevailed forever. Somebody else would have eventually risen up and crushed paganism, and Christianity would eventually have prevailed. I mean, one could still make that argument. So it's not really an all or nothing type of situation. Oh, here we go. On that day, I will make the clans of Judah like a blazing pot in the midst of wood. They shall devour to the right and left. You interpret it if you can. It's clearly the end days. Okay, it's the end days. Well, who is Judah? Because doesn't it speak about the tribes of Israel? Doesn't it speak about there being gates in heaven and each gate representing a tribe of Israel? And weren't there 12 disciples of Christ representing the 12 tribes of Israel? And doesn't St. Paul say that the seed of Abraham is Jesus Christ? So therefore, anyone who follows Christ is actually of the seed of Abraham. So I'm also of the seed of Abraham. Therefore, I'm actually grafted into Israel. The clans of Judah. Everyone is off topic. This is what always happens when a lot of people come to a live stream. This is what always happens. Is you get these spammers and you get these hosperists and they just want to spam your chat. Let's see here. Theopedia is my #1 source for world news. I appreciate that, sir. I really do try. Thank you. Let's see here. You should make a Discord. Why? So I can get bombarded by spammers over there? I get bombarded enough here. Didn't the UN have the meeting on the Iran thing? I believe so. Let me see something here. Let's see here. Or they just read headlines and inform detailed opinions. Yep, that's true. You can appoint mods. I don't know. Like, what am I going to do on Discord? Just talk to people? I do that once a week here. I upload videos almost every day on this channel. I mean, what more do you want me to do? Everyone's like, do this, do a Discord, do this. I would only have a Discord. Listen, I'll only make a Discord if I have a massive audience. And then I'll have other people run the Discord for me. Don't mean to be off topic, but is that green tea you're sipping? No, it's just coffee. Hazelnut coffee, actually, to be specific. The angel of death is upon us. You can all but hear the beating of its wings. Interesting quote. Do you think they are willing to use the Samson option? I have no idea. Once Netanyahu is gone, Israel probably will self-destruct, though. Yeah, Netanyahu is sort of keeping everyone united because he keeps people united through war. But once he's gone, I mean, I think it's going to be like the fall of a dictator, because Netanyahu is sort of a de facto dictator. He has been, I mean, he is the longest ruling prime minister in the history of the modern state of Israel. So I think once he's gone, the whole country, all the divisions, all the fissures, right, all of the fault lines are going to be activated. And I think the country will eat itself alive, because the hatred between the different political factions in Israel is so intense that the only thing that keeps them from not killing each other is an external enemy. And once Netanyahu is gone, then there's going to be a whole debate about what to do foreign policy-wise, what's Israel going to do foreign policy-wise. And then eventually, I think the country will just eat itself up. Let's see here. So anyway, so it says here, history suggests such attacks have unpredictable results. Even the most ingenious attack on the program 15 years ago, a cyber assault that put malware into the system, destroying centrifuges, only slowed Iran for a year or two. And when the program came back, it was bigger than ever. Over nearly 20 years, Israel and the United States have targeted the thousands of centrifuges that spin inside the Natanz facility in hopes of choking off the key ingredient Iranian scientists needed to build a nuclear arsenal. Together, the two countries developed the Stuxnet worm, the cyber weapon intended to make the centrifuges spin out of control. That operation, codenamed Olympic Games, was born in George W. Bush's administration and flourished in Barack Obama's until the operation was exposed. So it says here, then Israel sabotaged buildings that produce critical parts for the centrifuges and began assassinating scientists key to the operation. But those were temporary setbacks. Iran recovered quickly and the centrifuges at Natanz continued to spin until the 2015 nuclear deal with Tehran forced the country to give up 97% of its fuel and slow the enrichment at Natanz to a crawl. So the Iran deal actually worked. It was actually working. And they shut it down. They shut it down. So getting rid of the Iran deal was a terrible idea. That's just a fact. And it really told Iran in very simple ways, you cannot trust the Americans. Bottom line, you can't trust the Americans. That agreement also capped the level of enrichment to a level useful for generating nuclear power, but not sufficient to make a bomb. And that was the whole point of the Iran deal, to allow Iran to make nuclear energy, but not to the extent in which they would be able to make a bomb, and at the same time, in turn, to allow the Iranians to actually have a position in the international market, to actually do trade and commerce with other countries without major hindrances. But the United States, under Trump, pulled out of the Iran deal, and it just conveyed this message to Iran, you can't trust the Americans. And look, the Iranians and the Americans were at the negotiating table. They were trying to hammer out another deal. Trump said, I'm not interested in war. I'm interested in a deal. He said this numerous times. And what does Israel do? It attacks Iran. And then instead of Trump saying, hey, I'm not for this, Trump says, oh, God bless Israel. This was excellent. So it further reinforced the suspicion that Iran has had that you cannot trust the Americans. You cannot negotiate with the Americans, nor the Israelis. You can't trust them because they're going to bomb you while you're trying to negotiate with them. So why in the hell should Iran be reasonable at this point? For 3 years, it seemed like the threat posed by Natanz had been contained. Most American officials believed that while the agreement had not terminated the program, it had contained it. The output of the Natanz plant was minimal. But then President Trump, at the behest of the Zionists, at the behest of Sheldon Adelson, pulled the United States out of the accord in 2018. And I said this was a bad idea. Cooler heads were saying this is a bad idea, calling the deal, and Trump called the deal a disaster. Well, okay, the deal was a disaster. You pull out of the deal, and then what happened? Now we're bombing Iran. Now Iran is bombing Israel. At least there was some peace under the deal. How has pulling out of the deal made things better? It didn't make things better. Now Israel's in a war, another war. And now we're talking about getting involved in another war. It's complete lunacy. Complete lunacy. So it says here, it increased enrichment levels. So if the Iran deal didn't work, why is it that after the U.S. pulled out of the Iran deal, Iran increased enrichment levels to 60% purity, just shy of bomb grade? So I guess the deal was actually a good idea. And then Donald Trump was talking about hammering out another Iran deal that was pretty much mimicking what Obama wanted to establish and what Obama managed to establish. And then during negotiations, Israel attacks Iran with America's blessing. Experts said it would take only a few weeks to further raise the level to 90%, commonly used in atomic weapons. Iran also made other moves that painted an even bigger target on Natanz. Over the past few months, international inspectors have concluded Iran sped up its enrichment. On Thursday night, Friday morning in Israel, Mr. Netanyahu used its recent progress to argue that Iran now has enough fuel for 9 weapons and that the country could weaponize that fuel within a year. That accords with what inspectors reported a week ago. And now again, what inspectors reported this? The IAEA. the International Atomic Energy Agency. And the IAEA was the very organization, the very agency that was telling us that Iran was following the rules. And the Zionists, the Israelis, were saying that the IAEA cannot be trusted. It's anti-Semitic, oy vey, blah, blah, blah. But now they're trusting the IAEA, which really goes to show that we only claim to believe in an agency when what that agency says is to our advantage. Do you see how it works? It's all just hypocrisy. It's all bullshit. Mr. Netanyahu made the argument in an address to the Israeli people that the intelligence suggested the risk to Israel of not acting was too high. That judgment will be long debated, along with the question of whether the diplomacy that Mr. Trump had underway might have contained Iran's capability. And let me tell you guys something. I guarantee you this is going to happen. In the future, more information is going to come out that's going to prove that Israel was making up stuff to justify war. And people are going to say, oh, look, we actually believed in that bullshit yet again. You know the old saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. This is going to be fool me the fourth freaking time. Right? Fool me once, Iraq. We can all get away. We all get a pass for Iraq because there was 9/11. A lot of us were too young not to really seriously think about how governments lie to people. A lot of us didn't know anything about Team B and PSYOPs and how the United States was lying, how there was a whole Zionist lobby in America that was promoting this lie to justify a war in Iraq. We were all oblivious. We were like, 11, 12 years old? So we get a pass. But we do not get a pass if we believed in the propaganda pushing for the overthrow of Assad. We do not get a pass for believing in propaganda that was being used to justify the overthrowing of Gaddafi. Because it's like what the old saying says. It's like how the old saying goes. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. If we believe in the pretext that is being presented to us to justify war in Iran, then it'll be literally a fool me the fourth time situation. And it's not going to be shame on the deceiver. It's going to be shame on you for the third time. It truly is surreal. It truly is surreal. I marched against the Iraq war. Awesome. Good for you. I was way too young to be marching anywhere. You think the first fool me was on Iraq? Okay, we can go back further. But in terms of wars in the Middle East, U.S. interventionism in the Middle East, yes, we can say Iraq was a fool me once situation because of 9/11, because we were all terrified, because we were all just shocked because of 9/11, right? So we were all shocked. We were all terrified. We saw thousands of Americans getting killed on American soil. So we were all terrified, and the U.S. comes along. And during this very intense moment of fear and trepidation, in which it's very easy to manipulate someone, the government comes out and says, it was Iraq. And then we believe it. And then we're before you know it, we're all singing country and Western music, saying, we'll put a boot up your ass because it's the American way. And we're cheering the bombing of Iraq. When the reality was that we should have been outraged, but we weren't, because we were very, very oblivious to how things worked. But under the Obama administration, during the civil war in Syria, a lot of people got wind of how this whole thing works. And then we learned that the United States has been arming, that the United States was arming terrorists in Syria. And we were thinking, wait, what? Our country is arming terrorists in Syria? What the hell is going on? For what? Oh, a revolution against Assad. And they were telling us that Assad was this evil tyrant. Yet the rebels that we were backing were doing mass murder, and they were murdering Christians, and they were murdering Shiites, and they were doing all sorts of horrific things. We were backing the FSA, and the FSA was doing war crimes. And then it turned out that the very people who formed ISIS were people who were under our watch, people that we were also backing to a certain extent. And we were backing all these different rebel factions, and these rebel factions were monsters. But we were saying that those rebels were better than Assad, and we were saying that it would be a great idea for Syria to be ruled by these people, when it was very obvious to anyone with eyes that that was a terrible idea. So a lot of people got disillusioned with the war in Iraq. A lot of people became disillusioned with how America worked, foreign policy-wise, and so then we realized this is a terrible idea. We don't want this. And a lot of people opened up their eyes during that time. So it says here, what about Mexicans? What side are they? I don't know. Any Mexicans in the house? What side are you picking? Let's see. I marched. Okay. Or if we dig deeper, the JFK incident. Well, again, the JFK incident. That was way before the internet. There was no internet. And so conspiracy theories weren't a thing really in those days. And people got their information during that time from newspapers. So they were reading, everything that we learned, we got it from newspapers. And so that our source for information was limited to mainstream media. Nowadays, we don't really live in that world anymore. Alternative media is trumping mainstream media. And so alternative viewpoints, alternative interpretations of the news, different ways of looking at current events are now dominating the information, the information field. So now we're looking at X and people are getting their information from X. So listen, we were told that some giant virus was the most dangerous thing ever. And a lot of people were questioning the virus. They were questioning the whole narrative around the virus, even though the virus was indeed killing people. People were questioning the entire narrative and they didn't want to take the vaccine. They didn't want to wear the mask. Listen, if the COVID virus had happened in the 1960s, people would have been a lot more compliant because all of their information would have been coming from just the mainstream. Nowadays, alternative viewpoints and conspiracy theories are getting popularized through social media. So it's just a totally different world. So even if we get another 9/11 style attack, sure, people are going to buy into the pro-war narrative, but you're going to have a lot more people questioning the pro-war narrative, even in the throes of a 9/11 tier attack, just because of the phenomenon of social media that has dominated the ideological groundswell of the country. There's a video floating around featuring Sheikh Imran Hussein about what would happen if Israel attacked Iran. Amongst much else, he discusses how Iran will attack Iraq. Recommended listening. Okay. Meanwhile, Turkey is enjoying the drama while waiting for its chance to rise up. Exactly. Yeah, Turkey's way too quiet. And I think the reason for that is because Turkey's waiting for the right time. They're waiting for the right time. Right now, okay, they'll keep low. But you'll see. I think they're waiting for Israel to get weak. Theo was marching and is... Okay. Let's see here. There's a video. Okay. Meanwhile, Turkey is enjoying the drama. Let's see here. Most people thought, why Iraq, especially in New York City? Yeah. There were people that were questioning the Iraq war, but they were still a minority in the early 2000s. And then that voice became huge years and years later. And then, especially thanks to the internet and social media, it became even bigger. Good argument, Ted. I guess we have different historic memory. Well, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying in the context of 9/11, early 2000s, the fact that the internet wasn't such a big thing, the fact that social media wasn't a thing at all in the early 2000s, you can give people a pass for believing in the deceptive narrative machine. Let's see here. Remember this: the U.S. military were so engrossed in the Middle East, they threw out many great tactics to pursue the terrorists, and that bite back during the Ukraine war, where West tactics didn't work. Yeah, that's the thing: is America's military experience has been predominantly limited by its experience in the Middle East. So a lot of our military technology, a lot of our military vehicles were made for a Middle Eastern terrain and not a European terrain. So the U.S. military is going through a big revamping as we speak. Remember, okay, I already read this. War with Afghanistan made little sense with bin Laden over there, but the Taliban is back in power. And that's another thing. Oh, yeah, that's another great point that I almost forgot to mention. Afghanistan. I mean, we went into Afghanistan. The United States went into Afghanistan because 9/11 happened, and supposedly 9/11 was done by the Taliban and by Al-Qaeda, and those terrorists were in Pakistan, they were in Afghanistan, and so there was the United States in Afghanistan, and they were stuck in Afghanistan fighting, and thousands of Americans were killed fighting the Taliban, only for 20 years of fighting later, for the United States to actually work with the Taliban. Imagine if your son was killed in Afghanistan, and then you're watching television only to see the President Trump, working with the Taliban. Imagine if your son was killed by Al-Qaeda in Iraq, only for you to see later on the President of the United States hanging out with an Al-Qaeda terrorist named Ahmed al-Jawlani, and to see Donald Trump saying al-Jawlani's a great guy. Great guy. Just imagine that. I mean, that's so surreal. But that is a reminder that the U.S., when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to a lot of things, but because we're talking about foreign policy, the whole American foreign policy narrative is bullshit. It's complete bullshit, and it's a scam. It's a scam that not only takes away money for the military-industrial complex, but it's a scam that literally is paid in blood. It's paid in people's lives. And you can't reverse that. You can reverse the loss of money. You can't reverse the loss of human life. Imagine if your son was killed in Iraq fighting Al-Qaeda. And then now you're looking at your president, Donald Trump, and he's hanging out with Ahmed al-Jawlani, who just last year had a $10 million bounty on his head, and that $10 million bounty was actually presented in the official website for the U.S. government. Go figure. What did your son die for? Nothing. That's the sad thing. And I don't say that with glee. I'm not enjoying saying that. But it's a dark reality that should be a reminder that we should not be following the pro-war people, that we shouldn't be following these war hawks. We should not be following the very path that they paved to destruction in countries like Syria, Iraq, and Libya. Let's see here. Why are people quoting? I don't know. People who got the 2020 early COVID virus suffered a lot. No, a healthy, fit jogger, 30-year-old male who could barely breathe or walk. Yeah, COVID was definitely real. COVID was definitely killing people. My point was that even though the virus was killing people, people were still questioning the official narrative, the official explanation that was coming out of the CDC, even though people were being killed left and right by COVID. So my point is that if there is a 9/11 tier attack and the United States says, oh, it was Iran, we know this for a fact, people are going to put one and one together. People aren't that stupid. People aren't as dumb and as oblivious as these politicians may think. People are going to put one and one together. They're going to say, wait a second. You're telling me that we get attacked right in the middle of this war between Iran and Israel? And you know damn well that most Americans are not interested in a war for Israel. They're not interested in war at all. And it just so happens that there's this big 9/11 style massacre in the United States, and you're telling us it was Iran? How convenient for Israel. And a lot of people are not going to fall for it. I could be wrong, right? This may be just false hope on my behalf, but on my part, but I think that a lot of people are not going to jump on that boat. A lot of people will, don't get me wrong. There's going to be a bunch of people, boomers especially, who are going to say, oh, yes, it was Iran, damn it. The intelligence has spoken. The intelligence tells us that it was Iran. And then a bunch of people are going to say, this is way too convenient for Israel. This can't be a coincidence. Is this a coincidence or is this a coincidence, if you get my drift, pun intended? Do you see? So people are going to question the narrative. That's the thing. Way more protests to come. Don't forget June 14th. RFK Jr. just fired entire vaccine committee. Yeah, and people love that. People love that. So if Donald Trump says no to war, even if Israel is in the throes of a massive war and they got trenches and it's like World War I style fighting, if Trump says no to war, people will love him for that. If Trump says yes to war and he says we're going to send 20,000 troops into Israel to fight the Iranians in Iraq or something, then Donald Trump will completely destroy his legacy and Donald Trump will completely destroy whatever popularity that he has. US and Soviets teamed up in the 70s to eradicate smallpox. Well, there you go. I mean, listen, the band can come back together. America and Russia can definitely come back together and be friends. But it's just, yeah, it's something that I wish could happen, but I just don't see it happening. There could be, I think right now there's supposedly some diplomacy between the Russians and the Americans, but I think it's all just smoke and mirrors. I think that Trump is playing a game. That's what I think. I think Trump is playing a big game, and I think the Americans are playing a big game where, and I said this before, I think the Americans are deceiving the Russians, or they're at least trying to deceive the Russians. They want to make the Russians think that America is on friendly terms with them now and blah, 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 and all this stuff. And the Americans have, I think the strategy of the Americans is twofold. I think that they want to have friendly relations with the Russians with the hopes of distancing the Russians from the Chinese, because the biggest enemy of the United States, economically speaking, is China, not Russia. The Russian economy is not really super big. The GDP is closer to that of Texas or that of Italy. It's not a super, super big GDP. So economically speaking, Russia is not a threat to the United States. Militarily, it can defeat the United States, or at least inflict huge casualties to make the Americans go through at least a Pyrrhic victory, which is not really a victory at all. But when it comes to the economy-wise, China is the number one threat to the United States. So I think what the Americans want to do is to weaken the Chinese by getting friendly with the Russians, to pull the Russians away from the Chinese, to thus weaken the Chinese. Are the Russians going to fall for that? I don't think so. And then I think the other strategy that the Americans have is to kind of give off this facade of diplomacy with the Russians, so that in the meanwhile, the Europeans, which they currently are, can revive their military prowess. The Americans want the Europeans to revive their military strength. And in the meantime, the Americans are doing this whole trick where they're being friendly with the Russians, and then at the same time, the Europeans are working on strengthening their militaries, especially Germany, the big nemesis of Russia. And the Americans are backing the Germans in this endeavor. They're pushing the Germans to do this endeavor, in fact, this endeavor of reviving militarism. And I think when a certain opportunity comes, I think the Americans will give the green light to the Europeans to strike the Russians. I don't think the Russians are willing to have an all-out war with Germany. I don't think the Russians are interested in a war with a pan-European force that will be led by the Germans. I don't. I think that if there is a war between the Germans and the Russians, that the Germans will be the first to strike, that the Germans will be the first to draw blood. because I just don't see the Russians having an enthusiasm for war against the Germans. Fighting Ukraine has been tough enough. Imagine fighting the Germans alongside all of Germany's European auxiliaries. That would be 50 times more difficult than fighting Ukraine. So I don't think the Russians are interested. If there is a war between the Germans and the Russians, it'll be the Germans alongside their European auxiliaries who are going to draw first blood. That is my prediction. That's my prediction. There's some interesting articles here that I wanted to go through. I was watching something about World War II, and one of the things that was brought up was the lack of food. Seems like the Germans want Ukraine farmlands before a war. Yeah, they want the farmlands because that's a ginormous global breadbasket. I mean, look at how much grain Ukraine produces. Look at how much natural resources Ukraine has. Look at the natural gas that Ukraine has, right? Ukraine is just a massive, massive oasis of... It's a massive source for all sorts of goodies, grain, agricultural land. Ukraine has super, super fertile soil, especially when you get close to the Black Sea. East Ukraine, the soil of East Ukraine is pretty shitty from what I've read, but the soil of Ukraine that is close to the Black Sea is tremendously nutritious. And if you control the agricultural lands of Ukraine, then you can produce an abundance of food. That would be ridiculously helpful. Let's see here. Let's see. U.S. and Soviets teamed up in the 70s. I already read that. The only barrier between Russia and the U.S. is water. Do not forget, that's true. GDP is a dumb metric, though. It would be more accurate to call it gross domestic spending. Yeah, but I don't think GDP should be completely discounted. It does tell us something. I mean, the fact that China has the second biggest GDP in the world, I think that's pretty telling. I don't think that means nothing. What's up? What's up, Master Driver? Let's see. Welcome back. Hello. Breadbasket of Europe. That's correct. Let's see. Eastern Ukraine soil is well fertilized now. That's for sure. Really, I didn't know that. I heard that the soil there wasn't so good. I guess it's changed now. I guess the Russians have invested a lot in the agriculture in Eastern Ukraine. Did Trump to make a deal with Ukraine about its minerals? Yeah, there was a deal between Trump and Ukraine over the mineral rights. And that's what America is interested in. That's why everyone is interested in Ukraine. People are not interested in Ukraine because of human rights and because of international law. All that is just bullshit. Those are just pretexts. The only reason why people are interested in Ukraine is because of the natural resources. And you can grow... If you control Ukraine, your people will never starve. You'll be able to grow an abundance, an endless supply of grain. Why do you think all these countries buy grain from Ukraine? Why do you think there's so much grain in Ukraine that the Ukrainians were able to bring the price of grain down in Poland, and they forced the Polish grain farmers to bring the price of their domestic grain down? There was a whole situation in Poland years ago. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was this whole situation in Poland years ago where this huge abundance of Ukrainian grain entered the Polish market, the agricultural market, and there was so much of an abundance of Ukrainian grain in Poland that the native Polish farmers had to bring the price of their own grain down to compete with the low prices of the Ukrainian grain. And that destabilized the whole grain market in Poland, because if people have a choice between buying expensive, locally grown grain and buying cheap Ukrainian grown grain, people are going to buy the cheap grain. That's just how it is. So the Polish farmers had to bring the price of their own grain down. And the Polish farmers got pissed, and there were these massive demonstrations that went on for months, I remember. And they said, hey, we want the Polish grain out of the market. And things got so bad that Poland had to say, okay, no more Ukrainian grain can enter Poland. No more. That's it. Because it was destabilizing their own domestic grain market. That's how abundant the agriculture is in Ukraine. It is quite amazing. So that's why the Germans wanted Ukraine in World War I. That's why people want Ukraine today. Let's see here. Is there a breadbasket in the Middle East? Not really. Not really. I know that Syria produces grain, but it's nowhere near to the extent that Ukraine grows it. Much grain in the Ukraine almost sounds like a song. Much grain in the Ukraine, because I'm insane in the brain. It sounds like one of them old rap songs from the early 2000s. Genetically modified organisms. Yes, yeah, GMO. I know it's bad, it's evil, but you know, GMO grain has been responsible for preventing starvation in the world. It has been the number one reason for the prevention of starvation. It has been the number one bulwark against starvation. We have virtually defeated famine in the world. The only reason why we have famine in the world is because of war. That's it. Why is there a famine in Gaza? War. Why is there a famine in Sudan? War. That's the only reason why we have famines. You can't blame God. People used to blame God for famines. You can't blame God. We have famines because of our own damn doing. If we didn't have wars, there would be no famine because of genetically modified organisms, as you said, because of GMO. Because we have GMO, we can grow a ton of grain. We've cross-pollinated, we've bred grain to the point where we can plant grain and it can produce an abundant harvest and give us a huge yield. And for that, we have virtually defeated starvation, which is pretty good. It's a pretty big victory for mankind. Ukraine in the membrane, insane in the brain, grain in the Ukraine, everyone coming in, boom, boom. It's like that Ice Cube song. What was that called? The Real N-Word Roll Call. There was a rap song we used to listen to back in the early 2000s. The Real N-Word Roll Call. Yeah, we used to listen to that. We used to bang to that. We used to dance to that. Well, I didn't dance. I was never much of a dancer. Let's see here. AI rhythm. Okay, how likely will Ukraine be split between Russia and other Eastern European countries? Pretty likely. I think Russia is just, I mean, Russia has virtually and effectively taken over Eastern Ukraine. Russia controls Eastern Ukraine. If you go to the Donbass region and no one told you there was a war going on, you would think that you were in Russia. It's effectively just a part of the Russian Federation. And I think that, listen, if there's going to be a peace agreement, a concession is going to have to be made that says Donbass is Russia. Bottom line. So I think Ukraine is already split. And the Germans, they want to take the rest of Ukraine. They want the rest of Ukraine that the Russians have not taken control of to be under the control of the Germans. That's what this is about. It's the same reason as to why the Germans and the Austrians have been talking about getting these Balkan countries to become EU members. Why do they want Balkan countries to join the EU? Because they want to control the Balkans. Bottom line. Same reason why the Germans wanted to control the Balkans in World War I. Same reason why they wanted to control the Balkans in World War II. Because they want to throw the Russians out of that region. Balkans are a major geopolitical region. Geopolitically, they are a very advantageous region. The Balkans is the bridge between, really, it's the bridge between Asia and Central Europe. It's the bridge between Anatolia and Europe, Central Europe. It's part of Europe. It's southeastern Europe, but it's that bridge. And so if you control the Balkans, hey, you can easily move from Asia through the Balkans into Central Europe. You're a major empire at that point. The Holy Roman Empire figured this out. The Austro-Hungarians figured this out. And that's why the Austro-Hungarians were so bent on defeating the Russians and throwing the Russians out of the Balkans. Bottom line. Let's see here. The capital. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah. So articles here. Let's see. Let's go to the Washington Post, shall we? Let's see what the Washington Post has to say. The Washington Post always has a lot of interesting stuff to say. Sometimes I think they are better than the New York Times because, I don't know, a lot of times I think the New York Times just publishes articles for the sake of publishing articles because they're a ginormous multi-billion-dollar business, and so they just have to get stuff out there. And listen, the same thing can be said for the Washington Post, but I think that a lot of times when the New York Times has nothing really interesting to say or nothing new to say, the Washington Post will just publish a really telling and really in-depth article that teaches you something. It really is quite fascinating to see this phenomenon in the media. But anyway, it says here that Israel launched military strikes on Iran early Friday, potentially plunging the Middle East into a new round of violence and signaling the likely end of of President Donald Trump's hopes for a negotiated peace deal. Now, did Donald Trump really hope for a negotiated peace deal? Who knows? Maybe the Israelis are just so uncontrollable that it was out of Trump's hands and Trump just said, you know what? I got to support Israel because Israel's our ally. So yeah, Israel, I support you. Or was it that Donald Trump and Netanyahu were just playing good cop, bad cop the whole time, and Netanyahu was playing the warmonger, and Donald Trump was playing the man of peace who just wants to see peace and safety and diplomacy prevail? Which one of these is true? I think time will tell. But I think 100% the United States knew that Israel was going to do this strike. Why they allowed it to happen? Was it because Israel is out of America's control, or was it that America wanted the strike to happen? If I had to guess, the latter of the two is the most likely situation. And because of this fact, Iran can then say, why in the hell should we listen to anything you have to say? Why in the hell should we acquiesce to any of your demands? We're going to make nukes, and we're going to become a nuclear power, whether you like it or not. That's what Iran is going to say. That's what Iran is already saying. We're going to become a nuclear power. And once Iran gets nuclear weapons, Israel and Iran are on an equal footing. Sure, Israel is going to have more nukes than Iran in the beginning. Sure, Iran could have 9 nukes when Israel's got a whole bunch more nukes. Sure. But still, Iran will be in the position to say, we're going to launch 1 nuke into Tel Aviv. And all it takes is for your Iron Dome, to miss this rocket. To miss this nuclear-armed ballistic missile. And Tel Aviv is done. Tel Aviv is another Hiroshima. And does Israel really want to go through that, given the small size of that country? Does Israel really want to go through that? I doubt it. Unless Netanyahu is truly a member of this self-destructive, Third Temple-obsessed messianic cult. So, it says here that Israel launched military strikes on Iran early Friday, potentially plunging the Middle East into a new round of violence, etc., etc. I already read this. And so it says here that in a video statement early Friday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, this operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove what he called a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. So basically what Israel is saying is, we're going to keep attacking. We're going to keep doing this. So what is Iran supposed to do? Just sit there and say, okay, Israel, go ahead and rape me. Go ahead. Ravish me, Israel. What is Iran supposed to do? Just sit there and say, okay, go ahead and attack me. Doesn't Iran also have a right to exist? They always say Israel has a right to exist. Iran has a right to exist. And Iran has the right not to be attacked. So Iran attacked Tel Aviv. They bombed Tel Aviv. Let's be real here. Tel Aviv just got bombed. We just witnessed a first world developed metropolitan zone being bombed for the first time in a very long time. In a very, very long time. We are so used to watching just the third world getting bombed. We're so used to watching, if we hear, hey, a country got bombed today, when we hear something like that, right, we are accustomed to automatically assume that that country that got bombed is just a member of the third world. Oh, which country was it this time? Was it Sudan? Was it Iraq? Was it Syria? Was it Yemen? No. It was Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv just got bombed. What? You mean a first world fully developed metropolitan zone just got bombed by a member of the so-called third world? Yes. truly a sign of the times. Truly a sign that times have changed. And there was that song that came out back in the, what was it, the 60s? Oh, the times, they are a-changing, right? The times truly are a-changing. I forget the singer who sung that, famous singer. Forgot his name. I'm sure someone here knows the singer. The times, they are a-changing, right? The tables are turning. Iran is no longer going to be seen as a third world country. Take the time when you get the chance. Sometimes I do this for fun. Sometimes I do this just for relaxation. I will go to a map of a country, any country, right? Iran, Italy, whatever. I'll find a country that I'm interested in. I'll look at a detailed atlas, a detailed map of the country. And a lot of people want to see the capital of these countries, right? So if it's South Korea, they want to see Seoul. If it's Iran, they want to see Tehran because it's the capital, it's the big city. I look for obscure cities to look at. I've done this with South Korea. I've done this with Italy. I've done this with Iran. And a number of times I have, the music has suddenly stopped. A number of times I have looked at a map of Iran and I have looked at random cities of Iran. And let me tell you, even the most obscure of cities in Iran looks very, very modern. They don't look like something you would see in the third world. They don't look like something that you would see in Africa. They don't look like something that you would see in Iraq or even Yemen, not even. Yemen is 100% a third world country. They look very modern. They look very advanced. They look very Western. They are cities in Iran. They are metropolitan centers in Iran that can compete with Paris. They can compete with major Western cities as far as aesthetics and infrastructure go. I don't think Iran is going to be seen as a third world country in the distant future. I don't. Bob Dylan, that was the singer, right? I don't see that happening. I see Iran as being a very innovative country. Now, there is an Israeli geopolitical thinker. Oh, what's his name? He was a professor. Let me look this up real quick. There was a very famous Israeli professor. What was his name? David. Was it David Gaftan? Let me look this up real quick. Hold on. I have the Elden Ring music playing in the background. Gaftan. Let me look this up real quick. Dan Shwefton. Dan Shwefton was an Israeli professor, and he's still considered to be quite prestigious in the Israeli academic world. He is a hardliner, although he does have some diplomatic views. But I've listened to a good number of Dan Shwefton's videos. I've listened to a good number of his interviews. And he said something that was really interesting about Iran. He said something that I've never heard come out of anyone's mouth, really, especially an Israeli's mouth. And he said, there is only one country in the Middle East that can be just as innovative as Israel, and that's Iran. That's what he said. There's only one country in the Middle East that can be just as innovative as Israel, and that is Iran. And when I heard that, I took notes. I said, okay, I need to remember this fact. I need to remember the fact that a major Israeli academic made this observation. And this guy is no joke. Dan Shwefton is no joke. This guy is considered to be very prestigious. And he said there is only one country in the Middle East that can compete with Israel when it comes to technological innovation. And that also means military technology. And that's Iran. So Israel is terrified of two countries, Iran and Turkey. Why? Because these two countries can compete with Israel when it comes to military technology, when it comes to warfare. And this is where Israel's true fear lies. This is where Israel's true fear lies. Israel does not want neighboring Near Eastern countries to have the same military edge that Israel enjoys. That's why, like I said, this is why Israel was very upset with Donald Trump when Donald Trump entertained the idea of allowing Turkey to buy American F-35s. Because Israel knows that Turkey is superior to Israel. Turkey is stronger than Israel when it comes to every dimension of warfare, with the exception of Air Force, with the exception of air fighting. And if Turkey gets F-35s, then it will be at least on par with Israel when it comes to a military edge, when it comes to military capacity. So this is what terrifies the Israelis more than anything. They don't want to have to take other countries seriously. They don't want to have to include Iran in the negotiating table. They don't want to have to include Iran as a serious Near Eastern neighbor that they have to respect. They want to be in the position where they don't have to respect anyone. That's just the bottom line. Let's see here. Considering how orderly Iran is, any city in Iran is better than Paris. I mean, it looks very metropolitan. More like Poland is the major route. Let's see here. USA taxpayers will build Israel back better. Bob Dylan. What? Will build Israel back better. Bob Dylan. Palestine also has a right to exist. Well, that's why they say there is no Palestine. You ever wonder why they all... Do you guys ever wonder why they love to say Palestine doesn't exist? Because they want to justify pushing those people out and ethnically cleansing them. And at worst, genociding them. Due to Germany becoming more and more polarized, do you think Germany will become divided again? Like the... No, I don't. I don't see that happening. I see Germany becoming united under a cult of personality, a powerful leader like a Kaiser or a Hitler even. So let's get back to these articles here. So Netanyahu said, it's not going to stop. We're going to continue bombing. We're going to continue attacking Iran. Okay. So then Iran is going to continue to attack Israel. That's just the bottom line. So it says here that Israeli officials said that Netanyahu signed orders authorizing the attack on Monday. He spoke on the phone with Trump that same day. So let's say that this is true, right? Let's say that the Israelis are not just making this up to legitimize their attack. Why should the Iranians be reasonable with the Americans? Why should the Iranians want to negotiate with the Americans if the Americans demonstrate that they are clearly acting in bad faith? So it says here that without U.S. Now, here's the thing. This is where America comes into play here, right? Without America, there is no Israel. Without America, Israel is done. So it says here that without U.S. support, deep penetrating bombs and refueling for Israeli jets in particular, an Israeli attack is likely to do limited damage to Iran's nuclear sites, some of which are buried deep underground, former officials and analysts say. So America is the one providing the Israelis with jet fuel and with the bombs that are able to penetrate underneath the ground to damage or to devastate Iran's underground nuclear facilities. Without that support, Israel is cut off. Israel is suffocated. Without that American support, Israel has no capacity to seriously fight against Iran, let alone to stop Iran's nuclear program. So the question is America going to continue to support Israel? That's the question. And I believe, and I don't think this is going to happen under Trump. If it does, I would be surprised. But I believe that eventually America is going to say, sorry, Israel, goodbye. And Israel will be cut off. Israel will be cut off. Do you take sides? No, I don't. I don't take sides in this. I'm not going to sit here and fly the Iranian flag, and I'm not going to sit here and fly the Israeli flag either. I will clearly remember that the U.S. moves their planes and bombers near Iran a few months ago. That's true. That's true. U.S. officials said that American spy agency... Now, this is very interesting. This is very interesting, and this is quite telling. U.S. officials said that American spy agencies in recent weeks have not changed a long-standing assessment that Iran, despite its advanced uranium enrichment work, has not moved to transform that effort into an actual nuclear device. So the Israelis are saying one thing, but American intelligence agencies are saying the complete opposite. The Israelis are saying they're moving to make a bomb. They're making a bomb right now. Blah, 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 blah. They're inches away from making a bomb. They're inches away from making a nuclear weapon. But American intelligence agencies are saying, and they haven't changed their position, they're saying that despite Iran's advanced uranium enrichment work, Iran has not moved to transform their effort into an actual nuclear device. So why in the hell are we going to war for Israel? And as I said, the Israelis are very compulsive. Very compulsive. Pull out of the Iran deal. Pull out of the Iran deal. That's a bad idea. Bad idea. Pull out of the Iran deal. Okay, we'll pull out of the Iran deal. Boom. Iran begins to enrich uranium to very dangerous levels, or to near very dangerous levels. The Israelis said, overthrow Saddam, overthrow Saddam, overthrow Saddam. Bad idea, bad idea. Everyone, let's allow cooler heads to prevail. That's a bad idea. Overthrow Saddam, overthrow Saddam. What happened? What happened? Disaster, the rise of Iran. Overthrow Assad, overthrow Assad. People with logic and sense said, that's a bad idea. And then what happened? Assad got overthrown. Now Turkey is on the rise, and now Syria is under Ahmed al-Sharaa, who is basically just Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is now running Syria. So everything that Israel has been demanding, as far as American policy in the Middle East goes, has led to one disaster after another. And the Israelis are just demonstrating this same compulsive behavior because no one has ever really kept this impulsive behavior in check. Everyone just claps their hands and says, well, that's Israel. You know, mistakes were made. 1 million people dead in Iraq. Mistakes were made. Hundreds of thousands of people dead in Syria. Mistakes were made, guys. Mistakes were made. Oh, and now the Israelis are saying, look at what's happening to the Alawites. The Alawites are being killed. Oh, the Alawites. You mean the very sect that Assad was a member of? That Assad is a member of? The very sect that was dominating Syria? The very sect... The very faction that you wanted to overthrow, now all of a sudden, oh, you feel sorry for the Alawites. Oh, you feel sorry for the Druze. Oh, look, the Druze are being killed. We have to defend the Druze. They're being killed as a result of a revolution that you pushed for, Israel. And now you want to make yourself the hero after you helped cause the problem. Now you want to present yourself as the solution, right? Typical strategy of tension type stuff, right? This is typical Gladio level tier strategy. So now American spy agencies are saying, listen, and they've been saying this for weeks, and they have not changed their position. The American spy agencies are saying, Iran is not moving to actually make nuclear bombs. So can we just allow cooler heads to prevail and not allow ourselves to be caught up in this insane momentum that is being pushed by the Israelis and their American friends and their American Christian Zionist, Messianic, lunatic, cult member friends? A lot of people are allowing themselves to be caught up in the moment. They're allowing themselves to get overtaken in this cloud of deception, in which people are making them think, oh no, they're going to make a nuke. If we don't stop them now, we're done. It's 5 minutes to midnight. And it's that 5 minutes to midnight behavior that is so typical in American society. Everything's the end of the world. Everything is the apocalypse. Everything is the end times. We have to do this now or else we're done. They were saying this about Ahmadinejad when I was in high school. They were saying, Ahmadinejad, he's Hitler. He's just another Hitler. When the reality was that Ahmadinejad was like a 5-foot-tall Iranian Jew who was just talking shit about Israel, but he didn't do shit to Israel. And here's the thing. Ahmadinejad was Jewish. You can look into this. He was Jewish. He was an Iranian Jew who hated Israel. And guess what? He acknowledged that he was Jewish. And no one tried to kill him. So some Iranian Jew was saying death to Israel, and he was saying death to Israel just to appease the mob. And then all these pro-Israel people in America, John Hagee included, were saying that he's Hitler. No, he's just some Jewish guy who's an opportunist, and he's politically very savvy. He's savvy enough to know how to please the mob. That's it. He didn't do shit. But he was Hitler. Guess what? Nothing happened. Nothing happened with Ahmadinejad. I've been hearing about this Iranian threat since I was in high school. Probably even before that. Probably going back to when I was in middle school, I was hearing about this stuff. I'm pretty certain I was hearing about this stuff when I was in middle school. And the Zionists were pushing propaganda at that time. And people bought into it. And every time we followed these types of policies, they lead to just more and more suffering. Just more and more suffering. It's insane to me. Let's see here. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Evangelical neo-cult bros. Yep, exactly. Ted Beebe has left Israel on a jet. All right, let's check this out. Breaking news, guys. I told you this was going to happen during the stream. You're going to get new installments as the stream goes on. Bibi left. Netanyahu left Israel? Really? I'm not seeing anything on this. Can you send me a link or give me the website that you read this on? And please don't tell me Telegram. Please don't tell me Telegram. Where did you read this? I'm guessing you read this on Twitter. So this guy is saying that Benjamin Netanyahu's presidential plane, Wing of Zion, that's the name of his plane, Wing of Zion, took off from Tel Aviv at 11:22 a.m. this morning, local time. It landed in Athens, Greece at 1:06 p.m. Is Greece sheltering the war crimes fugitive? What the hell? That's crazy. If he truly has left Israel, I mean, I don't find that very hard to believe. I wouldn't really be surprised by that, just given the fact that Israel just got bombed. So, I mean, I'm not really shocked. But if it's true that he has left Israel, then that would give the faction that is anti-Netanyahu the opportunity to say, you see, he has abandoned us. He has pushed us to war. We got bombed. We're going to continue to get bombed. And what has this man done? He has abandoned us. He has left ship. Yeah, if this is true, it does not look good for Netanyahu at all. Does not look good for Netanyahu at all. Did he really leave? That's the thing. Let's check this out on... I don't know. But people are using open source data to prove this. The Prime Minister's official aircraft was circulating escorted by fighter jets. Okay, hold on. Wing of Zion. Ooh. Never mind, guys. Jerusalem Post just published on it 12 hours ago, so that's not exactly recent, but that's relatively recent. I mean, it's half a day ago. Israel's state plane, Wing of Zion, departs for Athens amid fears of Iranian retaliation. Oh my God. All the anti-Netanyahu people are going to eat this one up if they aren't already. Look. He has abandoned ship. He pushed us into war. Because believe me, listen, I want to make this very clear. because I don't want to tolerate any sort of anti-Semitism on this channel. There are plenty of Israelis who are against Netanyahu, and there are plenty of Israelis who are against pushing for war with Iran. I know because I look at Haaretz every single day. And there are plenty of Israelis who are against Netanyahu. There are plenty of Israelis who are against what's been going on in Gaza and the war crimes, etc., etc. And so they're going to eat this one up. They're going to use this against them so badly, it's going to be hilarious. So they're going to say, he pushed us into war and abandoned us. And we told Netanyahu not to do this. Cooler, listen, oh man, the defense minister of Israel, the last defense minister of Israel, I forgot his name, but the guy who was the defense minister before the current one said, Natan, do not push Israel into a multi-front war. Let's first deal with Gaza. Let's not do a multi-front war. Let's try to fix the problems that we currently have. It's not a good idea to have all these wars happening simultaneously. Israel can't handle this. Netanyahu fired him and replaced him with some messianic figurehead. And look, Netanyahu, after firing the defense minister for giving sound advice, because he gave sound advice, has further deepened Israel's multi-front war, has sparked another front, this time with Iran. Iran just bombed Israel, and what does Netanyahu do? He abandoned ship. This ain't going to look good, I'm telling you. This is going to be used as propaganda. You'll see on Haaretz articles being done. If this is true, and I think it is, because Jerusalem Post, this is from the Jerusalem Post. This is a big, prestigious Israeli newspaper. Israel's version of Air Force One took off from Ben Gurion Airport on Friday morning, just before IDF spokesperson Brigadier General Afia Defreen announced that Iran launched over 100 attack drones. Yoav Gallant. Okay. So, Iran sent 100 drones to Israel, and what does Netanyahu do? He runs away. He doesn't say, hey, guys, I am in Israel. You know, he could have done the typical propaganda scheme of dressing up in military fatigues. I mean, Netanyahu was in the military, right? He knows how to fire a gun. I'm sure he knows something about military tactics. He could have put his uniform on. He could have put his IDF uniform on. He could have got the camera in front of him. He could have published a video on his YouTube account saying, guys, I am with you. We're in this war together. I will not abandon you. Right? He could have done the Machiavellian thing. But he decided to leave. I mean, this does not look good for him. Bibi should be prosecuted for terrorism, though he called it himself. My definition of terrorism is the systematic targeting of innocent civilians for political gain. Wow. So, okay, so Netanyahu's a terrorist. I will continue to update you. I appreciate that, Josh. Thank you, sir. It's not easy to update yourself on new installments to a major story and then stream at the same time. Because I'm looking at the chat, I'm looking at the news, I'm looking at all this stuff. Israel's version of Air Force One. So Netanyahu has ran away. He's gone. He's hanging out in Greece eating gyros. He's eating gyros right now. So he was eating gyros while his people were getting bombed. How does that look good? I guess we are in a new Cold War. I think it's becoming more of a hot war every day. The Wing of Zion, Israel's own version of Air Force One, took off from Ben Gurion Airport on Friday morning as Israel initiated an assault on Iranian nuclear facilities as part of Operation Rising Lion. So he left while Iran was getting bombed. Okay, hold up. A member of the chat just gave me... No, why did you delete it? BY just made a good point. Why did you delete it? I was about to read it. Why did you delete it for? He said, BY just said, so Netanyahu is not willing to die for Israel, but he wants Americans to die for Israel. Brilliant. Brilliant observation, as obvious as it is. Brilliant observation. Because so many people are infected with this ideological smog that they have in their heads because they're a member of a cult. that they don't want to see this reality. So you have Americans on X saying, we gotta go. And I mean, maybe they're all fake. Maybe they're all just bots. Maybe they're all just AI, whatever. They're probably just it's probably a mix between fake AI accounts and paid hospitalists and just AI or just shills for Israel and just fanatics for Israel. It's there. No, it's not. It's gone. It just says it literally says message retracted. Maybe you don't see it, but that's what I'm seeing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I remember your comment and I summarized it. So there you go. It's still brilliant nonetheless. Yes, so there are people saying, yes, I saw one dude on X, I kid you not, somebody on X said, hey, I don't want to die for Israel. And I kid you not, some Zionist, could be a bot, could be fake, I don't know, but some X account responded back to this guy by saying, well, you better nut up because war at times is necessary, and this is going to be it'll be a righteous war. Netanyahu don't want to fight. Netanyahu doesn't want to be in this war. He auto-deleted it. Okay, there you go. That happens sometimes. He doesn't want to die. I mean, didn't even Churchill put himself in a bunker? I remember I remember a photo of Churchill in a bunker. I remember Churchill in a bunker, seeing a photo of Churchill in a bunker. And they said, oh, look, Churchill's in a bunker. To show solidarity with his people, like, hey, I'm with you. You don't even see Naughton doing that. I mean, Naughton could have got into a bunker. He could have gone into one of those safe houses and said, hey, I'm with you guys. He could have put on a military uniform, and he could have said, in Hebrew, Shalom, 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 he could have done that, but no. I believe the Israeli plane was carrying the Israeli ambassador of Athens to Greece, not Netanyahu. Well, that could be it. This could be bullshit. But Jerusalem Post here is saying the aircraft, which serves Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Isaac Herzog as their official vessel of transportation during international visits, departed for Athens on Friday, amid fears of an Iranian retaliatory attack. The aircraft was also previously flown out of the Nevatim air base in the northern Negev during Iran's attack on Israel. Shortly after Wing of Zion departed for Greece, IDF spokesman Brigadier General Afia Defreen told a press conference on Friday morning that Iran had launched over 100 drones. Okay, so this could be the ambassador. I don't know. That's why I say I'm not sure, but I don't know. Maybe I just ranted on there for an hour for nothing. Who knows? But it is his official aircraft, and it has left to Greece, so we don't... Yeah, it could be that Netanyahu fled. It could be that this plane was just transporting the U.S. ambassador. But, I mean, does the U.S. ambassador fly on the Wing of Zion plane? I don't know if they would do that for the ambassador. Churchill was in a bunker under number 10 during the Blitz. There you go. This guy is spamming my channel with crazy talk. Please. They really need to stop allowing crazy houses to have Wi-Fi. They need to cut off all the crazy houses from internet access. Are they just moving the aircraft? That's possible also. It's possible, but if it's true, that would be quite embarrassing for Naughton. Quite embarrassing. So it says here that top Israeli officials who often take a more alarmist view of a nuclear program believe will some... Hey, hold on. Let me just read this again. I just misread it. Top Israeli officials who often take a more alarmist view of a nuclear program... There's a big typo. Never mind. I did not misread this. There's just a big-ass typo here. They believe... So these Israeli alarmists believe... that Iran's project will someday be aimed at their country, Israel. So the Israelis are pushing this 5 minutes to midnight way of thinking, but American spy agencies are saying, and they have not changed their position, that Iran isn't working to make an actual nuclear weapon. So it says here that both Israel and the Trump administration have said that the only way to ensure Iran will never have a nuclear weapon is to dismantle or destroy its enrichment capabilities. Iran denies it is seeking such a weapon and says it has the right, as a signatory to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, to enrich low-grade uranium for civilian purposes. But advocates of military intervention, hoorah, shove a boot up your ass, including Nucor Chairman Emeritus Rupert Murdoch and former Marvel Entertainment Chairman Isaac Ike Perlmutter. Why is this guy in a position of authority? Why should we listen to what the former chairman of Marvel Entertainment has to say? Mr. Isaac Perlmutter have tried in private phone calls with President Trump to push Trump toward backing a strike on Iran. So more of the Zionist compulsive behavior is being demonstrated here, right? This is the compulsive behavior I was telling you guys about. Trump, I can imagine the phone calls. Trump, you gotta bomb Iran. Bomb it. Send the troops. Military interventionism, just like Iraq. I'm telling you guys right now. You have Israelis who are saying, or just American Jewish people in general, who are saying, our big concern right now is this sudden rise in anti-Semitism. Yeah, that's true. There is a sudden rise in anti-Semitism. If you want to push anti-Semitism even more, just have America go to war with Iran. Seriously, just keep pushing for a war between the United States and Iran. If America goes boots on the ground against Iran, anti-Semitism will grow a billionfold. It'll grow 100%. Because everyone's going to be saying the Jews dragged us into war and did this. Everyone's going to be saying it. And everyone's going to be singing that song by Kanye West, Heil Hitler. Everyone's going to be singing that. Not me. I won't be singing that. But a lot of people are going to be singing that. If you see America saying, we're going to send 30,000 troops into Iran and we're going to bomb Tehran and we got to do this for Israel. If that bullshit happens, expect Nazism to come right back. It'll happen. 100%. I mean, if I was a Jewish person and I was terrified of anti-Semitism, and I'm scared of anti-Semitism, to be honest with you, I am. I'm worried about this sudden resurgence in anti-Semitism. I am. Because I don't want to see Nazism. And I don't think anyone with any sense wants to see Nazism come back. But if America goes boots on the ground against Iran, expect for anti-Semitism to come back a gazillion fold. Because everyone's going to say it's the Jews. Now let's talk some more about how America lies, about how the Zionists lie to get people riled up for war, to trick people into supporting war. So here's an article that came out, and it talks about what the head of the CIA at the time, back in 2022, Mr. William Burns, said about Iran. So this is what William Burns said. All right, William Burns, director of the CIA. This is what he said back in 2022. Now, for how many decades has Israel been telling people about Iran this and Iran that, and there's going to be a nuclear bomb coming out of Iran, and et cetera, et cetera? Look at what William Burns, the director of the CIA, said in 2022. This is what he said. During his speech at the Aspen Security Forum in Colorado, Director Burns stated, "Our best intelligence judgment is that the Iranians have not resumed the weaponization effort, that that they had underway up until 2004 and then suspended. So he said this back in 2022. Our best intelligence judgment is that the Iranians have not resumed the weaponization effort that they had underway up until 2004 and then suspended. So that's something. Obviously, we at CIA and across the U.S. intelligence community keep a very, very sharp focus on. So in 2022, the director of the CIA, William Burns, said the Iranians are not pursuing this effort to make nuclear bombs. But what was Israel saying? Israel was saying the same thing it's saying now. Israel was saying the same thing that it had been saying for many years before that. They're going to make a bomb. We have to bomb Iran. We have to go to war with Iran. The Israelis were trying to push the Obama administration to start a war with Iran. It didn't work. They were trying to get Donald Trump during his first term to go to war with Iran. It didn't happen. And now they're trying to do the same thing. And that's why they bombed Iran, because they want to accelerate this conflict to where it becomes serious so that, and this is, I think this is what one of the hopes of the Israelis is. The Israelis, in my opinion, in my observation, are hoping that Donald Trump's evangelical fans are going to tell Donald Trump, Trump, you have to go to war. And then the Israelis are hoping that Donald Trump would acquiesce to such demands with the hopes of maintaining the favor of his evangelical voting bloc. Now, if this is true, then the Israelis really don't understand American society very well, because the pro-Israel sentiment in the United States is going down. So the great majority of Americans are not interested in war. Even if Israel and Iran are killing each other, and they're killing each other, most Americans will still say no to war. Still, you can find a minority of Americans who are really gung-ho about war, but guess what? You're never going to see those types of Americans in the battlefield. Most Americans, the great majority of Americans, are against war with Iran. But the Israelis are hoping to escalate the situation with the hopes that America will join in. But no matter what happens, people are going to look back and say that this conflict is based on alarmism and it's based on manipulation. This manipulative policy of saying it's 5 minutes to midnight. If we don't stop them now, then they're going to get nukes and we're all going to be dead. That type of manipulative strategy is what's being used here. And people see it right now. And if they don't see it, then more than likely they will see it in the future. But in 2022, the director of the CIA, William Burns, said Iran is not pursuing nuclear armament. And there were people in the American intelligence sector who were saying something similar about Saddam Hussein. They were saying Saddam Hussein doesn't have weapons of mass destruction. Saddam Hussein is not a threat to the United States. And the Zionists in the Project for the New American Century, the Zionists who were a part of Team B, which was set up to make up evidence to counter the actual American intelligence agencies, were saying that Saddam Hussein was a threat and we have to stop them now. And these Zionists were using figures like Ahmed Chalabi, who was an Iraqi scammer who robbed the Bank of Jordan, as evidence. They were using him as this carrier of intelligence to prove that the CIA was wrong, to prove that people in the CIA who disagreed with a war in Iraq were wrong. And Ahmed Chalabi was pushing lies. He was saying, I have secret intelligence that Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction and that he's a threat to the US. And it turned out that Ahmed Chalabi was a scam artist. But people still want to buy the bullshit. I mean, if you've been lied to so many times by a certain ideological faction, or if you have been lied to so many times by a certain government, if you continue to believe the source of the lies, then you're the one at fault. You deserve whatever pain that you're going to go through. You deserve whatever shame you're going to have for believing the liar. Bottom line. Is my thing frozen here? Okay, I'll read your guys' comments. Hold on. Let's see here. Not the U.S. ambassador, the Israeli ambassador to Greece. Oh, I see. Okay. That's what Greek media report. Okay. So never mind. Bibi fled. That may be true. It may not be true. I'll keep an eye out on this to see which one of these is true. But more than likely, this is the Greek ambassador, and people are coming to conclusions a little bit too early. Put all the crazies on fish tank so we can bully them with TTS donations. Netanyahu probably knows the Iranians will try to assassinate him, so he left to save his skin. Didn't Iran take in so many Jews during the Holocaust? Yup, that's correct. Sam Asshide was behind the missile attack. There you go. Let's see. Squinting eyes while using Oy vey. That's how I do it. Send Kanye to meet Bibi. That's a great idea. That'll be a hilarious meeting. The thing that ticks me off is that Trump 1.0 pull out of the nuclear deal we had with Iran. Yup, now Trump 2.0 is using a deal we pulled out from after we negotiated it as a pretext to go to war. That's correct. Yup, the deception is very real. Hopefully Trump isn't stupid enough to go to war with Iran, but the people in his cabinet don't offer much hope. Yup. Well, he's already gone to war. That's it. This is a declaration of war. That's it. There's already a war between Israel and Iran. That's why Bibi is attacking now due to the growing anti-Semitism. Well, anti-Semitism is going to get a lot bigger. And that's the thing. Israel's thinking, okay, there's anti-Semitism, so we have to fight the anti-Semitism by going to war with Iran. As I've said numerous times, Israel is in a lose-lose situation. No matter what, anti-Semitism is going to increase. No matter what Israel does. Well, not no matter what, but if Israel fights Hamas and kills a bunch of civilians in the process, anti-Semitism is going to go up. If Israel goes to war with Iran, anti-Semitism is going to go up. So every decision that Israel is making is going to lead to more and more people just hating Israel. I mean, listen, I'm not Israeli, but I'm pissed off at Israel right now because they're trying to drag the United States into a war that is not necessary. And if America decides to go to war with Iran, you're going to have a ton of dead people. A lot of instability, a lot of chaos, a lot of suffering. It's not going to be good. Pro-Israeli sentiment in the U.S. is going down so fast they can use it to power hypersonic missiles. True. The Cold War era mentality needs to end. I know, I agree. This looks very plausible. Thank you, Guts. It took me 3 minutes to write that comment. The charismatic boomers will always be for Israel no matter what they do. That's correct. Yep, that's correct. But eventually the boomers are going to be no more. And they're going to be gone. And they're not going to be politically relevant. And when that happens, then Israel's last and final bulwark for American support is going to be gone with it. And when you have the millennials and when you have the Zoomers dominating politics, the support for Israel is going to be very, very minimal, to say the least. Hamas is nothing in comparison to Iran. Hamas is nothing. As I've said, Israel is very brave and courageous when fighting Hamas, fighting Hezbollah, fighting the Houthis. When it comes to Iran, they're nervous. They need the United States. So here is a quote from Tamir Heyman. I'll make this a little bit larger. Hold on. Now check this out. Look what it says here. Here's a line from Tamir Heyman, director of Israeli intelligence. And Tamir Heyman, it says here that Tamir Heyman has already stated that Tel Aviv has not found evidence that Tehran plans to develop nuclear weapons, despite the fact that there is a large process of uranium enrichment. So even the director of Israeli intelligence back in 2022, or back some years ago, stated There is no evidence that Iran is actually trying to make a nuclear bomb. And this is what Tamir said, quote, "To the best of our knowledge, the directive has not changed, and they are not heading toward a breakout. They are not heading toward a bomb right now. It may be in the distant future. There is an enriched amount of uranium in volumes that we have not seen before, and it is disturbing. At the same time, in all other aspects of the Iranian nuclear project, we see no progress. Not in the weapons project, in the financial area, not in any other sector." So the director of Israeli intelligence already said years ago, we see no progress towards actual nuclear armament in Iran. Just don't see it. So we have right now, and you can say, well, this was years ago, right? You can say this was back in 2022, etc. Right now, U.S. spy agencies are saying that they see no sign of Iran actually putting in the effort to make nuclear bombs. We're ignoring our own American spy agencies, and instead we're listening to a bunch of fanatics in Israel. Make it make sense. Seriously, make it make sense. The anti-Semitism argument is getting really effing tiring. Well, it's getting tiring because people are using it for a manipulative purpose, right? They're using it in a manipulative manner. Now, if people come out and say, "Hey, listen, I don't like people attacking Jews," there's nothing wrong with that. I myself am worried about anti-Semitism. I am, and I'm not even Jewish. But I'm worried about anti-Semitism for two reasons. One, I have been mistaken for a Jew too many damn times. People have thought that I was Jewish. People have assumed me. People have assumed that I'm Jewish. I've had people write comments saying that I'm a Jew. I've had people tell me that I'm the most Jewish person they've ever seen, the most Jewish-looking person they've ever laid eyes upon. I've been told this sort of stuff. So if anti-Semitism rises up, I might as well just put a Star of David on me because people are probably going to attack me, right? If there's pogroms in the United States, they're going to say, "Hey, there's a Jew living in this neighborhood. That's the guy. I'm pretty certain that dude's a Jew." Right? That guy looks Semitic enough. Get rid of him. Israel might as well just make me an honorary Jew at this point. So that's the first reason as to why I worry about anti-Semitism. In fact, I'm telling you right now, this actually happened. Twice in a row, neo-Nazis put anti-Semitic pamphlets on my front door. Yeah, on my yard. On my yard. Yes, I had it happen twice. I saw on my front yard a pamphlet. I picked it up, and it was talking about how the Jews own everything, and the Jews this, and the Jews that, and the Jews are satanic, and the Jews are this and that, and this and the other. I'm like, what the fuck? And I remember going to my neighbor and talking to my neighbor, and I said, "Hey, did you receive any weird pamphlets?" He said, "What do you mean?" And I said, I got this on my front yard. And he said, "No, I've never gotten that." I said, "Oh shit." So then I threw it away, and the next day I went to my front yard, and I was hoping, I'm hoping that I'm not going to see this pamphlet. I'm hoping I'm not going to see this pamphlet. Dude, I'm not joking. It was almost like horror soundtrack music was playing in my mind. I'm walking on the front yard, and I just look at the grass, and I see the same damn pamphlet. It was like a scene out of a horror movie. And I said, "Oh shit." I pick it up, and there it is again. Dude, it was freaking disturbing. Man, it was disturbing. And I was wondering if anyone else had received these types of pamphlets. So I called up the police. Not 911, I just called up the department. And I said, "Have you guys gotten any calls about anti-Jewish pamphlets on their front yards?" And the police lady said, "No, we haven't got any calls reporting any sort of anti-Semitic pamphlets." on their front yards. And I said, well, I found an anti-Jewish pamphlet on my front yard, and this is the second time in a row that this has happened. And she said, well, do you want us to send an officer to you? And I said, no, don't do that. I said, I'm just wondering if you guys have gotten any phone calls recently about any sort of weird Nazi anti-Jewish pamphlets on their front yards. And she said, no, we haven't gotten any reports lately. And I said, okay. So that was really weird. And I went onto Google and I looked up on Google to see if there were any articles on this subject. And I found an article talking about how people throughout the country have been reporting how they were getting the same pamphlets on their front yards. And I thought, okay, I'm not the only one. This is a part of a widespread movement. And it was disturbing. So I don't want to see anti-Semitism rising up. I know there are a lot of people who would want to see that rising up, but I don't want to see anti-Semitism becoming prominent, even though it is becoming prominent. Because it's dangerous. Because when you start seeing anti-Semitism becoming popular, that means Hitler is going to become popular. So Hitler was a mass murderer. So if people start praising a mass murderer, then mass murder is going to be the result of that. So it's just not good. Not good. Let's see here. Iranians have two big-ass nuclear friends who have their backs. Does Russia really have Iran's back? I don't know. This was planned so many months ago. Yeah, it was. This attack on Iran was 8 months in the making. So, yeah, they were planning this for 8 months. Iran bought nukes from the USSR, collapsed 30 years ago. Well, then they already have nuclear bombs. So, and apparently they've never used those bombs. So, I don't know. You looking like a Jew? Yeah, dude. Have you been to Israel? Have you ever seen how Israelis look? I could easily pass as an Israeli, easily. Or a Puerto Rican. Yeah, or a Puerto Rican. Let's see here. I'm honestly in the same boat as you. Yeah. Those movementarian pamphlets. Was it the GDL thing? Yup. Yeah, it was the Goyim. It was a pamphlet that was made by a group calling itself the Goyim Defense League. It was insane. Israel attacked Iran conveniently just after the U.S. signed a trade agreement with China. The timing is very suspicious because now the U.S. can put its full attention toward the Middle East. Interesting. They'll have to build a golf course next to the tarmac where the corpses arrive. I expect Trump to thank every family for their loss in person. Hopefully, Trump keeps us out of war. Hopefully. I have a feeling that once real anti-Semitism breaks out, neo-Nazis will start going after hybrid Jews. I think they're going to go after anyone who even looks Jewish. I mean, if that sort of thing really gets out of hand. Yes, I know these guys. They're harmless. Well, for now, right? For now, they like to pass out pamphlets. And I know that the Goyim Defense League went to John Hagee's church and they were arguing with random people outside of the church. And so, yeah, they're harmless in the sense that they haven't hurt anyone yet. But if they feel empowered enough, they can actually become violent. Yes. Because you have to understand, these are Hitler reverers. They are Hitler enjoyers. So if you're a Hitler enjoyer, that means you love the idea of mass murder. Put SPQR on your items. Yeah, they'll think that I'm one of those Roman Empire LARPers. They'll be like, oh, no, he's good, guys. He's good. Just whatever you do, don't put a pro-Trump sign on your front yard. Whatever you do, they're going to say, Zionist! Get him! Now, let me show you guys an excerpt. Let me show you guys an excerpt from an article that I wrote many years ago. I wrote this article years and years and years ago. I want to say I wrote this back in 2018 or 19. And I was looking at this article today and I said, you know what? There's some really valuable knowledge and really helpful details that definitely shed light on what's happening right now. So this article talks about the lies that were perpetuated to advance the invasion of Iraq. And look what it says here. Look at what it says here. So in this article, in this part of the article, I'm talking about all of the neocons who were pushing lies to advance the Iraq war. And so it says here, Scooter Libby, guys, who Trump pardoned from a 30-year prison sentence for lying to investigators, a major neoconservative, was part of the endeavor to manipulate evidence to justify the Iraq war. So this is what was happening to justify the Iraq war. You don't think they're doing the same thing right now? They are, because we have our own American spy agencies who are saying Iran is not pursuing nuclear armament. And then you have the Israelis and their American allies saying, oh, no, they are. So who's lying here? Someone's lying. And we've seen a pattern of this in our own recent history, going back to the late 90s, early 2000s. So are we really going to believe the same bullshit? Libby, Mr. Libby, paid visits to the CIA numerous times. Now check this out. Scooter Libby paid visits to the CIA numerous times, pressuring them for analysis that could point to evidence that could serve as a pretext for an invasion of Iraq. So the CIA was saying, we're not really so certain about this Saddam Hussein being this existential threat sort of talking point. And Scooter Libby goes to the CIA numerous times and he says, you better give us some evidence so that we can justify a war in Iraq. Libby also partook in a 2003 statement on the threat coming from Iraq. This statement was pushed on Colin Powell to get him to support the war. Powell's deputy, Richard Armitage, was appalled at what he considered overreaching and hyperbole. So the deputy of Colin Powell, Richard Armitage, said, I'm appalled at this sort of manipulation that's being done to advance lies to act as a pretext for the Iraq war. And it says here that he was appalled at what he considered overreaching and hyperbole. Libby was drawing only the worst conclusions from fragments and silky threads. So this is how they created a web of lies to support the Iraq war. And what did the Iraq war lead to? Nothing good. Nothing good. And look at what it says here. The neoconservatives pushing for war in Iraq would also use intelligence coming from Israel, and another source that they utilized for this was Ahmed Chalabi. Ahmed Chalabi was a scam artist, and the Israelis and the neocons and the Zionists, they were pushing Ahmed Chalabi as one of their main sources of evidence. They were saying, well, Ahmed Chalabi is Iraqi, he's got all this intelligence, and he's giving us all the information that proves that Saddam Hussein's got weapons of mass destruction. Oh, and meanwhile, he was being wanted by the Jordanian government for robbing the Bank of Jordan, by the way. Yeah. So they used a scam artist to promote the scam of the Iraq war. And what happened in the Iraq war? Overthrowing Saddam, backing terrorists, and what's been happening in regards to the whole Iranian situation? For years, the United States has been backing the Mujahideen al-Haq-e-Iran, the MEK, which is a terrorist organization. It's a cult/terrorist organization that was being supported by Donald Trump during his first term. And Giuliani was pushing for the MEK because the whole idea is to overthrow the Ayatollah and replace him with the MEK, with a terrorist organization that has actually killed American citizens and has killed many Iranian civilians. So are we really going to fall for the same bullshit? Really? It's just insane. It's just insane, guys. And now look what it says here. The Office of Special Plans, a Pentagon unit formed by Paul Wolfowitz and Douglas Faith. Now let me tell you guys something. there's one thing that these two guys have in common. I'm not going to say what that is, but there's one thing that these two guys have in common. Paul Wolfowitz and Douglas Faith. There's one thing that these two guys have in common. I'm not going to say what it is. So Wolfowitz and Faith both used Israeli sources and Shalaby and other Iraqi opposition operatives as their evidence to justify a war in the Middle East. According to the New York Times reporter James Risen, Israeli intelligence played a hidden role in convincing Wolfowitz that he could not trust the CIA. Holy moly. Macaroni. Guys, this is the bullshit that's happening. We have American spy agencies saying, right now, Iran is not actually exerting efforts to make a nuclear bomb. We have the head or the director of the CIA, William Burns, saying back in 2022 that with the best intelligence that America has, the CIA has concluded and observed that Iran isn't really pursuing nuclear armament. He said this back in 2022. And he said Iran's nuclear activities is something that we look at intensely. He said we have a fixation on Iran's nuclear activities. So this is something that the CIA has been looking at intensely for years. And Mr. Burns, William Burns, said, to the best of our intelligence, Iran is not seriously pursuing nuclear armament. The director of Israeli intelligence, Mr. Tamir Hyman, said the same thing. But the Israelis are telling us that they're all wrong. And what happened before the Iraq War? The same damn thing. Israeli intelligence convinced Wolfowitz that he could not trust the CIA. And I don't think Mr. Wolfowitz needed convincing at all. I think he already made that conclusion. It's not like he was just this poor soul who got fooled. I mean, the guy was evil. And I wrote here, and this would lead to Wolfowitz turning to Shalaby and also creating the Policy Counterterrorism Evaluation Group. So the neocons created their own organization, their own institute, to combat the opinion of the CIA. They called it the Policy Counterterrorism Evaluation Group. And this was established by Wolfowitz and Mr. Shalaby. My music stopped, so I'm going to bring the music back. Oh, sorry. Let me just change something here real quick, guys. Hold on. Get some Resident Evil music here playing. Let's go back to this article. Oh boy. So here we go. Shalaby was fully embraced by his neoconservative allies in the United States. The Jewish Institute for National Security in America had Shalaby frequently in their events and board meetings. He also cultivated close ties with AIPAC. Any surprise there? An Iraqi scam artist who was being propped up by the Zionists as this major source for intelligence to prove that Saddam Hussein was this existential threat was also working with AIPAC? Oh, are we supposed to be shocked? I'm aghast. I am shocked. The American Enterprise Institute. Oh, look, another warmongering organization. Zionist warmongering organization. American Enterprise Institute, another remnant of the Cold War. And by the way, the American Enterprise Institute had been for years pushing for the United States to arm Azerbaijan to kill the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh because the Armenians are an ally of the Iranians. And then what happened, right? The Americans armed the Azeris, the Israelis armed the Azeris, and then the Azeris ethnically cleansed Nagorno-Karabakh of Armenians in the early 2020s, and then AEI, the same organization that had been pushing for the United States to arm Azerbaijan to fight the Armenians, publishes an article saying, oh, look, Turkey is rising up at a very dangerous level. The AEI, the same organization that pushed for the arming of Azerbaijan, got what it wanted, right? America armed Azerbaijan, Israel armed Azerbaijan, and then the Azeris defeat the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh, and then AEI publishes an article saying, man, Turkey's getting really big. Isn't this what you wanted? Because you guys wanted to combat Iran. I keep telling you guys, these Zionists are compulsive lunatics. They're compulsive. Arm Azerbaijan to defeat the Armenians. Okay, fine, let's arm the Azeris. Armenia just got defeated. Turkey's rising up in the South Caucasus. Oh my god, this is terrible. Isn't this what you guys wanted? Didn't you guys want the arming of the Azeri Turks? Didn't you guys know that by arming the Azeris to defeat the Armenians, you would be actually enabling the rise of Turkey, the further rise of Turkish power in the South Caucasus? Didn't you guys know that? Just like, didn't the Israelis know that if you overthrow Assad, it's going to lead to the rise of Turkey, and it's going to lead to the empowerment of Al-Qaeda in Syria? Didn't they know that? They're compulsive people. They're destructive. These Zionists are forces of destruction. Forces of destruction. MEK is some Islamic Marxist hybrid, so Trump-backed radical Marxist. That's correct. Yes, they are Marxist. Yes, I forgot to mention that. MEK is not just a terrorist organization. It is a Islamo-Marxist terrorist organization. Oh, isn't it amazing that during the Trump administration, how many times did we hear about cultural Marxism? How many times did we hear that bullshit? Cultural Marxism, the Islamo Communist Alliance. Guys, how many times did we hear pro-Israel Zionist bloggers on the internet, on YouTube, talking about the Islamo-Fascist Alliance, the Islamo-Marxist, the Islamo-left-wing alliance, guys. Cultural Marxism, guys. The thread is cultural Marxism, SJW, cultural Marxist. How many times did we hear that bullshit? And then during Trump's first term, Trump was backing literally an Islamo-Marxist organization. Islamo-Marxist terrorist organization against Iran. And no one caught up on this? No one caught up on this? No one saw, no one was aware that this was happening? No one mentioned this? No one caught up to this? But they'll talk about Islamo-Marxism, they'll talk about cultural Marxism, Islamo-Fascism. We got to stop Iran. How do we stop Iran? Let's back Marxist and Islamist terrorists. And don't they always say, well, didn't they say Saddam's got to go because he attacked Israelis? Assad's got to go because Assad backed Shiite terrorists in Iraq who were attacking our soldiers in Iraq. Well, for one thing, your soldiers shouldn't have been there in the first place. And secondly, so why in the hell are you backing an Islamo-Marxist terrorist organization in the name of fighting Iran? It's insanity. Complete insanity. Is anyone here a Zionist? Guys, please don't wake up the Hosperus. Don't wake up the Hosperus. So does this mean Iran will be kicked out of the world? I don't. Iran is the World Cup, probably. So look at what it says here. Bernard Lewis, by the way, is an historian who denies the Armenian genocide. Oh, so he denies the Armenian genocide, but he wants us to kill more people in war. Yeah, the people who deny genocide are the bloodthirsty people. The people who deny genocide are bloodthirsty people. He denies the Armenian genocide because Bernard Lewis is an operative for NATO, and NATO is pro-Turkey. It's simple as that. Simple as that. It says here that Bernard Lewis affirmed that the new leader of Iraq after Saddam's downfall should be Shalaby, while Max Singer, the co-founder of the Hudson Institute, elevated Shalaby as a man of the West. Meanwhile, Shalaby was being wanted by the law in Jordan for literally robbing the Bank of Jordan. Shalaby was given the excessive acclamation of the George Washington of Iraq. And that's another thing that Zionists love to do. They love to identify people with historical figures. So if you're a guy who's speaking out, and this was quite common back in the day, and by back in the day I mean early 2000s. If you were one of these guys who was speaking out against the whole Islamic problem, the Zionists would come along and say, "You're a Winston Churchill of our time. You're another Winston Churchill. You're just like Martin Luther King Jr. You're another Martin Luther King Jr. He's a man of the West. Mr. Shalaby he's the George Washington of Iraq." Shalaby also tickled the ears of the Israelis with promises of an oil pipeline from Haifa to Mosul. Oh, the Israelis had interest in Iraqi oil. The Guardian quoted a former CIA agent as saying, quote, "It has long been a dream of a powerful section of the people now driving the Bush administration." I love how this guy just can't say Zionist. I mean, just say Zionist, right? It has long been a dream of or just say the pro-Israel lobby. No, they can't say that because that's a little bit too spicy. He says, "It has long been a dream of a powerful section of the people now driving the Bush administration and the war in Iraq to safeguard Israel's energy supply. Rebuilding the old Kirkuk to Haifa pipeline would transform economic power in the region, cutting out Syria and solving Israel's energy crisis at a stroke." So they wanted to build a giant pipeline from Iraq to Israel, cut off Syria's significance, and then just take the resources. And that's why that was one of the reasons as to why they wanted to overthrow Saddam Hussein. At least that was definitely an interest of theirs. So it says here, as it turned out, all the praise for Shalaby was vanity. Shalaby was providing the Americans with false evidence about Iraq. This, in fact, was acknowledged by the CIA and the State Department, who deemed Shalaby as both dishonest and unreliable. Now, isn't this interesting? Isn't this interesting? Now, if we go to war with Iran, it'll be a huge disaster. I don't have to be a genius or a geopolitical analyst to figure this out. Just given the history, it'll be a disaster. Just like making Germany into a giant nuclear powerhouse in Europe would also be a disaster. So if we go to war with Iran, it'll be a disaster. Tons of people are going to die. Tons of civilians are going to be killed. You're going to have more instability in the Middle East. The world is going to be less safe. And we will look back and say, oh my God, we believed in lies. And because we believed in lies, the price that we paid was human blood and stability and safety. That was the price that we paid. That's what we lost. All that suffering happened because we believed in lies. We will look back with shame and say, we believed in lies and manipulation. We fell for it and we ate it up because we had in our brains this ideological smog that was clouding our vision. It was clouding our vision because we were so hindered from seeing the truth because we wanted our pro-Israel theology to be true so badly. And a lot of people already came to this conclusion because of Iraq, but there are still too many damn people who are treading upon this very destructive path. And I'm not going to give these people a pass. I'm not going to say, well, they're naive. No, listen. If a woman falls in love with a criminal, right, but she didn't know he was a criminal, and then she realizes that he's a criminal, and then she still sticks up for him, even though he's a criminal and he's beating her up all the time and he's doing criminal activities and he's going to prison, in and out of prison, if she still sticks with him, guess what? I don't feel sorry for her. Bottom line, I don't feel sorry for her, right? If a woman gets with a guy and this guy is a criminal and he's abusive and he's a bum and she's paying all the bills and she still sticks it out with him, guess what? I don't feel sorry for her. I don't. So all these people who are still following the Zionist pro-Israel lobby bullshit, F them. I don't feel sorry for these people one damn bit. And if they want a war, I hope that those people end up in the trenches. And I wouldn't feel sorry for them one iota if the Iranians blast them to bits. I wouldn't give a shit. Because they will deserve it. Because they will have deserved it, truly. I wouldn't feel sorry for them at all. You see? So, we know this history. We can see the record of lies. So if you choose to believe this, then it's on you. You don't deserve any sympathy. You don't deserve a pass. You deserve to be shamed. This, in fact, was acknowledged by the CIA and the State Department, who deemed Shalaby as both dishonest and unreliable. Former CIA officers Bob Baer said, quote, "The CIA does not trust Shalaby because he has a long history of making arrangements with other countries and not telling anyone about them. Shalaby was a huge scammer being found guilty by a Jordan court of major bank fraud." So the whole thing was built on a scam, and this whole thing with Iran is also built on a scam. And if you can't see it, then you're evil because you refuse to see the obvious. Evil people always will deny the obvious. All evil, as I've said, and I will still stick to this position, all evil is the denial of the obvious. All evil. No matter what evil you look at, no matter what evil you research, you will see that it is the denial of the obvious. All evil is the denial of the obvious. And this is very obvious, just given the history. And it's not like this history is in the 1930s. No. We're talking about early 2000s. We're talking about 20 teens. We're talking about in our own time. The list of lies are all within very recent memory. And if you choose to believe the bullshit, if you choose to believe the military-industrial complex, then you don't deserve a pass. You deserve to be shamed. If those people control almost everything, then it should make you think. If you can't criticize a group, well, yeah, but the thing is that, I know what you're saying, but the thing is that if enough people see the lies and begin to hate the military-industrial complex, it'll make it much more difficult for the U.S. government to okay wars. Because you have to have the support of the populace in order to have a successful war. So if the populace is not with you, look at Iraq. The United States wanted to overthrow Saddam before 9/11. But the United States didn't do it. Why? Because a full-out war was not something that was supported by the people. So right now, a war against Iran is not supported by the people, which means that if the United States wants to do a full-out boots-on-the-ground war with Iran, it's not going to have the support of the people. It currently does not have major support. It doesn't have significant support. So there's only two things that I see happening. Either the United States is not going to get involved at all, or not at all, but the United States is going to support Israel, but the United States is not going to do a boots-on-the-ground war with Iran. Or you're going to have a false flag attack. And I can see that happening. You're going to have a false flag attack. And I'm not saying this is going to happen emphatically. I'm just saying that this is a possibility. It is possible that you will have a false flag attack and they're going to blame Iran. And they're going to do a false flag attack with the goal of riling up the masses to support a war. And as I have said many times, the difference between now and the early 2000s is that today we have X. And X is where people are getting their news. X is where most people are getting their news. And people are going to go onto X and they're going to read that it's a false flag attack, that it's bullshit, and that the attack happened around the same time that Israel has been pushing the United States to go to war with Iran, and that therefore it is quite obvious that this attack is a false flag attack because it is way too convenient for Israel. And people are going to say this is bullshit and this war is bullshit. And a lot of people are still not going to support a war. This is not 1941, when you could just allow the Japanese to attack and say, look, they attacked us, and everyone believed you because all their information came from the government. This is not 9/11. This is not 2001 when people's information, people's main source of information was mainstream news. When people didn't have X, when people didn't have social media. This is 2025 when most people are getting their news from freaking X. You see what I'm saying? So people are still going to question the narrative, even if you have a 9/11 tier attack. President Donald Trump said that the U.S. will defend itself and Israel. Yeah, I read this, but you see, how does he define defend? Because he could just mean that he's just going to give supplies to Israel. He could mean that he's just going to give logistics to Israel. He could be saying that by defend, I mean that we're just going to coordinate with the Israelis to defend them against an Iranian attack. And that by defend, I don't mean actually sending in the U.S. Army into Iran. Because if Donald Trump deploys troops to fight Iran, it'll be the end of his legacy. And his followers will be completely disillusioned by him, and they will hate him, and he will be extremely unpopular for the rest of his term. And the entire MAGA movement will just die. And the MAGA movement will not just die, but it'll change. It'll transform itself into an anti-Israel and really anti-Jewish movement. And people, the MAGAists, will start saying, the Jews dragged us into war, and no longer will we be tolerating any sort of policy that supports a war for Israel. And the Republican Party, the Republican population of the United States, will become extremely anti-Israel, because by that point, they're going to realize, wow, it doesn't matter what we say, they're going to try to drag us into wars for Israel. And you're going to have Theo Vaughn and those types of people gaining even more popularity, because they're going to be saying, look, Israel/Jewish people dragged us into war. And the Republican Party will morph. The Republican constituency will morph into an anti-Israel movement. And you will have Republican politicians coming out and saying, vote for me because I'm not supported by AIPAC. And people will become popular because they're not supported by AIPAC. That'll be a selling point for presidential or for political candidates. To think about it, didn't Laura Loomer, Zionist, hinted that another 9/11 was in the works? I think she did. He would just become another Bush. Exactly. And George Bush was very popular during his first term. He was popular enough to win a second election. And then he was extremely unpopular during his second term. I remember those years. I remember people just hated Bush during his second term. People were sick and tired of the war, and they voted for Obama. They voted for Obama because they were tired of the wars. Americans are exhausted by the wars. Donald Trump knows this. Make no mistake. Donald Trump is not oblivious to this. He knows people aren't interested in war. So in my opinion, if I had to guess, and again, I could be completely wrong, I can be found with egg in my face in the future, but I believe that Donald Trump is not going to initiate a full-on American war against Iran. I don't. I think America is going to back Israel to a certain extent, but I just don't think that Donald Trump is going to be deploying troops to go fight Iranian forces. I just don't see that happening, because if he does, then he will literally destroy his entire legacy. Laura Loomer and Ben Shapiro equal feds. Yeah, I agree. They're operatives. Ben Shapiro is definitely an operative for Israel. He's definitely connected to the Mossad. We know for a fact that he had contacts with the Mossad when he was working for Breitbart. There was a guy who worked with Ben Shapiro in Breitbart, and he said, I remember Ben Shapiro calling up a Mossad agent on his phone. He had a Mossad agent on his cell phone book, and he would call up this Mossad guy. And this guy said that he told Ben Shapiro, hey, are you talking to the Mossad or something? Are you working with the Mossad? And Ben Shapiro said, no, I'm not working with the Mossad. It's just, it's always nice to have contacts with the Mossad, you know? It's just what I do. The guy obviously is an operative for Israel. Ben Shapiro can be prosecuted for treason. I mean, I wouldn't object, to be honest with you. You can't criticize finance capital regardless of ethnicity of the bankers. Say what you will about communists, but China actually deals with its billionaires when they do antisocial things. I mean, I think people should be held to accountability more often. I think people push for dangerous and very destructive policies very liberally in this country, and I think they should be held to account. I think that this whole idea that you can just push for war and push for the invasion of another country, knowing full well that if your requests are acquiesced to, that people will die in large numbers, and that what you're asking for will cause massive instability, suffering, and chaos. I think you should be held account for that. Yeah. I don't think warmongering should be allowed in under free speech laws. I don't. I think that if you're going to come out and say, I think we should go to war, blah, 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 I think that if the war starts, you should be forced to go fight in the front lines. If we made that into law, if we made it into law that if you push for war with another country and that war happens, you should be automatically forced to fight on the front lines. If we made this into law, how many of these bastards would actually start pushing for war? Answer it, none of them. They would all shut their mouths. So I think we need a law like that. To think about it, I already read that. What about Vance? No chance of a presidency? I think that Vance has a chance to the presidency if people love Trump when Trump leaves office. So when Trump leaves office and people still love him, then Vance definitely has a shot at becoming president. He would have a high prospect for becoming president. But if Donald Trump leaves office extremely unpopular, if Donald Trump leaves office and the majority of people hate him, then Vance is not going to have a shot. Donald Trump needs to maintain his legacy as an anti-war guy. Donald Trump needs to stay away from war. And if he doesn't, he's going to lose a lot of favor. But again, I mean, I guess this goes back to what one Chinese man said many years ago. There was a Chinese guy, I think he was some sort of a Chinese political analyst, and he said that in the United States, parties change, but policy does not. Parties change, but policy doesn't. And look, we see America backing Israel no matter what party is in power. And it really does go to show. It really does go to show that policy doesn't change. It just doesn't change. Israel has a history of attacking our troops. Well, yeah, a lot of people talk about the USS Liberty. That's why rich degenerates indulge in their degeneracy in the US, Europe, and Dubai. I believe that the same people who hate this war are the same people who praised when the US invaded Iraq. A lot of us did, yes, and we became disillusioned with that. And so we realized our mistake. We realized that we were fooled. And like I said, it goes back to that saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So we don't want to be fooled. We don't want to fall for the manipulation. We realize that we fell for manipulation back in the early 2000s, and we don't want to fall for that manipulation again. So yes, a lot of the people who are against a war in Iran right now fell for the lies, they fell for the propaganda for the Iraq war back in the early 2000s. It's just that people have picked up on the pattern. They have gotten wind of the pattern, and they don't want to fall for it again. And they saw the results of American foreign policy in Iraq, American foreign policy in Syria. They saw the results of American foreign policy in Libya, and they don't want to see those destructive ripple effects happening anymore. They don't want to see further instability. Remember, all of the Zionists were telling us about ISIS and how ISIS was going to enter the West and kill Westerners. And ISIS did kill Westerners. People who pledged allegiance to ISIS were killing Westerners. That is true. In terrorist attacks, that is true. But ISIS would have never happened if Saddam Hussein was allowed to stay in power. Because Saddam Hussein was killing ISIS. Those ISIS terrorists, those thugs who were beheading people and they were raping Yazidi women, those were the types of thugs that were being killed by Saddam. And we killed Saddam. And then the Zionists started telling us about, Islamic immigration, and look, ISIS is here, and look, Iran is here. That's because of you. That's because we listened to Israel, or we listened to these Zionists. We took out Saddam. That led to the rise of Iran, and that led to the rise of ISIS. We started messing with Bashar al-Assad. That led to the rise of Islamic terrorism. And then the Zionists started telling us, look at the evil Muslims. Yeah, those evil Muslims rose up because of people like you. So they create the problem, and then they present themselves as the heroes against the problem. Return the draft for those who push war. Yep, 100%. And if you push for war, you should be forced to fight in the front line. If the war that you want happens, you should be forced to fight in the front line. If you make that into law, no one's supporting war. No one. And I'll even go further than that. I'll say, not only should you be pushed to fight in the front lines, not only should the warmongers be forced to the front lines, but I'll make it law that their entire family gets forced to fight on the front lines. Your wife's going to be on the front line. Your kids are going to be on the front lines. You have daughters, doesn't matter. They're all going to the front line. But she's in university. She has her whole life ahead of her. Yeah, so do all the young men who you want to go fight in war. They also have their lives in front of them. They also have their lives ahead of them. And you don't give a shit about them. If you make that into law, no one's pushing war. No one's pushing war. Trump's Yemen campaign was a nothing burger to the Yemenis. It's just another day. Trump bombed Yemen, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but that bombing of Yemen thing, that was more of just, that's not really a war. That's just a bombing thing. It's a bombing mission. I'm talking about Iraq tier stuff. Listen, Trump killed Soleimani. Was that a good idea? No, it wasn't. But Trump killed Soleimani. And his followers still see him as being anti-war, and they'll say, well, during his first term there were no wars. Well, he did kill Soleimani, but that wasn't really a war. So you also have to see it how the Trump people see it, right? You have to see it through their eyes. If Trump drops a bomb here and there, the MAGA people aren't really going to care. But if Trump says we're doing a massive, major military deployment to fight Iran, he will lose his popularity. What if it's a scenario where the war is truly necessary, like in World War II to stop the Nazis, or in the Crusades? The Crusades weren't necessary. Leaders can't afford to die on the front line if they are to lead. If it's a necessary war, if you're being invaded, by all means, yes, fight. A war in Iran is unnecessary. Show me how Iran is an existential threat to the United States. Hitler was put into power by the British. Hitler was another Frankenstein that was created by the Americans. So the Americans created the monster, and then the Americans went to war to slay the monster that they created. They got rid of the Kaiser. They gave the Germans democracy. They eventually voted for Hitler. We loved Hitler when we first saw him, and then we said, oh, we got to go to war, guys. World War II was another disaster that could have been prevented, but it wasn't. And that's what I'm saying right now. I'm saying that World War III is a disaster that can be prevented. And we can prevent World War III by not accelerating war. If we want to accelerate the process towards World War III, yeah, let's go to war. Let's do another major long deployment in the Middle East. Let's have another war front in the Middle East. Let's go for another 20 years in the Middle East. Let's do that. If we do that, we will accelerate World War III. If we do that, then we will just bring ourselves closer to another global conflict. And I'm saying I don't want global conflict. I'm saying I don't want another World War II scenario. And I'm saying that we can prevent another World War II scenario if we, I don't know. Let's see, stop pushing Germany to revive its military strength. How about that? But we continue to do that. We've been doing it for years. And I keep telling people, America needs to stop pushing the Germans to revive its military strength. America needs to stop all the warmongering. But we are doing what? We're telling the Germans to revive their military strength, even though it was with the Germans that we had both world wars. Both world wars were started because Germany wanted to control Europe and all that stuff. So what are we doing? We're reviving the military strength of the very country that led World War I and World War II. We are reviving the military strength of the very country that gave us the Third Reich. And I don't see how this is a good idea. And we are accelerating another major conflict in the Middle East. How in the hell are we working to prevent another world war? We're pushing for another world war. That's what I'm trying to say. So right now I'm saying, listen, we can stop a global conflict. We can stop it. We can prevent this by ending the warmongering, but we're not doing it. That's the problem. We're telling the Germans to revive their military strength. We are supporting German nationalists and militarists in Germany. We're supporting the AfD. We're supporting these militarists in Germany. And we're egging them on. And by doing that, we are only accelerating the process towards another major war. And so the train has been set, guys. Bottom line, the train has been set. I can't do anything about it. You can't do anything about it. There's nothing that we can do to prevent this monster from being made. This Frankenstein is being made. We don't have to make it, but it's being made. And because of that, for that very reason, we are paving our own path towards perdition. And World War II, I'll be honest with you, I'm going to say it. I know this may be an unpopular position, but I think World War II was kind of bullshit. I do. I think World War II was kind of bullshit. And why do I say that? Because what happened after World War II? We got the biggest Nazi monsters and gave them jobs. All those Nazi scientists that were doing human experimentation, we brought them to the US. We gave them 6-digit figure salaries. We started working with Nazis during the Cold War to use them as proxies against the Soviet Union. So what did all those people who died fighting on the beaches of Normandy die for? What did they die for? You led them to their deaths. 18, 19-year-old American men who had no military training, no military experience. You led them to their deaths for what? So you can then hire the very enemy that you led those young men to fight against? And hire those enemies? Really? So you led all those men to fight on the beaches of Normandy so that you could then hire the very enemy that you led those men to fight against. And those men died because of that policy. I mean, there's a lot of bullshit in World War II. Let's be real here. I'm not a Holocaust denier. I think the Holocaust 100% happened. I think the Nazis were evil 100%. But let's be real here. The United States let a lot of young men to die to fight the Nazis. They pushed a lot of young men to die to fight the Nazis and the Japanese, only to later on give immunity to major Nazis and to give immunity to Japanese scientists who not only experimented on civilians, but carried out horrendous human experiments on American POWs. And after World War II, the Russians went to General McCarthy and they said, hey, McCarthy, we have evidence that Japanese scientists were doing experiments on your soldiers, on American POWs. And do you know what John McCarthy told the Russians? Shut the fuck up. Don't tell us about what the Japanese did to our soldiers, because we want to use those Japanese scientists as proxies against the Russians, against you guys. That's what General McCarthy essentially did. So what did all those guys die for? What did they die for? Oh, they died so that Japan and Germany could be prevented from becoming superpowers. Listen, World War II had fuck all to do with the Holocaust. The Holocaust, remembering the Holocaust, was just a byproduct of World War II, right? It was just a nice little secondary addition to the World War II narrative, so we can say, oh, look, we destroyed this evil. Americans didn't give a shit about the Holocaust. Most American soldiers didn't know that the Holocaust was happening. They only found out later on when they entered the death camps. They said, oh my God, what the hell is going on here, right? The American soldiers found out, the U.S. military found out later after the war about the German experiments. And it was just a nice addition to the U.S. military narrative to support or to justify what happened in World War II. It was a nice addition to the narrative so that the United States could say, oh, look, we were the ones who crushed this evil. That was it. We didn't give a shit about genocide. Let me tell you guys something. When it comes to war, genocide and human rights violations and atrocities are the last thing that governments think about when they go to war. They don't give a shit about genocide. It's only after the war when the victors say, oh, look, our enemy was doing this genocide. Our enemy was orchestrating this genocide. We stopped this evil. But if those genocides weren't happening, they would still go to war anyway, because wars are not done primarily to stop genocides. Wars are done for geopolitical interest. They are done for the geopolitical interest of empires. And the reality is that if we really gave a shit about atrocities and stopping genocidal governments, then we would have stopped the Soviet Union. We would have said, hey, Hitler, Soviet Union, they're both bad. We worked with the Soviet Union to stop Hitler, and we knew that the Soviet Union was doing atrocities. We didn't give a shit. We were worried about the Germans, because the Germans actually established and they formed an empire that could have competed with the United States. And that was our big concern. America wanted to be the big dog in Europe. And then after World War II was over, the United States then looked at the Russians and said, hey, I know we worked together to fight the Germans. We worked together to fight this one big gang to get rid of this competition. But now you, Soviet Union, are our competition. And the Soviets looked at the Americans and they said, hey, we know that we worked with you guys to defeat the big German competition, but now you, America, are our competition. And it was just two dogs fighting over the same bone, power. Now, I don't agree with the Cold War. I think that we should have actually worked together to be friendly and not do proxy wars against each other, right? I think it would have been great if the Vietnam War never happened. I think it would have been great if the United States had not armed and trained all these rapists and murderers in Central America, the Contra murderers who were sick bastards. And I think it would have been great if the United States had not armed them. And the United States armed those killers in Central America because those killers were anti-communist, and we were using them as a proxy against the Soviet Union in Central America. But I wish none of that stuff ever happened. I really do. A lot of destruction, a lot of suffering has happened because America wanted to crush the Russian competition. And they will tell us it's about fighting communism. Bullshit. Bullshit. Because even when Russia was under a czar, the United States hated Russia. If you don't believe me, look at what happened in the Russo-Japanese War. The United States watched as the Japanese slaughtered 90,000 Russians in a single battle. Which battle was it? The Battle of... starts with an M. I don't remember, but it was a major battle. It was one of the biggest battles, if not... It had, I want to say, out of all the battles in modern history... Battle of Mukden. Battle of Mukden. The Battle of Mukden, if I am not mistaken, had the highest number of casualties in a single battle in all of the history of modern battles. Highest number of casualties in a single battle. 90,000 Russians alone were killed in the Battle of Mukden. Right? It had the highest number of casualties than in any other single battle in history. 90,000, or at least in modern history, right? I mean, the Bible talks about a battle in which 100,000 men were killed in a single battle. But Battle of Mukden, highest casualties in a single battle in the history of modern warfare, 90,000 Russians. And the Americans watched as that happened. And they praised the Japanese. And they said, we got to arm the Japanese. We got to really work with the Japanese. And they gave the Japanese the green light. After the Japanese defeated the Russians, the Americans gave the Japanese the green light to invade Korea, even though Korea was an ally, even though Korea had an agreement with the Americans. The Americans and the Koreans made an agreement. And the king of Korea, I think his name was King Jogon, he was an American ally. He was an ally of the United States. And the Koreans made a treaty with the Americans, declaring, affirming, that if an external power ever threatened the integrity of Korean territory, that the Americans would intervene and try to prevent the problem diplomatically. They will try to fix the problem diplomatically. That is what was that is what was agreed upon. That is what was agreed. And the Koreans went to Theodore Roosevelt and they said, Theodore, you really got to help us. The Japanese are invading us. And Theodore didn't give a shit. And the Koreans were selling telegrams. They were sending telegrams to President Theodore Roosevelt. And Theodore Roosevelt left all those telegrams on red. He didn't even respond back. And the Japanese invaded Korea. Why? So that we could create this Japanese regional power to act as America's proxy against the Russians and the Chinese. Was China communist? Was China communist in the early 1900s? No. Was Russia communist in the early 1900s? No. But there were the Americans backing the Japanese against Russia and China. Why? Because America wants to be the big gang in town, and America does not want to tolerate any sort of competition. It's the same thing with this whole Israel versus Iran thing. Is Iran going to drop a nuke on Israel if Israel keeps messing with the Iranians? Yes. Eventually, Iran probably will drop a nuke on Israel. But why is Israel really, really terrified of Iran getting a nuke? Because Israel wants to be the only country in the Middle East that has nuclear weapons. Israel wants to have the edge militarily in the Middle East, and it doesn't want any competition. Well, I'm sorry, Israel. That's going to come to an end. Because thanks to you, you have Iran and you have Turkey. You pushed for Saddam to be overthrown, and the result, the fruit of your labor, was the rise of Iran. And the rise of ISIS, for that matter. And you wanted Assad to be overthrown, and the fruit of your labor was the rise of Turkey. And now you have to worry about the ripple effect that you contributed to. It really is that simple. It really is that simple. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold on. Let me see here. Hitler was put into power. Okay, I already read that. Well, Jan Zika led his people into battle. Well, back in the day, leaders would actually fight in wars. It's not like today where we have, politicians and they have immunity. I mean, if you read about the 100 Years' War, King Edward III fought in battle with his men against the French. The U.S. allied with the communists and were rewarded with gay marriage. Well, we weren't awarded with gay marriage. America came up with the gay marriage movement. The whole thing about gay marriage was pushed by the United States. It was, as they say, astroturfed. And if you look at the people who were pushing for gay marriage back in the 2010s when Obama was president for his second term, yeah, go look them up. Tikkun, the Jewish magazine, did a whole article on who was pushing for gay marriage when Obama was president. And guess what? The article doesn't condemn these people. The article praises these people and says, oh, look at the people who were pushing for gay marriage in the United States. Look at the people who pushed for gay marriage to be passed by the Obama administration. The same McCarthy who created McCarthyism. No, sorry, not McCarthy. General MacArthur is who I'm referring to. Sorry. Nazis arrested the Rothschilds and total economic recovery while Europe and the U.S. were still in Great Depression. Well, like I said, the United States fought Germany not to fight Nazism. Listen. Nazism at the end of the day was just eugenics on steroids. It was just an amplified version of social Darwinism and eugenics. Who was pushing eugenics? The United States. Who was popularizing eugenics? The United States. Who constitutionalized eugenics? The United States. 1922. Buck versus Bell. The United States Supreme Court said, forcing someone to be sterilized is not against the Constitution. It doesn't go antithetical to the Constitution. This is what the United States Supreme Court concluded in 1922. Who was inspired by that? Nazi Germany was. Hitler was inspired by that. And so the Germans were simply putting into place what the Americans were pushing, which was eugenics. And then the Germans escalated the policy into full-on extermination. But the ideology of eugenics was something that the Americans fanatically subscribed to, and it was something that the Americans were pushing in the Western world. And so they helped to create this monster of Nazism. They did. I think the first ones to legalize gay marriage were the Dutch. The Western European governments, right? Western European governments legalized gay marriage before the Americans did. But let's be real here. This whole idea of gay liberation and the whole gay liberation movement really, really spawned out of the United States. We're more than halfway through the stream. It's almost time for Theo to go load up on some carbs. Yeah, it actually is. Don't forget the Vatican rat line. Yup. You had the Croatian Nazis. And guess what? Here's the thing, though, and I want to be completely fair here. Pope Pius XII was anti-Nazi. He was, and he was combating Nazism. I just want to say that to be fair. But there were people in the Catholic world who were Nazi, and I have to include that because that's just being accurate. Yeah. How many people are listening to this stream? 58 people. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let me go get a drink of water, guys. I need some water. My mouth is really dry right now. So give me 1 second. I'll raise the music up and I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second, okay, guys? Since we talk about the America a lot, who was the best and worst U.S. president in your opinion? I don't know, to be honest with you. I've never really... The only presidents I've ever looked into, seriously, were the ones that were recent. So, yeah, I've looked into Abraham Lincoln a little bit, though. Ratings are up this week. Yeah, that's just because of this whole Iran thing. Tomorrow, everything's going to go down. By next week, everything's going to go back to normal. That's if another crazy thing doesn't happen. It's like when, remember when everybody hated Elon Musk? I remember when my stream was getting consistently 30-something viewers every Friday, and then all of a sudden, my views went up to like 70 views, I remember. Concordant views, 70 concordant views. And it lasted for hours. It was fluctuating from the high 60s to 70 concurrent viewers. And that went on for hours, I remember. And the only reason why that happened was because there was a whole spat between the MAGA Americans and Elon Musk, because Elon Musk was saying that we need more Indian immigrants. And because there was that spat, and I was talking about that spat for hours on my stream, the views went up. And that was a breakthrough for the stream. And then once that whole thing subsided, the views were getting 40-something views, 40-something concurrent views on average every stream. And that would fluctuate at any given time, at any given moment during the stream, between the mid to high 30s to 40-something views to sometimes 50-something views concordantly for every stream. So the Elon Musk spat between MAGA and Elon Musk, it did cause a breakthrough for the stream. Because during the whole spat, my stream got, like I said, 60 to 70 views, concordant views. And then by the following week, when everything subsided, I got about 40-something concordant views. And then ever since then, I have gotten, on average, between 30 and 50 concordant viewers at any given moment for every Friday stream. And now we're enjoying another watershed moment for this stream. Now we have 54. Well, actually, this is actually getting close to normal concordant views. So, and I guess because people wanted me to give you guys constant updates on the whole Iran thing, but that's not really how I am. I'm not one of these guys who does a stream and says, breaking news, let's look at every single detail that's being reported on Telegram and X. I'm just not that kind of guy. I'm just not. I will talk about a news story, and then I will go off into some other topic. I'll talk about Iran, and then by the next moment, I am just talking about Japan. I mean, I'm just that kind of a person. But what is happening, actually? Let's just take a look real quick in the news. So everyone's still talking about Tel Aviv getting hit. Tel Aviv getting bombed. And the news cycle right now is doing its thing. And then once this current news cycle calms down and the next news cycle happens, we're going to get a lot more interesting information. We're going to get a lot more interesting details on this. And then we'll find out more, and we'll actually shed more light on this situation. So right now, we're still sort of in the fog of chaos. Not sort of, we are. We are right now in the fog of chaos, where everyone's wondering what's happening. Everyone's scattering to find out any sort of modicum of information of what's happening. And everyone's reporting the same thing. If you go to New York Times, AP News, Haaretz, The Atlantic, Washington Post, if you go to any of these outlets, they're all reporting the same thing. They're all saying, yeah, Israel hit Iran. Okay, Tel Aviv got hit. Okay, Naughton is terrified of Iran getting a nuke. Blah, 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 right? The news cycle is doing its thing. Everyone's getting the same information. Everyone's scattering to find any information they can. Everyone's prowling around looking for any sort of details that they can. And they're waiting. News outlets work by getting information fed to them by sources. So all major news outlets have sources that they rely on. And these sources are They're anonymous. They tend to be anonymous sources. And these sources are people who work in the intelligence department. They work in the government. They work in various governments. There are people who may know someone who has some sort of insight. All major news outlets have sources. And sometimes these sources are lying to the media because the governments that these sources are working for want a certain perception. They want a certain perception to dominate people's vision. They want a certain narrative to be believed in. But all news outlets just sit there and they wait for sources to feed information to them. They all do this. So basically, they're just waiting. That's why you're not seeing any sort of super new information coming out on this story, because we're just waiting for the sources to feed the information to the public. And the public gets the information from the sources through the news outlets, and then it's up to us to interpret the news however way we want to. However we want to. Sorry, my English is not very good today. So that's how it works. I mean, there was a lady that explained this to me years ago. She was a Spanish journalist. And by journalist, I mean she was a legitimate journalist. She went to journalist school and everything. And she told me how it works. She said, Ted, the way it works is sources go to the media outlets and they feed the outlets. So media outlets tend not to go to the sources to ask for information. What tends to happen, from what I understand, is the sources, whoever they are the ones who go to the outlets and they feed the information. So governments will say, okay, we want a certain perception to be popular. We want people to have a certain perception. We want a certain narrative to dominate. So the sources go out and they spread the information. And sometimes the sources do things not at the behest of governments. They just do things because they want certain information to come out. And if you look at Haaretz, I mean, Haaretz has really been the main reporter, the main exposer for Israeli war crimes. And how does Haaretz know about all these war crimes? Because they are sources that Haaretz has in the IDF who tell Haaretz about the war crimes. Israel, and these sources are not reporting at the behest of the Israeli government. Obviously not. The Israeli government wants to have this clean image as being the most moral army in the world. So in this case, these sources are not speaking at the behest of governments. They're speaking at the behest of just their own conscience. They want people to know about the war crimes because they feel bad about them. Well, I still remember your old channel ratings. Yeah, they were, I mean, listen, I've never ran a ginormous YouTube channel, ever. The highest I ever got to, I want to say, was 7 plus or around 8,000 views. I want to say that was the highest I ever got to having a channel, to having that was the closest I ever got to having a big channel. And my channel at that time was getting pretty decent views. I was getting thousands. On average, I would get about... On average, I was getting about... At one point, I was getting about 3,000 to 4,000 views on average. And I remember making videos that would get tens of thousands of views. And I was really rising up. And I think that if YouTube had never disabled my channel, I think that by now I would have at least hundreds of thousands of subscribers, at least hundreds of thousands, maybe even close to 1 million subscribers by this point, or maybe even 1 million, you know, because my channel back in the 2010s was rising up very quickly because I had a perspective that was very radical. And I had a perspective that was very controversial. I wasn't really careful in those days about how I talked, and I wasn't really careful about what I would say. I would just bombastically articulate myself and say F these people and F this person and this person is evil and I hate this person, and I would debate people very aggressively. I was very aggressive about debating. I was much more enthusiastic about debating than I am now. I was very exuberant about the idea of just beating someone in a debate. You know, I was very much I had the spirit of debate. And now I've calmed down a lot more. And now I realize that debating for the most part is just a waste of time. It's just debating. Now, if someone invites me to do a formal debate and it's about a topic that I feel very passionately about, yeah, I'll do it. But if someone wants to just do an impromptu debate with me, I mean, usually I won't do it because I feel like I know that it's super important to prepare before a debate. And I also don't want to debate someone on something that's very obvious. So it's like, it's obvious that, I don't know, it's obvious that genocide is wrong. If someone said, I want to debate you on whether or not genocide is good, it's like, well, why would I want to debate on something so obvious, right? It's like trying to debate someone on whether or not the sky is blue. Or, you know, what is a woman sort of thing, right? If someone wanted to debate me on transgenderism, well, we have to now debate on whether or not a man is a man and a woman is a woman. If you have to debate that, then you've already lost, in my opinion. If you have to debate on the obvious, you've lost the culture wars, because we're already at a point where people are actually arguing whether or not a woman is a woman and a man is a man. If you find yourself arguing whether or not the sky is blue, guess what? Your society is already decayed. Did Kiev get bombed? I don't know, man. You're the Russian in this chat. Oblivion Remastered is more interesting than the little hats and the big. Well, I agree with you. I'll be honest with you. I agree with you. I would love to play Oblivion Remastered. Right now I'm playing Bannerlord, and I love playing Bannerlord. Last night I was playing Bannerlord, and then someone told me the news. Hey, Iran just got bombed. And I said, oh shit. Now I got to turn off my game console. Now I got to study and read this bullshit. And I really don't like talking about this stuff. I don't really like talking about Iran versus Israel. I don't. I think it's a boring topic. I think it's a bullshit topic because it's just the result of the same sort of evil machinations that have been produced and articulated and advanced and perpetuated going all the way back to the early 2000s, going all the way back to even before the early 2000s. I think this whole thing about Iran is part of this evil and manipulative and dishonest scheme that's been going on all the way back to 9/11, going all the way back to the Iraq War. It's being pushed by the same sort of people. It's being pushed by the same figureheads in many cases. Look at Netanyahu. That guy's been around for a long-ass time. And you can find a video of Netanyahu saying, you know, I got all the Americans in my pocket. You know, I can tell the Americans anything, and they'll believe me. The Americans will do what we want. There's actually a video of Netanyahu saying, the Americans will do what we want. We can tell them what we want, and they'll do it for us. So the whole Iran situation is just a result of the same sort of manipulation that's been going on for decades, and people still eat it up, and still people are still falling for it. And in my eyes, the way I see it is, why are we still following this bullshit? Why are we still falling for this bullshit? Why are we still so enthusiastic about war for a country that laughs at us and that mocks us and says behind our backs that they can fool us anytime they want? Why are we still following this train of lies that fooled people into thinking that the Iraq War was a good idea? It's the same people. It's the same industry. It's the same bullshit. And they're still trying to push it. And then Israel attacks Iran. Israel would never attack Iran unless it was confident enough that the United States had its back, right? Unless it was confident that America has its back. And so Israel bombed Iran knowing that, well, America's going to be on our side. And right now, America is on the side of Israel, but I'm thinking, man, we're actually going to go along with this? We're actually going to go along with this same gravy train, the same propaganda machine that gave us Iraq, that gave us Syria, we're actually going to do this? We're actually going to support the country that advanced the very lies that gave us Iraq, that gave us Syria? Really? We're actually going to do this? We're actually entertaining this. America should be telling Israel, listen, Israel, we're not going to back you no matter what. And if you want to go bomb Iran, that's your decision, but we're going to do fuck all for you. And if America truly did that, Israel wouldn't be so confident. But here we are, giving confidence to Israel. Here we are, giving our support to Israel. When the reality is that we should be telling the Israelis to shut the fuck up. Truly, Natan, shut the fuck up. Stop. You're making things worse. Just as you've been making things worse for the Middle East, going all the way back to the early 2000s. So it's just absolute insanity, guys. It just really is. Looking at this whole situation with Israel and Iran, it's like looking at... Have you guys ever had a friend who was a drug addict? And no matter what you tell this person, they're always destroying their own life. No matter what you tell this person, they're always going to prison. They're always adding things, adding charges to their criminal record. They're always just getting themselves into trouble. And no matter how much you advise them, they never get better. There comes a point where you have to say, listen, I tried to help you. I really did care about you. But you keep insisting on treading on this path toward destruction. And no matter how much I try to advise you, you keep treading on the same path. So if I continue down this road with you, even though I'm trying to help you, you're going to sort of drag me with you into your gloominess, into your depression, into your really, really negative and really toxic vibe. And I don't want to be around that. That's how we should be treating Israel. Like, Israel, listen, we did Saddam. We got rid of him. That didn't help. You're in more danger now. We overthrew Assad. You're in more danger now. We've done this too many times. We overthrew Gaddafi. You're in more danger now. We've done this 3 times. And what, you want us to do more of this stuff? More militarist action? More military policy? For what? To cause more instability? And you want us to what? Back the Mujahideen Iran? You want us to back the People's Mujahideen of Iran? More terrorism? And look at what Israel is doing now. Israel is right now training and arming an ISIS affiliate in Gaza in the name of fighting Hamas. So in the name of fighting Hamas, you're backing ISIS? Really? How long are we going to do this? This is a never-ending cycle of destruction. There comes a point where we just got to let people do what they're going to do. Israel, you want to do what you want to do? Do it. We can't stop you, but we're not going to do fuck all for you. And they wanted us to overthrow Saddam, so America overthrew Saddam. I know America had its own interests, I know. But still, the people who were pushing it in America were all Zionist. They were all pro-Israel. So America overthrew Saddam, which is what Israel wanted, and we got ISIS. And now they're telling us about Hamas, and what is Israel doing? Backing ISIS. Are we not noticing a pattern here? I'm noticing a pattern here. I'm noticing a pattern where Israel wants something, Israel gets what it wants, and then all of a sudden terrorism rises up. More terrorism rises up. In the name of fighting terrorism, more terrorism rises up. In the name of fighting terrorism, more ISIS. There's more ISIS now. So they say, Hamas, 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 Hamas. Why are you killing all these people, Hamas? Why are you doing mass murder, Hamas? Why are you doing war crimes, Hamas? And there's a video that you can watch where the Israelis murder a man with cerebral palsy. There's this Gazan guy who has cerebral palsy and he's walking with a limp. And you can see the Israelis just blow him up to bits. I'll show you the video. You guys want to see it? Look, I'll show you guys the video. This is what Israel is doing. Check this out. And of course, their justification for this is what? Hamas. So you're doing all this mass murder in the name of fighting Hamas, and you want us to think, oh, yeah, because Hamas is a terrorist organization. You guys want to fight terrorism. Of course, we're going to support you, right? F terrorism. Terrorism is so bad. So, yeah, so what are we doing now, guys? What are we doing? Well, we've just killed all these people. Oh, and plus, we're now arming and backing an ISIS affiliate in Gaza. Wait, I thought the whole purpose of all this killing and destruction was to fight terrorism. I mean, right, I mean, your mentality is, your policy is, by any means necessary, we fight terrorism, right? Right? So why in the hell are you supporting more terrorism? Because the goal is not to destroy terrorism. The goal is to ethnically purge out the Palestinians under the pretext of fighting terrorism. And in this whole policy against Gaza, within this whole policy against Gaza, Israel is backing ISIS. So they're not interested in fighting terrorism. They're interested in ethnically cleansing out Gaza. And they're backing this new ISIS affiliate. Why? Because Israel needs a new enemy. We're going to have a new enemy. This enemy is just going to be there to justify Israel's war machine. It's not about fighting terrorism. Here, I'll show you guys the article published by Haaretz. Check this out. Anna Kasparian. Let me tell you guys, I wanted to say this. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for mentioning Anna Kasparian. Listen, I know I said some years ago that Anna Kasparian is a stupid woman. But I got to give her credit. She went on to the Piers Morgan show recently and she said, guys, this is a genocide. They're shooting people as they're trying to get food for their children. Israel has been massacring people outside of food distribution centers. They're killing people who are simply trying to get food for their kids. And she said, I'm an Armenian and I know a genocide when I see one. I was watching that and I said, slay. Slay, queen, slay. I know I've had my beef with her, but I gotta give credit to where credit is due. She's absolutely right. I was listening to her and I said, slay. Slay, queen, slay. She's absolutely right. Check this out, guys. You want to see murder? Here's murder right here. Israeli army kills disabled Palestinian in Gaza. And here's the video. The Israelis filmed it because they thought it was funny. They thought it was great. And they said, hey, we're just stopping terrorism. Check this out, guys. This guy is obviously limping. I mean, I don't know about you, but I know a war crime when I see one. That's an obvious war crime. And the Israelis said, oh, he was Hamas, guys. No, actually, he wasn't. He was just a crippled guy who was walking. And they just blew him up to pieces. And they're doing this all in the name of fighting terrorism. So I guess under the guise of fighting terrorism, you can do just about anything. In the name of fighting terrorism, you can, in fact, support other terrorists and perpetuate more terrorism, all in the name of fighting terrorism. Was the war in Iraq, was that really about fighting terrorism? Did we see more terrorists or less terrorists after Iraq? Obviously, we all know the answer, right? We saw more terrorism. We saw more terrorism as a result of Iraq. But it was called what? The War on Terror. It was called the War on Terror, and we got more terrorism as a result of the War on Terror. So Israel is saying, oh, we got to bring stability. Well, how do we do that? Well, we got to remove Saddam, Assad, Gaddafi. And what did that lead us to? More instability, more terrorism. And so now Israel is backing ISIS. Let's check this out. Look, here's an article that was published recently, actually. Let me just try to... Let me see if I can find the article. I think it was published by... Yep, here it is. Published by Haaretz. Check this out. So Israel is there to fight terrorism, you say, right? Then what the hell is this? How ISIS, little Freudian slip there. How Israel trained and armed an ISIS-linked Gazan militia. So if the Palestinians are not ethnically cleansed out of Gaza, and the Palestinians are allowed to stay within Gaza, within a certain area of Gaza, to make room for the Jewish settlements, of course, who's going to rule? Who's going to help the Israelis rule? I wouldn't be surprised if this ISIS affiliate would be right there with the Israelis, helping the Israelis rule over the Palestinians in Gaza. It wouldn't be surprising to see something like that. But look, they're supporting ISIS, which is worse than Hamas, by the way. Oh, and by the way, ISIS, when ISIS was beheading and burning people alive and drowning people and hanging people from meat hooks, guess what? ISIS also hated Hamas. They don't talk about that, but ISIS actually hated Hamas. And the reason why, and you would think ISIS, why did ISIS hate Hamas? You would think that ISIS and Hamas would be best friends, right? Because Hamas is an enemy of Israel. ISIS is Islamist. So, of course, ISIS would be supporting Hamas. Nope. ISIS hated Hamas. They hated Hamas. Why? Because ISIS is a friend of Israel. That's the reason why. And if you don't believe me, one time ISIS accidentally hit Israel, and ISIS called up the Israeli government to apologize. Yeah. So ISIS and Israel were friends, and you can see further proof of that here in the fact that Israel is backing an ISIS affiliate in Gaza. So they're backing terrorists in the name of fighting terrorism. They never hit Israel deliberately. That's true. So it says here, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu approved this secret operation to support a Palestinian militia to guard the humanitarian aid. Oh my God. So these massacres that have happened outside of the humanitarian aid centers, I'm wondering if these were the guys who were doing the massacres. Because remember, Israel said our soldiers never shot anyone. They never killed anyone, right? They never did these massacres. I'm wondering if it was these ISIS people who did the killing at the behest of Israel, so that Israel could have a position to squeeze and weasel their way out of it and say, it wasn't us, guys, it was these Arabs who did it. Wouldn't be surprising at all. And it says here that the Israeli government under Netanyahu has been backing this ISIS affiliate group, and it says here, all while concealing the truth from the public. So the Israelis did not want this to be known by the public. But it got out because the truth always gets out at the end of the day. So let's read this. We got to read this, guys. Let's check this out, all right? Let's look at this. Let me just shrink myself a little bit here. What's wrong with that? I'm going to read this. All right? Let me just make myself a little bit smaller here. What's wrong with that? With these four supposedly innocent words, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu caused additional damage to any chance of ending the war in Gaza and returning the hostages. This is how Netanyahu reacted last week to MK, member of Knesset, Avigdor Lieberman's revelation that the Israeli security establishment has been operating an armed militia in Gaza whose personnel are affiliated with ISIS. The leader of the militia is Yasser Abu Shabab, a member of a large Bedouin family from Rafah. So they said, hey, we're going to fight terrorism. Let's back the most vicious terrorists that we have ever seen, ISIS. The people who, burn people alive, hung people from meat hooks, drown people to death. They're worse than Hamas. These people are cartel, Mexican cartel levels of evil. They're at that level of evil, right? There's Hamas evil, which is bad, don't get me wrong, but then there's Mexican cartel level evil, which is the worst. And ISIS is at the same tier. They're at the same level of sinisterism. So it says here that Netanyahu accused Lieberman of revealing a state secret. They know, shut it down. Oh my God, they know, shut it down. So right here, Israel got a major shut it down moment, guys. Right here, major shut it down moment. Netanyahu accused... Look at these guys. They look like Mexican cartel members. Netanyahu accused Lieberman of revealing a state secret, but by confirming the information, the prime minister himself became an accomplice. This may hamper any future efforts by Israeli intelligence services to recruit agents and collaborators. The whole power of this idea, says Tamir Heyman. Oh, by the way, Tamir Heyman, this is the same guy who was the director of Israeli intelligence, and while he was director of Israeli intelligence some recent years ago, he said that Iran is not really pursuing nuclear armament. This is the same Tamir Heyman who said that. So I guess Tamir Heyman is a liar. William Burns is a liar. Current U.S. spy agencies are all liars when they say that right now, as we know it, Iran is not pursuing nuclear armament. But the only people who aren't liars are the Likudists and the Zionists. And all the Christians who worship Israel. All the Christians who are members of the pro-Israel, let's worship the golden calf Israel cult. Right. Of course. Right. They're the only people who aren't lying. Everyone else are liars. Everyone. Including the Israelis who are critical of Netanyahu. All liars, everyone. That's right. Let's send out another 20,000 Goyim soldiers to die on the battlefields to fight for the golden calf of Israel. The whole power of this idea, says Tamir Heyman, former head of the Military Intelligence Directorate and current executive director of the Institute for National Security Studies at Tel Aviv, lay in the covertness of any such action, so as to make it sound and look authentic and grassroots, motivated by the suffering of Gazans who have had enough with Hamas. So they're backing this ISIS affiliate group in Gaza. And the whole idea was to have this ISIS affiliate group to appear as the liberators of the people of Gaza from the tyrannical and despotic grip of Hamas. And they wanted to make this uprising look grassroots. They wanted to give this uprising an organic appeal. But Avigdor Lieberman came out and said, no, actually, Netanyahu is backing this group. Oh, and by the way, it's ISIS. And that totally foiled the plan, or it really has ruined and spoiled the plan, because the whole idea was to have this group rise up, look like the liberators, look like an organic grassroots movement that's just sick and tired of Hamas and is going to support the Israelis against Hamas, so that the army of Hosperus on X could then come out and say, look, the people of Hamas, the people of Gaza have had enough. They're rising up. Look, they have guns. They're killing Hamas. They're the good guys. When the reality would have been the whole time that these guys were ISIS. So Avigdor Lieberman just blew the lid on the whole thing and said, oh, yeah, Netanyahu's back in ISIS. And so if this group rises up, just remember, these guys are ISIS. Just remember that. They're ISIS. So now, if any movement comes up, if any movement that comes up and says that they're there to fight Hamas, people are just going to say, oh, you mean you guys are ISIS, right? Or you guys are just some proxy backed by Israel, and Israel wants us to think that you guys are grassroots when you're really not. You're just astroturfed into existence. Right. And I got the Bannerlord music playing in the back because, you know, Bannerlord is my video game right now. I love Bannerlord. Mexican cartels also have a tendency of distributing humanitarian aid to civilians. That is true. That's exactly true. And, you know, there was a cartel group that popped up back in the, I want to say back in the 2010s. They were called the Caballeros Templarios, which means Knights Templar. And the Knights Templar were a cartel that first rose up as an anti-cartel movement, and they fought and defeated the Zetas. And people thought they're the good guys, when in reality is that they were just as evil as the Zetas. They only presented themselves as the good guys so that they could become the solution against the cartels that would be embraced by the people. They wanted to present themselves as the solution against the cartels so that the people would embrace them as heroes, and then once they defeated the Zetas, they became the cartel. Same thing with this group. The whole idea was for this group to fight against Hamas, and then these people would become Hamas because they're ISIS. I mean, what else can you expect from them? These people would become the new Hamas, and then Israel would say, we have to fight against this group. And then people would say, look, Israel's got to fight terrorism. And people would say, wait a second, these are the terrorists that Israel backed against Hamas. What are you talking about? Just like Hamas were the terrorists that were backed by Israel against the PLO. And then the Hosperists would say, that doesn't matter. What matters is Israel's survival, and Israel has a right to defend itself. And then we would be back all again in the same vicious cycle, with the same news cycle pushing propaganda, the same army of Hosperists pushing propaganda, and we would find ourselves yet again in this cloud of manipulation and deception and subterfuge, having to argue the obvious, having to deal with Hosperists, having to deal with propagandists, facing the same bullshit arguments that we're facing right now. It is all so fucking exhausting. And I'll be honest with you guys, sometimes honest to God, sometimes I just want to turn off the news for like a month. Just 1 month of no news. I used to be able to do this work without any issues. Now I find myself so mentally exhausting from this bullshit. I find myself so mentally exhausted from this bullshit. It's just information overload. And it becomes difficult to process everything. And it becomes exhausting having to debate against the same arguments over and over and over again. I mean, you see the same sort of bullshit that we saw in the early 2000s when people were trying to manipulate people into accepting and into supporting the Iraq war. And then when you tell people, listen, this is the same vicious cycle that we were in before, you know what they say? I saw this on X today. The army of Hosperists will come to you and say, it's different this time, and you know it. It's different this time. No, it's not. No, it ain't. It is so exhausting. It's so exhausting, guys. I honestly didn't even want to stream today. Honest to God, I didn't want to stream today. Because I knew I'm going to have to deal with bullshit. But you know what? I also knew that I was going to have fun. And I also knew that I was going to have time to drink alcohol during the stream and that I would have fun talking to you guys. So that's it. But it is exhausting just hearing the same arguments. It's different this time. It's different. Yeah, it's so different this time. It's being pushed by the same politician who told us to overthrow Gaddafi, Assad, and Saddam Hussein. Super, super different. Seems like your walk in faith is detoured. Yes. Yes, 100%. Yes, absolutely. Instead of thinking about God, we're thinking about Israel and all this bullshit. And it's just so exhausting. It's so exhausting to see just this repeat of history. I think Nietzsche, I'm not a huge fan of Nietzsche. I think Nietzsche was evil. But Nietzsche had this, I don't know what you could call it, this explanation. He had this parable. And he said, imagine if you, and this is pretty scary, but he said, imagine if there was a demon under your bed. And the demon just told you that everything is just repetition of what happened before. He said something like this. Now, that is a really, really bizarre thing to say. But it's almost like, it's not almost like, I think it really is. I think there is a demonic influence in the world. It's metaphysical. It's supernatural. I think there is a demonic influence in the world that just pushes for the same destruction over and over again. And because the demons want for the same thing consistently, which is the destruction of human life, they consistently and constantly push for policies and push for ideologies that lead to mass human destruction. And so because the demons are just simply repackaging the same ideas over and over again, they also repackage and remarket the same sorts of argumentation, the same sort of sophistry that is used to justify the very paving of the road to destruction that human beings keep paving over and over again. And so we see the same cycles, we see the same patterns, and we recognize the same patterns. But then when we come out to face the arguments that are being used to justify the very vicious cycle that we're trying to end, we have to hear the same arguments over and over again. And then we say, hey, this is the same thing that we've seen in the past. Oh, it's different this time. Hey, look, German nationalism is reviving. We've seen this before with Nazism. No, it's different this time. And so they deceive people by saying, it's different this time. Things are different. And then you say, no, it's the same type of people. No, it's a similar ideology. No, it's just a repackaged version of the same old ideology, be it Nazism, be it Jewish extremism, be it Islamism, whatever. People are always pushing for destructive policies or destructive ideologies, and they try to sugarcoat it. They try to cloud your vision and gaslight you by saying, "Oh no, we're not trying to repeat the evils of the past. We're simply doing this one thing that, yes, has parallels with history, but it's different this time. Oh, we want to advance communism, but it's different this time. Oh, we want to advance Jewish supremacy, but it's different this time. We want to rebuild the temple, and we want to bring back sacrifices, but we're not going to do the same types of evils that our ancestors did during the Judean Civil War and the Judean revolt against the Romans. No, we're not going to do that. We're just going to establish a super nice, friendly Jewish civilization with a third temple. We're not going to kill the Jews who disagree with us. We're not going to go around slaughtering non-Jews as our ancestors did during the Jewish revolt against the Romans. We're not going to do that. No. It's different this time. And this is the lie of these diabolical forces. It's different this time. But once you understand that the demons are not original, and the reason why the demons aren't original is because they just want to do the same thing over and over again, which is to lead people to destruction. Once you realize that, then you can see the cycle. You can see the recognition. You can recognize the patterns. You can see the parallels between the ideologies, and you can say, and you can read the history. You can read the historical. You can read about the historical events that parallel with current day events, and you could say, we've seen this before. We've seen this before, or we have seen events, or we have read about events that rhyme with what these people are pushing for. And the thing about the Middle East and Israel's machinations for the Middle East is that it's all within living memory, very recent living memory. We saw what the policy in Iraq did. We saw what basically doing what Israel wanted did. We saw the results of doing what Israel wanted in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya. We saw it. We've seen the results. And so you say, if someone comes out and says, this is just like Iraq, this is like Syria, what do they always say? It's different this time. No, it's not. No, it's not. They were saying, if we don't stop Saddam, he's going to have weapons of mass destruction. He has weapons of mass destruction. He's going to blow up Israel. We have to stop him, Dan. We have to. And they're saying the same bullshit about Iran, and they want people to go along with this whole war. And all it's going to do is it's going to accelerate Israel further and further to its own destruction. So my whole word of wisdom to the Israelis is, if you guys are listening to this stream, which I know you're not, but if you guys are, if you hospitalists or Mossad operatives are listening to this stream, I just have to say that I really advise that you don't do this, because you are only accelerating yourselves further and further to Holocaust Part 2, Season 2 of the Holocaust, Season 2 of this Netflix special that we call Life. Here we go. So it says here, the notion of arming the Abu Shabaab clan is not new. It was floated shortly after the October the 7th massacre. So right after the October the 7th massacre, Israel was saying, hey, we just got massacred by terrorists. Let's go arm and train some ISIS affiliates. Right, brilliant idea. This was done by default in both senses of the word, by declaring that Gaza will not be Hamasistan and not Fatistan. Oh, it's not going to be Hamasistan. It's not going to be Fatistan, but it's going to be ISIStan. Brilliant. Brilliant, guys. Netanyahu doomed the Palestinian Authority and joined Bezalel Smotrich's agenda of annexation and population transfer. Oh, and by the way, before October the 7th, the Israelis were already talking about annexation. They were already talking about annexing the West Bank and pushing people out of their homes. That was a threat right there. That was a threat to people's livelihoods right there. So it says here, the vacuum created in Gaza by Hamas's loss of governance due to Israel Defense Forces achievements on the battlefield was also strengthened by the Netanyahu government's refusal to allow forces from moderate Arab countries such as Egypt, Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia into the Strip. So they said, we don't want moderate forces from Egypt, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia to be allowed into the Strip. No. We want to support an ISIS affiliate. This is how self-destructive the Israelis are. This is how Israel found itself desperately on the lookout for an alternative that could feed 2.2 million hungry mouths. Facing these constraints from Netanyahu and his extreme right government, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who he was kicked out a few months ago. By the way, Yoav Gallant was the guy who was saying, hey, let's not have a multi-front war because Israel won't be able to handle that. He was fired for saying that, and now you have Israel on a multi-front war, and one of those fronts is with Iran, which is going to be devastating in the long run. But again, people don't listen to wise counsel. They don't want to listen to wise counsel. And what's that verse from the Bible? It says, never advise a fool because he will hate you for it. The fool will always hate you for advising him. That's why you shouldn't make friends with people who are always on a self-destructive path, because any advice you give them, if they're not going to listen to you, they're actually going to hate you for trying to advise them. And if you tell the Israelis, hey, don't do this, don't tread upon this road because you're only walking on a path toward destruction, they will actually hate you. Simple as that. Simple as that, you know? So it says here that Yoav Gallant, who resigned a few months ago, came up with the idea to set up a rule of militias and clans in Gaza. Gallant had said that Israel should be using local Ramallah-affiliated elements who are coordinated with the PA. In other words, Gallant was trying to introduce the PA back to the door, and this is actually a reasonable policy, right? Use the PA. The PA is workable. Use the clans. The clans can be workable as well. Gallant and the defense establishment tried to execute this move for the first time in February of 2024. However, when trucks with humanitarian aid entered the enclave, they were attacked by Hamas, and the attempt to protect them failed. Another failure occurred when Israel attempted to set up an armed militia from the same clan in the refugee camps in central Gaza. The current attempt is the third time Israel is trying the same move. This time after Israel has occupied Rafah. About a year ago, field operatives in the Shin Bet Security Services Southern District reformulated the idea into operational action. Shin Bet Chief Ronan Bar supported Shin Bet Chief Ronan Bar supported the plan, and it was approved by Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz. The government ministers were kept in the dark. At that time, the district chief, retired from Shin Bet after taking responsibility for the failure of October the 7th. He was replaced by S, who began to push forward with the plan. And by October of 2024, it was decided to put it into practice. The plan was supported by the IDF, at that time under the command of Chief Staff Herzl Halevi, the new head of the Military Intelligence Directorate, Major General Shlomi Binder, and the coordinator of government activities in the territories, Major General Ghassan Aliya. Another big supporter of the initiative is Major General Roman Golfman, Netanyahu's military secretary. Shin Bet instructors trained members of the Abu Shabab clan, and they were equipped with light firearms, Kalashnikov assault rifles, and handguns seized from Hamas since the start of the Gaza war. After the non-governmental organization Hatzlaha threatened to petition the court, the IDF provided partial data on the number of light firearms seized since the war started, some 2,500 guns and handguns. Israel is also paying the militiamen's salaries, also from money confiscated since the start of the war. The IDF has seized over 100 million shekels, $28 million in various currencies. The militia's main task is to secure the transfer of humanitarian aid to food supply centers and prevent Hamas from looting it. The issue of humanitarian aid has also been shrouded in mystery and is being conducted in a circuitous manner, characteristic of Netanyahu's government since the beginning of the war. Israel has decided to stop the activity of the UN Palestinians Refugee Agency, UNRWA, because some of its Palestinian employees were Hamas activists or cooperated with the terror organization. Israel also found it hard to mobilize international aid organizations because they refused to cooperate with it. In addition, some government ministers, mainly those controlled by the messianic extreme right wing, have called for the starvation of Gazans, and that's pretty terrifying. And so it says here, this is how Israel found itself in a trap due to the pressure from the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump, who promised that he wouldn't allow the residents of the Strip to be starved. Israel had to come up with an Israel bluff style solution. So Trump said, hey, it's not looking good that people are starving in Gaza. You better fix the situation. And so Israel said, okay, we got to think of something to feed these people. Netanyahu and his ministers pledged that the Israeli taxpayer wouldn't finance the delivery of food and medicine to Gazans, but very quickly broke their promise. In order to conceal the truth from the public and minimize embarrassment for the ministers on the extreme right, it was decided to conceal the fact that the finance ministry had already allocated some 700 million shekels to the venture. Instead, the government is falsely presenting the money as coming from a non-governmental organization based in Switzerland. So Israel is saying, yeah, we're not using Israeli tax dollars to fund this mission to feed the Gazans, but they really are, and they're lying to the Israeli people, saying that the money is coming from some NGO from Switzerland. And it says here that this organization hired an American security company that employs veterans of American military and security agencies. But once again, it was Lieberman who exposed the lie. He said that the Mossad, which specializes in setting up anonymous shell companies, and we all know about those, is behind the Swiss organization and its registration abroad. The Mossad declined to comment, of course. There have also been claims that American Jewish tycoons affiliated with the Israeli right have been assisting with the organization's activities and perhaps also provided it with interim funding. This roundabout exercise by the finance ministry, which lacks transparency and borders, stems from the desire to bypass the law on bidding processes, etc., etc. Abu Shabab, let me make sure you guys can see this. Hold on a second. So here we go. Abu Shabab, the leader of the militia, used to lead a criminal gang of arms and drug dealers and food and equipment robbers. Although it's doubtful whether Abu Shabab, who is in his 30s, has any political or religious ideology, his name and the names of several of his men have previously been linked with ISIS. Some militia members used to be Fatah supporters who opposed Hamas and were imprisoned in prisons around Gaza. In the chaos created by the war, hundreds of them managed to escape. Before and during the war, Hamas executed some members of the Abu Shabab clan for cooperating with Israel. Abu Shabab has also been in and out of Hamas prisons. All this makes it more likely that the militia also has ties to the Palestinian Authority's security agencies, which continue to have close cooperation and security coordination with the IDF and the Shin Bet. This is a mercenary militia similar to the ones established by colonial regimes. France used this practice in Algeria and in Syria, as did the British in their colonies in Africa and Asia, and the United States through the CIA in Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq. Israel acted similarly in the 1970s when it set up the Palestinian village leagues in the West Bank, the Phalangists, and the South Lebanon Army in Lebanon, and village watches in the Syrian Golan Heights, close to the Israeli border. In most of the cases of this phenomenon in Israel and around the world, setting up militias of collaborators and mercenaries has failed. Blah, 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 blah. I find it hard to understand the rationale behind this doomed experiment, says Michael Milstein, a researcher at Tel Aviv University's Moshe Dayan Center for Middle East and African Studies and former colonel and head of the Department of Palestinian Affairs in the Military Intelligence Research Division. So this guy is saying it's a doomed policy, and I agree, this is a doomed policy. It's either going to fail, it's either going to fall flat and nothing's really going to come about from this, or if there is no full-on ethnic cleansing of Gaza, the Israelis are probably going to prop up these people to rule over, or to help the Israelis rule over Gaza. And in this case, it'll be an ISIS affiliate working with the Israelis to rule over Gaza. And in that case, it'll be a failed mission. We must not forget the nature of this gang and avoid romanticizing some Gazan Robin Hood, something that's already been voiced in some circles, and should remember bitter historical precedents when we did business with dubious elements that quickly turned against us, such as the Phalangists in Lebanon. This guy makes a very good point. He makes a very valid observation. What happened in 1982 in Lebanon, the Israeli government backed the Phalangists, and then the Israeli government actually enabled the Phalangists to do a full-on massacre of at least 1,000 people in a matter of 3 days. 3 days of rape, looting, and murder, and it was all backed by Israel. It was eventually leaked out to the media. The Israelis said, oh, that wasn't us, that was the Phalangists, but it ended up being the case that Israel actually supported and backed that very massacre. And it was a blight on Israel's image, truly. It was a massive blight on Israel's image. Yeah. In general, it is best to refrain from attempts to influence the thinking of our enemies and from king-making. Hamas is indeed hurt in an unprecedented way, but it's best to avoid premature eulogies, as was the case many times throughout this war when signs of the group's collapse seemed evident. Even if we assume that Hamas will eventually collapse, it's best to think that would happen if Gaza gets filled with Abu Shabaab-like gangs, a reality that brings to mind Somalia. So basically, this guy's saying that if you support these people and if you want to work with these people to rule Gaza, you're just going to get Gaza to be ruled by a bunch of gangs, and Gaza's just going to be ruled by a mafia that affiliates itself with ISIS, and literally nothing good's going to come out of this. But again, this is Israel that we're dealing with, and so we can always just expect more and more destruction. Yeah. There you go. So there you have it. I don't know. It's just I just don't see anything good out of this. I just don't. It's just one nightmare after another. I'll try to read your guys' comments here. Hold up. Mexican cartels. Yeah, I already read this. Reality is stranger than fiction. Absolutely. And I wouldn't be surprised if Netanyahu calls on the services of Mexican cartels. Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising. Hello, all decent people. I see that the number of fans of this channel is constantly growing. It is. The channel is growing very slowly. And that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. Seems like your walk in faith. Okay, I already read this. Ted Trump, when asked about this war, he said World War III. Holy shit. Constantly following mainstream news makes a person more nervous and inquisitive. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's not good for us. I don't think it's good for our mental health at all. Satan gives human false choices. That's correct. False choices of evil. Us versus them. Left versus right. That's absolutely true. And that's one thing. That's what I believe in regards to these types of questions that come out that say, well, which do you support? Do you support Nazis? Do you want to support Nazis, or do you want to support communists? You have to choose one or the other. And I think that this is it's a dichotomy that's presented to us because the devil wants us to choose evil no matter what. Snake eating its tail. Yeah, Zionism is just Nazism with the Star of David. I agree. Goose, glad to see you back. Blah, blah, blah. I've just returned from St. Petersburg. Oh, cool. A beautiful city, and most importantly, there are no traces of war there. People very friendly and satisfied with their president. Interesting. Well, I hope you had fun. Well, I'm glad you had fun. I hope the borscht was good. This came out 13 hours ago. North Korea will be providing military support. Really? Let's look into that. North Korea. Let's look into this. Where did you read this? North Korea. Let's see. Iran. Have you guys ever noticed that Google is becoming more and more of a worthless website? It's like you go onto Google, you search for something, and you get a million hits that have nothing to do with what you searched for. Absolutely fuck all to do with what you searched for. Israel's Iran strikes could have knock-on effect for Putin and North Korea. Okay, could you give me a link? Could you send me a link that says that North Korea has agreed to get involved in this war? I have the music of the Asteroid playing. Yeah, there's a huge divide within the Republican Party over this whole thing, and I think most Republicans are against war. Yeah, I think it's gonna cause the division is already there, the rift is already there, but I think that the anti-war side is bigger than the pro-war side. I think that the Lindsey Grahams of the Republican Party are just part of the old guard. You know, and if Trump deploys troops to fight Iran, the Republican Party, the Republican electoral, the Republican voting bloc, the Republican constituents, the fans of Donald Trump are gonna, I think that they're gonna just transform. They're gonna go from being a MAGA movement to being just a straight up hardcore America First movement, and they're gonna form themselves to be an anti-Israel movement. That's what I think. Just a hardcore, explicitly anti-Israel movement. See, Charlie Kirk got a bunch of emails from his fans on this whole skirmish between Israel and Iran, and this is what he said. He said, the emails are so largely, overwhelmingly against Israel doing this. See, check this out. I'll show it to you guys. It's really interesting. So here's an article that came out recently on the New York Times. And it says here, Republicans are divided over Iran. Will Trump pick a side? And let me just, guys, I'm literally gonna faint if I don't get some carbs in my system, because I'm just exhausted by this whole thing. But Google is absolutely a worthless website, dude. And YouTube is getting more and more useless. It used to be YouTube. It used to be when you went onto YouTube and you search for something, you actually got videos that pertain to your search. Now you look up stuff on YouTube, and dude, I'm not joking. I typed in yesterday, music of the West Bank. And almost every video that I got was music from some Jamaican rap band. And so I typed, okay, I said, let me just change my search. I said, Palestinian music of the West Bank. Still got the same results. Well, the music is from Bannerlord, so yeah, you're thinking correctly. Those evangelicals have a weird crush. They do, but they're dying out, thankfully. Thank God. Thank Christ. Thank Jesus that the Hagiite cult is diminishing. Thank Jesus. If I was a dictator, I would force all megachurches to be transformed into hospitals. Free medical service for the people, and we'll transform all the megachurches into hospitals. Source is pamphlets. What does that even mean? You got to help me out here. You read it on a pamphlet or what? You got to give me a link here, buddy. Sirens all over Israel. Yeah, it's been going on for a while. Love my people. Who's your people? Theo, bring some liquid fermented carbs in a glass. Yeah. And shitification is real. What does that mean? You've been Googled? Hot damn. The music in the background. Yeah, it's just, dude, and then you go onto Google, right? And I was trying to search the prophecy of Elder Theodore. I forgot his last name, but his name was Elder Theodore. He was a Greek guy from Crete, a Greek monk. And he said, one day you will wake up in the morning sipping your coffee and you will see the news saying that Israel has attacked Persia's nuclear project. And I was looking for that prophecy. So I typed in Elder Theodore, prophecy, Iran, Israel. I'm not joking. I got 4 hits. 4 hits. Only 4 people on all of the internet, only 4 websites in the entirety of the internet are talking about this. Yet, if I look up something else on Google, I get a million bazillion hits that have nothing to do with what I searched for. Thinking, man, this Google is becoming such bullshit. Such freaking horseshit of a website. Me Jamaican, brother, me go, like, yeah, Jamaicans speak English. It's not English. That is not English. That's a bullshit language. That's a fake-ass language that they've invented. Me coming to Jamaica, man. Sean Paul is the man. Get the ladies like those. We like this. We get so many women. We like King Solomon, man. King Solomon. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh my God, that music should be illegal. It should be illegal. It should be illegal, that music. It's complete garbage. Enshittification is when a platform starts off great, then slowly gets worse. Yes, if that's what you meant, yeah. Enshittification is definitely happening. It is definitely 100%. Can you talk about the prophecy more, please? It's not really a prophecy. It's more of just an observation, but there was some guy, let me try to find his full name. Hold on. Elder Theodore. Okay, his name was Elder Theodore Agiofarangitis. And this is what he said. According to someone who knew him, I think. Let me look it up real quick. Hold up. Iran. He said, You'll be drinking your coffee and you'll hear that the Jews have struck Persia's nuclear program. This is what he said. And then he said, after this is done, Erdogan will fall. Now, listen, I'm not going to sit here and say that it was bullshit what this guy said. It actually could happen. And it is possible that this man was inspired by God to say this. It's entirely possible. I don't want to discredit it. I don't want to just, shrug my shoulders at it and say, oh no, it's bullshit. It actually is very plausible. He's saying, you're going to see Israel attack Iran's nuclear project. You're seeing it right now. And then he said, when this happens, after this happens, Erdogan will fall. We'll see what happens. But there is a chance that Erdogan will fall because Erdogan, there's a lot of people who hate him. Turkey is very split between the Islamists and the nationalists. And listen, I did a video about this months and months ago, and I said, guys, do not be optimistic if you see nationalists take over Turkey, because if nationalists take over Turkey, you know what it's going to be? It's going to be a bunch of gray wolf CIA-backed Nazis taking over Turkey, and they're going to be evil, murderous people. They're not going to be good people. They will be worse than Erdogan. They will be worse than Erdogan. The Kemalist. Go look up the Grey Wolves. Go look up Alparslan al-Turkis, who was a Grey Wolf. He was the founder of the Grey Wolves, and he was backed by the CIA during the Cold War because the CIA, the United States, NATO, wanted to use the Turkish Nazis as a proxy against the Russians. That's why the CIA made sure that Turkey would be the second most armed country in NATO. And while the CIA made sure of Turkey's high armament rate, the CIA was backing Turkish neo-Nazis who were members of the Grey Wolves, and they still exist, the Grey Wolves. They're nationalists. They're secular nationalists. They believe in eugenics. They believe in racial superiority. They believe in the racial superiority of the Turkish race. They worship race. They're not even really Muslim, these people. Muslims are not racialist. They're not. Islam is a universalistic religion. And that's why they killed that black dude. What's his name? Malcolm X. That's why they killed Malcolm X, because he said, hey, Islam ain't racist. And then the Nation of Islam killed them for saying that. But these people, these Grey Wolf people, they're fanatic nationalists. That's what they are. And so if those people replace Erdogan, believe me, it's nothing. It's not going to be anything to be optimistic about. So remember that the Armenian genocide was not orchestrated by Muslim religious people. It was orchestrated by secular fanatics. Yeah. And Kemal Ataturk, he continued the legacy. He was a successor to the legacy that was established by the Young Turks. So if secular nationalists take over Turkey, believe me, it's not going to be good. Do not be optimistic about it. But Mr. Elder Theodore Agilpharangitis said, Israel will attack Persia's nuclear facilities or nuclear project, and then after that, Erdogan will fall, and then he said that there will be a war between Russia and Turkey, and then Russia will defeat Turkey, etc., etc. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a secular nationalist takeover of Turkey. I wouldn't be. It happened before. I mean, the Sultanate was overthrown in the early 1900s and before World War I, and secularists took it over. And those people orchestrated the greatest genocide of the Armenian people in the history of the Armenian people. And the genocide of the Armenians was the second genocide to have been done in the 20th century. The first genocide was that of the Namibians by the Germans. Then the Ottomans did the Armenian genocide. That was the second genocide to be done in the 20th century. That's why Turkey is number 3 on my hit list. Why is the USA government so detached from morality that they back up, help, and endorse the scourge of humanity? Because they're satanic. You just said it right there. That's right. They're satanic. These people are evil. That's it. They're evil. It didn't serve any purpose to overthrow Saddam. It didn't serve any purpose to overthrow Assad. It didn't serve any serious purpose to overthrow these people. It just brought about more human suffering. You could say, well, there's money and there's this, but what does the Bible say? The source of all evil is the love of money. So no matter how you look at it, it's a satanic influence overall. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, I am going to. Armenians definitely learned their lesson. I am going to be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. If not Yahoo or the president of Russia, depleted uranium warheads would have fallen on Ukraine a long time ago. Yeah, Putin is keeping in check the generals who have long opted for this. Yeah, Russia is a lot more controlled than the Israelis. The Israelis have killed more children in all of the current wars combined. They've killed more children than all of the current wars combined. Yeah, the Israelis are, like I said, they're compulsive fanatics. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. Bannerlord is one of the greatest games ever invented. Let me check this out. Hold up and read your comments here. Japanglish is also a BS language? Well, of course it is. Konnichiwa! By the way, that Greek is Eastern Orthodox, and there are other saints who have also said it, okay? If not Yahoo were the president of Russia... Okay, I already read that. And this is why Israel is #1 on my hit list. I'm trying to link it, but it doesn't work. It's fine. That prophecy from Elder Theodore was a hard thing to believe years ago. Yeah. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors. Need to relax? Need a refreshing alcoholic beverage that is also healthy? Try one of Theo's catnip brews. That's right. And by the way, I mean, there's no carbs in this. You don't really gain weight from drinking this stuff. The herbal drink, while being high in alcohol content, making you feel like a cat on catnip, delivers all the health benefits from this natural herb. I think if I ever market my stuff, I think I'm gonna take this. I think I'm gonna use this. Go to Shubot Brews or right now and order your catnip brew today. That's awesome. Gotta make my own prison hooch brand. Yeah, this is prison hooch, absolutely. Or should I make a new military industrial complex startup? Chat, help me out here. Jacob Closesticks, I'd love to have a Theo. I think the Burdock is definitely the best thing I've ever made. The Burdock brew is just so damn good. And that's not me blowing smoke up my own ass. I mean, it is really just a damn good drink. YouTube search should pull it up. It's 5 minutes long. Okay. I'm spent. Good people. I need to hit the sack. I am heading into Philadelphia. All right, man. See you later. Thank you for coming on, sir. Thank you. Let's see. Do you really use catnip in it? Yep. It's catnip, water, brown sugar, and brewer's yeast. I lose weight? Thank you for noticing. I have definitely been losing weight. I've lost a lot of weight, actually, these last few months. I've talked about this before, but I used to be, believe it or not, I used to be like 240 pounds. And I was 240 pounds. And the thing about it is that when you start feeling heavy, you just feel miserable. So I just cut off snacking. I started watching Mike Israel's videos because I was kind of stuck. I'm like, I like to exercise, but I also like to eat. And I was kind of exercising here and there and then not really changing my diet. And so I was just gaining a lot of weight. And I was watching this video by this English guy who's a fitness expert. I forgot his first name, but his last name is Smith. He's kind of famous in the fitness world. And Smith was saying, you got to cut down your calories, mate. You have to be on a calorie deficit. If you put yourself on a calorie deficit, you lose weight. It's like, okay, that's true, but what's the strategy? How do I do that? Because it can be kind of difficult to strategize that, right? It can be kind of difficult to pave a smooth and simple path towards just being on a calorie deficit. Here we are. We're in the middle of the beginning of global war, and here I am talking about weight loss. But then one day I was watching this video by Mike Israel, and he basically said, "Stop fucking snacking." And I just was like, I heard that, and there's just light bulb went into my head, and I said, oh, okay, that's what I need to do. So I just stopped snacking. And just by cutting out snacking, and also there's another thing that I started to do, which is when I eat, I don't eat until I'm full to the rim. I don't eat, how do I say this? I don't stop eating. Hold on. Sorry, my English is I'm kind of retarded today. I don't eat until I'm super full. I stop eating once I'm somewhat full. So I'll eat. I'm not going to starve myself because that's not a good idea because then you can end up being unhealthy by malnourishing yourself. But what I do is I just eat and I stop eating once I'm somewhat full. So I used to eat until I was super full. I just eat, and then once I'm just not fully super full but somewhat full, I stop. So no snacking, and then you just eat until you're somewhat full. And if you just do that, man, you lose so much weight. It's ridiculous. Just by following that simple rule. Guys, you can eat hamburger and fries, hot dogs, you can eat all that stuff. If you just eat that stuff, if you eat a hamburger and fries, right? And I cut off soda too. I drink iced tea, or just water. But if you can eat a hamburger and fries, and if you just don't snack and don't eat anything for the next 4 or 5 hours or until you're actually hungry, you'll be surprised how much weight you can lose. And the thing is that if you have cravings and hunger are two different things. So a lot of times you're craving something, but you're craving something when you're already full. And when you have that type of a craving, when you have that longing for food, that's not hunger. That's not coming from necessity. That's coming out of a psychological need for the comfort that certain foods give us. If you have a craving, that's something different. Craving is psychological. It's not out of necessity. But don't eat anything until you're actually hungry. And then once you're actually hungry, then eat something, eat a meal, and then don't snack, and don't drink soda, and do some exercise a few times a week, and that's it. And I went from 240 to about 230 something in 1 month. So from 240 something, I went down to, I want to say 235 in a month. And then in another month, I went from 230 something to I want to say 220 something, 219, somewhere around there. And now I want to say I'm about 201 right now. So I'm going back down to 190, which when I was doing a lot of exercise was a common weight that I was in. I was 190. And then when I was doing really, really intense exercise for a long time, I went down to, the lowest I ever got was 175. That was the lowest I've ever been, but that didn't last very long because I don't think that's my natural weight. But the longest weight that I've ever been at was 185. I was 185 for a good year and a half, and I was doing Taekwondo at that time, so I was doing training all the time, and I went down to 185, and I was 185 for a long, long time. So I think 185 is probably my ideal weight, and I was in pretty good shape when I was 185. I've been in ketosis for over a dozen years and only eat once a day. Well, there you go. How tall are you? I'm 6'2". How do you brew? So what you do is you take, so in the case of catnip, you just take the catnip, boil it in water, let it cool down, strain the leaves out, just get the liquid, just get the tea. For 1 gallon of tea, I add 2 cups of brown sugar and then 1 teaspoon of brewer's yeast. Let it sit in a fermentation jar. And I like to use the fermentation jars that have the airlocks. You can get those pretty cheaply, those 1 gallon airlock jars from Amazon. And then you let it sit for, how long? 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. You want to let it sit, and then you want to bottle it. And then you want to let it sit in the bottles for at least 3 months. And in 3 months, that's when you're going to start to have the good flavor, the good carbonation. You don't want the drink to be too sweet. And I don't like my beers to be sweet at all. I like my beers to be cold and bitter. So I like to let my beers sit in the bottles for at least 3 months before cracking one open. So after 3 months, that's when you start to get the decent flavor and the decent carbonation and texture. If you open it too soon, it comes out way too carbonated to the point where it'll blow up and all the liquid will literally fly out of the jar and out of the bottle, and you'll lose all of your beer. And also, if you open it too early, the beer is too sweet. If you let it sit for at least 3 months, that's when most of the sweetness will be gone. That's when you have a decent carbonation. If you leave the bottle for 2 years, it's perfect. It literally is perfect. The carbonation is perfect. The texture is perfect. The flavor is perfect. Everything about it is perfect. The alcohol levels are perfect. Everything's perfect. But if you don't want to wait a year or 2 years, then wait at least 3 months. But again, in 3 months, like I said, it's going to be decent, but it's not going to be optimal. It's not going to be perfect. If you want a perfect brew, you want to leave it for, if you don't want to wait too long, but you still want a decent drink, a decent brew, then wait at least 3 months. But if you want a perfect brew, wait at least a year and then crack one open. And, I had a whole bunch of beers that I made and I forgot that they even existed, and I just forgot about them. And then all of a sudden I remembered them. I said, I should crack one open. And by that point, the brews were at least a year old, and they were actually really, really good. Theo's menu includes Burdock Brew, Catnip Cascade, Dandelion Draft, Whorehound Howl. That sounds perfect. Yeah, that's really good. Really good marketing there. This is pretty much the only reason to visit St. Pete, really. Next time you find yourself in St. Pete, dedicate a full week to hit the local bars, and you can find a lot of interesting craft stuff. That sounds awesome. How are you, man? How are the workouts? Yeah. What else is happening with Israel? Okay, so basically the same shit that's been getting reported since last night is still being reported. So the news cycle is just continuing on. It's just repeating itself. And so we have to wait for the next news cycle to get some new information, it looks like. Oh, look, the Israelis are warning of a new wave of attacks. Oh, wow.
Our Chief Global Affairs.
You know, if Israel had no connection to the US, none of us would give a shit about any of this stuff. But the only reason why we make a huge deal about it is for one reason and one reason only: Christian Zionism. That's it. You think people in Russia give a shit about Israel? You think people in Poland give a shit about Israel? You think people in any other first world country except for the United States give a shit about Israel? No one except for the Americans, the British, and the Canadians and the Australians give a shit about Israel. And what's one thing that all these countries have in common? They're all a part of the pro-Israel Christian Zionist trend. In all these countries, it's in all these countries where the pro-Israel Zionist trend found popularity, in all these countries. Now, if you go to Mexico, you'll find a bunch of Christians, quote-unquote Christians, who are obsessed with this. But that's because they learned about Christian Zionism from the Americans. That's it. But America, basically the whole Anglosphere, cares about this war. And that's because in all the Anglosphere, that's where Christian Zionism has dominated the most. At least for the most part, that's where it has dominated. At least for the longest time. And so because of that reason, we care about what's happening in Israel. No one gives a shit about what's happening in Sudan. No one gives a shit about what's happening in other countries. I know a girl who's Australian, and she's your typical evangelical, and she's super pro-Israel. DC has been stormed. Okay, hold on. So if I type in DC, am I going to get what you just said? How thunderstorms could disrupt army parade. Dude, could you please tell me what exactly is happening in DC? Because you're not telling me anything. DC has been stormed. I just looked it up. I don't see shit. Anyway, I know this girl who's Australian, and she's like, we have to support Israel. It's so important that we support Israel. Why? Because that's what God wants. God wants us to support Israel. So I said, do you know about Israeli war crimes? Well, no. And I sent her an article from Haaretz on Israeli war crimes. And do you know what she did? She said, oh, this is awful. And I said, yeah, this is being done by Israel. And she said, well, I hate all suffering, no matter who it is who's suffering. It could be an Israeli child, it could be a Palestinian child. It bothers me anytime children are suffering. And it's like, okay. Vets have stormed the Capitol? Really? So if I look up DC Capitol building, am I going to get that? Let's see. Capitol building. Am I getting that right now? 60 people detained following an anti-IC veteran protest on Capitol Hill. Okay, this is not big news. This is bullshit. This is a nothing story, to be honest. I'm not trying to insult you, but I'm just saying, like, nobody cares about this. This is not important. The anti-ICE people are such a marginal part of American society, and they're hated by almost everyone in the US. They're hated by almost the entire white American population, which, to be honest with you, out of all the different populations in the US, the white population is the most significant population out of all the United States. You know why? Because they're the big majority. They are the majority of the country. And as long as white people are the majority of the United States, white people are going to be the most significant voting bloc in the entire country. If you want to get anything done in this country, you got to get white people to approve of it. And if enough white people hate something, that hatred is going to be reflected in America's policy. If enough white people hate Israel, guess what's going to happen to America's foreign policy when it comes to Israel? It's going to go right down. Anyway, guys, I'm going to play a song. I heard this song. Oh my gosh, guys, this song is so... I was listening to this song today. When I was a kid growing up in the 90s, I used to listen to this band called Solus. So I was thinking about them today. It's an Irish band. I was thinking about them today. And I thought, what other songs did Solus make? So I looked them up, and I was looking at all their albums, and I found this song by Solus, and I just want to drink to it. This song is so damn good. This song is so damn good. I can't stop listening to it. I'm going to play it for you guys, and I'm going to drink to this music. All right, here we go. Beautiful head, I will say, on this group. Good stuff.
There was tear gas in the poison jester's mask. Shed a tear, dear, for the clown who tried to fight fire with water and went down on the 10 o'clock news. Bought the paper and walked back to where I parked. The man on the movie theater steps.
I love the beginning of this song. There's something about this song. I don't know why. It just screams 1990s, like late 1990s, Ireland, Braveheart, pubs. It just has a whole vibe that comes with it. And it also has this expression, this emotional expression against injustice, and it's just all there, perfectly harmonized together. It's so perfect. Nice film and color. Yeah, I'm actually really proud how this bottle came out. Really good. Flavor's decent. A little bit too. It's slightly more on the sweet side, which is not really something that I prefer, but nonetheless, really good drink. It's a little bit. It has a spice to it because I put tansy flowers in it. Tansy has a nice kind of a spicy flavor, and good carbonation, good texture. A lot of good alcohol. In this brew. Has the Indians stopped calling you? No, they don't stop calling me. I get calls from Indian scammers every single day. It's just that I have done this mechanism on my phone where I don't hear the ring or the vibration from when they call at all. But I just look at my missed messages, and I have dozens upon dozens of missed calls every single day, and it's all from scams. They are race theory assholes and lunatics ranting that white people are inherently evil and many companies do not hire skilled whites. Yeah, but those people are a huge minority. Like, people have no idea how freaking hated those people are, and no one likes them. No one likes people who hate white people. No one likes them. and by no one, I mean the great majority of the world, the great majority of the Western world, the great majority of America is against those people. The nationalist types are actually much more popular than those people. I drink Zenitowskie, St. Petersburg, Hades, and 3 types of Baltica. What's the name of the band and the song? It's called Solus. It's a band that I grew up listening to. My father used to listen to a lot of Irish music when I was growing up, and my dad had a hot dog cart when I was growing up, and the hot dog cart was right next to a record store. So we used to go to the record store all the time. And after my dad would close up the shop, when he would close the shop for the evening, a lot of times we would hang out at the record shop and we would listen to albums and buy albums. And so there was this Irish music album. It was a wonderful album. It's called, I think it was called Celtic Odyssey or something like that. It was such a good, it was by, what do they call it? Like a record. It was a music brand called Puntamayo. So if you look up Puntamayo Celtic music or Celtic Odyssey, you'll get the whole album. One of the best Celtic music albums ever made. It's so good. But that album was a part of my childhood. And there was a song on that album called Made on the Shore. And it was made by Solus. And so yesterday I thought, or 2 days ago, I thought, you know what? I want to listen to that band, and I want to see what other songs they made. So I started listening to their various albums, and I found this song, and I thought, wow, what a great piece of music. Yeah.
Always find his needle, but I wonder where's the thread. How much more can we bear till the way is paved out? For the revolution, there'll be nothing left unchanged. Tonight I'm tired and I mourn, so I consent to cede control to the remote.
So she says, tonight I'm tired, so I consent. I cede control to the remote. And this song was made in 2002 or something like that. So this is before shorts and before people scrolling, watching these mind-numbing, mind-frying, attention span destroying videos. This is before doom scrolling, is what I'm trying to say. And before doom scrolling was a thing, people would watch TV and just flip endlessly through the channels. That's what people did. And basically it was like the first form of scrolling, if you think about it. And so that's what she's talking about. She's talking about ceding control to the television, just endlessly frying your brain, going from channel to channel to channel aimlessly.
Wrap me in its airtight void and keep me from my own. How much more can we bear till the way is paved out? For the revolution, there'll be nothing left unchanged.
Dude, when I first heard this, I couldn't believe how good this song was. The way, I just love how she's singing, and then you hear these Irish sounds in the back, just harmonizing perfect, like the flute and the violin. Da, 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 da. I mean, it's so good. The song is perfect. There's nothing bad I have to say about this song. It's just a perfect song. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I give this song a 10 out of 10. Puntamayo. Yeah, I'll send it to you. It's Puntamayo Celtic. I just looked it up. Celtic Tides. That's the album. You can find the whole thing on YouTube. It's such a good album. But this song is not on the album. But there's a song by this band that's on that album called Made on the Shore, which is another masterpiece. But this song may actually be better than Made on the Shore. can't beat this.
For the revolution, there'll be nothing left unchanged.
And you believe this song only has 9.6 thousand views? It really goes to show that just because a song is popular doesn't mean that the artist is talented. Just because a song is popular doesn't mean that it's actually good. There's plenty of songs that are really good that almost no one knows about. And there's this little violin. Da, 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 da. And then she resumes.
We fight just wars and we build just walls. We raise cities and make cities fall.
So we fight just wars and we build walls. We raise cities and we make cities fall. And then we write children's names on walls. Meaning, we fight just wars, but in those just wars we destroy cities and children die. And then we write their names on walls, is what she's saying. It has a very beautiful message, and just the vibe and the spirit of the song is just so deep for me. I don't know. Maybe you guys find it boring, but I find this song to be perfect. It's just lyrically beautiful, lyrically perfect. The rhythm. I like the fact that the song is 8 minutes, which means that I can really just sink my mind into it. There's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of deep harmony in it. I don't know how else to describe it.
We raise children and we write their names on granite walls. We don't like losing games. How much more can we bear till the way is paved? For the revolution, there'll be nothing left unchanged.
Love that Irish tin whistle in the back, just in the background. It's not imposing itself, but it's just there, just lingering, and it just gives off this beautiful sound, and it complements the rest of the song. song is perfect. I don't care what anyone tells me. The song is perfect. 10 out of 10. Love this song. Can't stop listening to it. It's so damn good. Just everything about it. The expression just reflects my soul. And I think that the reason why we love certain songs is because those songs reflect the state of our soul. I truly believe that. I think that's why you can hear the musical preferences of certain people and then wonder why the hell are they listening to that music. You could hear people's favorite songs and you could differ with them so radically and so dramatically. You can say, I don't understand why people like the songs that they listen to. But the reason why you don't understand why those people like the songs that they listen to is because those songs reflect their souls. And the reason why you don't like those songs is because they don't reflect the state of your soul. So this song, if I like to listen to a song, there's a reason. And a lot of times we say, oh, I just like this song. But what we don't really realize is that we like a certain song because it reflects the spiritual state of our beings. And so I can understand the state of my soul by listening or by being aware of the type of music that I'm listening to. So I'm listening to a lot of sad music or a lot of harmonious music, a lot of, not harmonious, a lot of bittersweet music. There's something in me that reflects that. And I think spiritually within myself, there's a lot of bittersweetness. You know, there's a lot of bitterness really for what's happening all over the world, just Gaza and the injustices and just this blatant disregard for human life and this incessant desire for war that rejects the calls for reason. This incessant desire for war that completely disregards any sort of request for peace, any sort of request for cooler heads to prevail, any sort of request for wise counsel to be heard. And I really hate that. And this whole thing has just pissed me off so much, to be honest with you. It really angers me. And maybe that's why I like listening to this music so much, because there's something in this music that's just very bitter. And that's how I feel. I feel bitter all the time. I feel bitter all the time. Fight Just Wars Considering the Irish History of Resistance. It kind of reminds me of Ivan Illyrin's Doctrine of Resisting Evil. I need to read that book, by the way. You should check out Greek Modes, Aphrodite Era by Michael Terzis. Okay, I'll check it out. Have you heard of the new Evanescence song, Fight Like a Girl? I know they released a song recently, but I haven't listened to it. I think that Evanescence is the best albums. I think her best album is her very first album. And I'm not talking about the album that got her to be famous. I mean the album that she made when she was in high school. Oh, I forgot the name of it. I think it's called Origin or something like that. It's so fucking good. There's a song that she made called Lies, Lies. That is her best song. Evanescence's best song never went mainstream. It's called Lies. That is her best song. It's better than any song she ever made. After Lies, I would say her best song was Going Under. Amazing song, wonderful piece of music. I do like her most famous song, the song that she's most famous for, which is Bring Me to Life, which is a good song. Don't get me wrong, I really like it, but it's not as good as Lies and Going Under. Those two songs are absolute masterpieces. Perfect songs, 10 out of 10, especially Lies. Lies is a 10 out of 10 song. I love her music. She made a song called, I think it was called Bitter Truth or something like that, The Bitter Truth. And she made that song I think she started making it in 2020 and then it got released in 2021. And that album is one of her best, truly. Even though it came out recently, it's one of her, even though I want to say it's her most recent album. The album is so damn good. There's so many songs on that album that are so good. I think it's a really underrated album. And I think a lot of the songs in that album are just beautiful works of art. When I listen to this Irish song that I just listened to, I just have this urge to watch Braveheart. I think Braveheart is the greatest film ever made. I will die on this hill, and I have held on to this position for most of my life. Braveheart is the greatest movie ever made. People can argue and say Gladiator is the best film. People can argue that The Matrix is the best movie. People can argue that The Godfather is the best movie, or the Godfather series altogether is the best work of cinematography or the best work of cinema ever made. I disagree with all those positions, and I will die on this hill until the day that I die. And that is that my position is that Braveheart is the greatest film ever made. Like, there's no movie as good as Braveheart. I've watched many films in my life, and I've watched Braveheart so many times, and I just never get tired of Braveheart. Braveheart is the greatest movie ever made, and I will die on this hill, and I will debate anyone. Whoever wants to debate me on this, I'll debate you. I don't care. We'll debate on this. It is the greatest film. People like to say that that like the Lord of the Rings is the best, or the Lord of the Rings cinematic universe is the best work of cinema ever made. And it's like, okay, in all honesty, yeah, Lord of the Rings, first Lord of the Rings film was really good. I think all three Lord of the Rings movies are good movies. Don't get me wrong. I've seen all three of them. I think all three of them are very impressive works of art. I like a lot of the music. I think the Lord of the Rings, oh my God, dude, the Lord of the Rings, holy shit. Hold up. Lord of the Rings. Hold on. Dude, what's that song by Lord of the Rings? Oh man, it's so good, this piece of music. Elves, what's it called? Elves, what? No, what's the song that comes out when the hobbits are walking around? Dude, there's a guy who there's a guy who did his own cello version of this, and I thought it was so damn good. It was so good. Let me try to see if I can find it. Hold up. Concerning Hobbits. Let me see if I can find it. Hold up. Is this it? I think this could be it. Hold up. Let me see if I can listen to it. Dude. Nah. This isn't the version, but you know what I'm talking about? Oh, I think this is it. I heard this cover and I thought it was so good. Hold up. Let me play it. It's so good, this music. It's so good. Dude, I love this music. I was listening to this specific cover of this specific piece of music over and over and over again during election night when the election was happening between Trump and Kamala. Dude, on election night, I was listening to this specific cover for this specific song over and over. Dude, you can't beat this. Listen to this. I mean, there's so much sophistication and elegance in this one piece. It's so good, dude. It reminds me of Pachelbel's Canon. Can't beat this. I mean, it's just a perfect piece of music. But yeah, but it's still, I mean, as good as the Lord of the Rings films are, Braveheart is the greatest film ever made. It is. It's the greatest movie ever made. I don't care what anyone tells me. I will die on this hill. It is a work of art. Braveheart is truly a masterpiece. To me, Ben-Hur is a great movie. I saw Ben-Hur numerous times. I think Barabbas is a masterpiece of a film. Barabbas is definitely on my top 10 list of best movies. But no matter how many times I see Ben-Hur, no matter how many times I see Barabbas, as good as those films are, Braveheart is number one on my list. Passion is a masterpiece. 100%. Without a doubt. But you know what? The Passion of the Christ, and Braveheart are made by the same director, Mel Gibson, who is an artist. Mel Gibson is the Shakespeare of our time. He is. People like to present him as some kind of a ruffian, roughneck alcoholic. And while he is definitely rough around the edges, he is an artist at the end of the day. I mean, Mel Gibson is a very educated artist who knows how to really craft a beautiful work of art. And man, when you watch Braveheart, it is just there's nothing like it. I mean, truly, when I watch the film Braveheart, it never fails. It never fails. I get emotional watching that film. It is just a masterpiece. There's nothing like Braveheart. Nothing. There's nothing like that movie. And I can explain to you guys why it's a masterpiece, but it'll take hours. It'll take like 4 hours. It was anti-Semitic. What was anti-Semitic? There's a film called La La Land. What's that movie about? Passion is also great. Yeah. Patriot is a good movie. Patriot is a very good movie. And again, Mel Gibson was involved. But The Patriot, I mean, Patriot is not as good as Braveheart. It's just not. Braveheart has that perfect 1990s vibe. And it has a great harmony between this 90s vibe with this almost medieval fantasy vibe. The music is so perfect. The soundtrack is so perfect. It fits the vibe and the atmosphere of the movie. The texture of the film fits the story so perfectly well. Dude, the casting of Braveheart, the actors that they picked to play all these roles were so well done. The choosing of these actors was done perfectly. They got Angus McFadden to play Robert the Bruce, and he did perfectly his role. He did his whole role perfectly. Then you have the guy who played the gay son of Longshanks. He did a very good job in playing his role. The guy who played Longshanks did a perfect job doing his role. Mel Gibson did a perfect job playing his role. The crazy Irish dude who played Stephen. I mean, they all do their roles just so perfectly well. And, you know, if I had to choose one character, if I had to make the decision on which character really does the best in that film, I would have to say Robert the Bruce. Robert the Bruce just does the perfect. Robert the Bruce is really the center of the whole movie, and I think he's the main character. Actually, I think that the more and more that I watch Braveheart, the more I realize that William Wallace, while he's the star, he's the star character. He really is more of a supporting role, and Robert the Bruce is the main character. And the reason why I say that is because at the end of the day, the whole movie is leading you on this path of Robert the Bruce's character development, how he develops from being a coward to being a very courageous, valorous man. And the movie is really the development of Robert the Bruce's character. And so William Wallace is there as a secondary role, as a supporting role, to really push Robert the Bruce to be the man that he's supposed to be. And so really, if you think about it, the whole movie is about Robert the Bruce transforming himself. And you could say, well, Robert the Bruce doesn't come out until later on in the movie. He's not there in the beginning. He actually is there in the beginning, because right in the beginning of the movie, there is a narrator, and that narrator is Angus McFadden, the very guy who played Robert the Bruce. So Robert the Bruce is speaking in the beginning of the movie, and he is saying, let me tell you something about William Wallace. And he is saying that because really at the end of the day, he is the main character. But it's just beautiful how the director makes he makes it out to be that William Wallace is the main character. But when you actually spend enough time watching the film and actually really looking deeply and inquiring into the fullness of the film, you realize, no, actually, William Wallace is a supporting character. He's not the main character. It's actually Robert the Bruce. But it's just, yeah, it's just a great piece of art. The Passion. There's nothing anti-Semitic about The Passion. Yeah, the Jews complained about it, and they actually made amazing marketing for the movie. Apocalypto was a masterpiece, definitely on my top 10 list of best movies. Again, Mel Gibson. My Gentle Son. That's correct. That's Mr. William Wallace. Gladiator, I would say, is the second best movie in all of the world. I would say Gladiator is number 2 on my list, but I would say Braveheart is number 1. All right, guys, I think I'm done. Yeah, unless I can listen to more music, I don't know. Great piece of music. Really good piece of music. It's very Baroque in how it sounds. Check out Michaelis Terzis. Okay, have you watched the sequel, Robert Bruce? I watched a little bit of it, and I know it was directed by Angus McFadden, but I never watched the full thing. Aphrodite era Greek moods. All right, let's check this out. Hold up. Ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-dum, bum, ba-da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-dum, bum. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it's not that good. I'm sorry. I mean, it's okay, but this music is like this music would be fitting for a video game. You know, when you're walking through the wheat fields of Calandria, I could totally hear this, and this would be great for a video game. Other than that, I'm not really. This ain't really grabbing my soul. I'll be honest with you. The song by Solus, which is I forgot the name of the song, but it's a masterpiece. That song really grabs my soul. Truly, it grabs my soul. Gladiator and Braveheart are probably number 19 and 20. No, not number 19 and 20. I'm sorry. No, Gladiator is number one. Braveheart is number one. Gladiator is number two. Different vibe, but you may enjoy it. I think this music would be perfect for. I think it would be perfect for a video game when you're walking through the wheat fields of Calandria and Bannerlord. Let's see here. Hi, Theodore. I think it would be great for you to engage in a debate with Christian Prince about the situation in Gaza. Okay. Why don't you debate Christian Prince? Why do I have to debate Christian Prince? Anytime someone asks me to debate someone, 9 times, actually 10 out of 10 times, it's because that person, from my experience, that person wants to see a spectacle. That person wants you to argue with someone, and then they can just watch a show. It makes for a good show. So why don't you debate Christian Prince? Search this up, Ted. Israeli under fire. Iran retaliates with missile. What's there to search, my dude? What's there to search? We know. The Jews and the Persians, they're killing each other. Okay. I honestly don't give a fuck. I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be straight up honest with you guys. I'll be straight up honest with you guys. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you guys. I don't give a fuck about this story. I have spent the last, how long? 6 hours, close to 6 hours, talking about something I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a shit about Israel. I don't give a shit about Iran. I don't like what Israel's doing to Gaza. But I don't give a shit about Israel. I personally don't care. Don't. The only reason why people give an ounce of a shit about this story is because of Christian Zionism and Christian evangelicalism and all this stuff. That's why people care. That's the only reason why. Because Israel is in the apple of God's eye, and so if we don't bless Israel, then we're going to be cursed, and so we have to bless Israel, so we have to give a shit about everything that happens between Israel and whatever other country it has a spat with. And I'm just sitting here wanting to get drunk and make beer and play video games. That's all I want to do. In fact, the only reason why I wanted to do this stream had fuck all to do with Israel. The only reason why I wanted to do this stream was so that I could share that Irish song with you guys. That was it. To me, that was the highlight of this entire stream, was sharing that Irish song with you. Other than that, the rest of this stream will put me to sleep if I have to listen to it. I know, because I was about to fall asleep as I was talking about all this bullshit. I don't give a shit about this story. I don't. Don't give a shit about Israel. Don't give a fuck about Tel Aviv. Don't give a shit about any of this stuff. I could literally care less. You want to know my real opinion? That's my real opinion. I care about other things. I care about Armenians. I care about Nagorno-Karabakh. No one gives a fuck about Nagorno-Karabakh. Yeah, movies. I love talking about movies and arts and music. That's really where my soul is at. You want to know where my soul is at? It's music. It's alcohol. It's video games. That's where my soul is at. That's where my mind, that's where my heart is at. I'm talking to you guys about Tel Aviv on fire. And in my mind, I'm thinking about beautiful music and beautiful alcohol. And beautiful movies. I'm thinking about the next movie that I'm going to watch. I'm thinking about why I love horror movies. I'm thinking about what's a good horror movie to watch. Because personally, I don't think the human mind was designed by God to be sitting there concerning itself with the news about what's happening all over the world. I don't think our minds were made to process that much information. Here we are, we're trying to process all this information. Israel, Gaza, Iran, this, that, Africa, blah, blah, blah. And our brains were designed to process, what the fuck are we going to eat today? The fuck are we going to eat at the end of the day? What music are we going to listen to? What drink do we got? What food do we got? That's what I care about. I don't give a fuck about any of this shit, to be honest with you guys. If I could, I would just be a Twitch streamer playing games. I don't give a shit about this story. Oh, Israel's getting bombed. Okay, Gaza's been getting bombed for the last 20 months. Tens of thousands of people have been killed. You got some dude who's got cerebral palsy getting shot to smithereens. You got people getting shot by snipers, and the snipers are killing people for fun. And now that I think about it, this Greek song ain't that bad. Holy shit. I enjoyed listening to it as I was talking to you guys. I'm going to play it again. This is Calandria. Oh, that's another thing. I give a shit about Calandria. I give more... Let me tell you guys something. For those of you who don't know, Calandria is the world that you live in when you play the video game Bannerlord. It's kind of like if you're playing Elder Scrolls, and I think the land that you work in Elder Scrolls is called Skyrim or something like that. So you have Skyrim, and then in I don't know, in World of Warcraft that you have your own world, and I don't know what that world is called. But in Lord of the Rings, it's Gondor or whatever. And then in Elden Ring, it's the lands between. That's the world that you live in. In Bannerlord, the world that you live in is Calandria. I give more of a shit about Calandria than I do Israel. I give more of a shit about what am I going to do with Calandria. How am I going to defeat Vlandia? I actually think in my brain... I'm not exaggerating, guys. I will sit there as I do video editing, as I read the news. How am I going... What strategy can I come up with to slow down the horse charges of Vlandia? That's what I'm thinking of. I kid you not, guys. I was trying to sleep one night, right? And I couldn't sleep because I kept thinking about how to stop the horse charges of the Vlandian army. And you know that scene in Braveheart where they're wondering how to stop the English horse charge? And the Scottish guy goes, make spears. What? Make spears, as long as a man. Aye, your mom is telling stories about me, ah. Dude, I was sitting there thinking, how do I stop the horse charges? And I thought, fight them from the trees. Put all my troops. Because I noticed when I was fighting in a battle, right? And I was trying to kill an enemy for my horse, and my horse hit a tree. Totally stopped my charge. Totally. So I thought, wait a second. I'm going to put all my troops behind trees. I'm going to put all my archers behind trees. I'm going to put all my infantry behind trees. I'm going to have them do a shield wall formation. And then I'm going to put the archers in front of the shield wall formation. And then I'm going to put all my cavalry units behind trees on both flanks of my men. The left flank and the right flank. And I'm going to force the Vlandians to do a horse charge towards me. And their horse charge is going to be stopped. It's going to be slowed down because of the trees. They're not going to be able to do a full-on horse charge on me. So they're going to have to slow down to go through the trees, and then our infantry guys can easily take them out because I realize that the Vlandians' main strength is the horse charge. So if you stop the horse charge, you defeat the Vlandians. Yeah, because I've done this. I haven't done the forest strategy yet on the Vlandians, but I did one strategy one time where I was in the forest and I did a total shield formation. And what I did was I made a square formation. So I put one line of infantry doing the shield wall, and then on both left flanks I did 2 parallel lines. So I basically made a square formation. Inside the square I put all my archers, and then behind the square I put all my cavalry units. So the Vlandian horse cavalries, the Vlandian horsemen were forced to charge towards the square. They really couldn't break through. Well, they did manage to break through my shield wall, but you would only have about 1 or 2 cavalry guys that were able to actually break through my shield wall. And then once they got inside my shield wall, I had a big ass sword. I just killed both of them. And then my infantry guys would kill a bunch of them, and then the rest would run away. They kept doing this back and forth until we killed all their horsemen. And then the Vlandian infantry is shit. I mean, it's weak. And so, but we killed off all of their horsemen, with the exception of maybe 2 horsemen. The rest were Vlandian infantry, and we killed them off no problem, even though they freaking outnumbered us. We still killed them off. So the Vlandian infantry sucks balls for the most part, but then the horsemen is where their strength is at. So if you can slow down their horse charge, you beat the Vlandians. Even if they outnumber you, you can still beat them if you can take out their horses. That is it. That's it. Their infantry, for the most part, sucks, especially if they're younger recruits or they're newer recruits. You can take them out really easily, even if they outnumber you. And that's it. So I'm like, wait a second. So what I started to do was I actually just started recruiting archers. And I learned from reading about the battles between Edward III and the French, that the French's main strength was the horse charge, just like the Vlandians. And what ended up neutralizing the French's horse charge was the longbow of the English. I'm thinking, I'm just going to invest most of my money in making archers, training archers. That's it. Archers and horsemen. So most of my soldiers in my little private army, which is like 194 men, is archers or cavalry. I have very small infantry units. And so far in my battles, I've been doing pretty good. I haven't fought any Vlandians, but I have been fighting. I did do a number of battles with the Western Empire, and we did pretty good. We did a lot of good horse charge. I also fought a lot of looters, and I just do a horse charge, and I use my archers, and we do pretty good. So I'm thinking, because my people, my nobles wanted to declare war on Vlandia, and I said, okay, fine, boom. So yesterday we declared war. So now I'm gonna test my strategy. I'll let you guys. I'll let you guys know how it works out. I'm just gonna put my entire army, all my forces, behind trees. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna force all those bastards to have to do horse charges into the forest and watch their horse charge slow down. I'm gonna try it out. I love Bannerlord, by the way. It's such a good damn game. But I give a shit more about what happens in Calandria than I do what happens in Israel. I really don't give a shit about Israel. I'll be honest with you guys. I really don't give a shit about that country. I don't. Just don't care. You can throw all the Bible verses you want at me. You can give me the Bible verse. My heart will be... I just don't care about Israel. Don't care. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe there's something wrong with my brain. But I just don't care about what happens in Israel. I don't want to see people suffer. I don't want to see, innocent Israelis suffer. I don't like seeing any form of human suffering. But I just don't see why I have to focus on a country so much just because it's Israel. You know what I'm saying? Like, I saw people in Sudan suffering. I saw people starving to death in Sudan. I saw videos about people starving to death in Sudan. I saw videos about a giant massacre in Sudan where they killed 15,000 people literally in one city. In one city, 15,000 people slaughtered in Sudan. No one gave a shit. So why should I not give a shit about Sudanese people but care more about what happens to Israelis? I saw a video of some crippled dude in Gaza getting blown to smithereens, and I'm not supposed to care about him because he's not Jewish. I saw a video of an Armenian man being beheaded I saw a video about I saw a video showing an Armenian man being beheaded by Azeri Turkish soldiers, and he was begging for his life. And it turns out that those Azeri soldiers get backed by Israel, and yet I'm really not supposed to give a shit. I'm not give a shit, but I'm actually supposed to give more of a shit about an Israeli than I am about that Armenian man. Why does an Israeli take precedent over that Armenian man? Why does Israeli suffering take precedent over Armenian suffering? Or Gazan suffering, or Syrian suffering. And for years, the Israelis were saying, like, fuck the Syrians, arm the rebels, overthrow Bashar al-Assad, just causing so much suffering in that country because of NATO, and because NATO was arming and backing Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups. Why does Israeli suffering take precedence over Syrian suffering, or over Gazan suffering, or over Sudanese suffering, or over, Armenian suffering? Like the whole thing about being Christian is being universal. And Paul didn't say, oh, the seed of Abraham, that's all the Jews. He said the seed of Abraham is Christ. It doesn't say it's the seed of Abraham is not Yahoo. It's just, to me, it's just insane, guys. It's just madness. I freaking hate it so much, dude. I hate all that Zionism bullshit. And the thing is that I grew up with it. And I think a lot of it is just repulsive. Let me read your guys' comments. Hold up a second. How to defeat horse charges of Landia, Imperial, and Sturgian cavalry maxing, bruh. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Sturgian shield wall is able to really absorb a lot of the impact from a Vlandian horse charge. And what I noticed, I did a battle. I kid you not, guys. I did a battle. I should have filmed it. It was so damn good. I did a battle. 130 Vlandians versus 60 Sturgians. 60 Sturgians versus 130 Vlandians. I was like, okay, we're going to lose, right? But I tried this strategy out. I really wanted to try this strategy out. So I made a square formation. The front of the formation is just one line, all shield walls, all Sturgian shield walls. And then on both sides are long parallel lines that connect with the first line. So it's like it's like a square U. All right. So you got the line here, and then you have both sides that are like a wall. And the reason why I did that was to prevent a flank. So if the Vlandians try to circle, or the Vlandians try to hit our men from the side, there'll be a shield wall right there. If they try to hit from the other side, there'll be a shield wall right there. So imagine a square like this. Imagine a football kicking square. You know how in football they kick the football into a little square? All right, just think of that. That's the formation right there, right? But this is the front. So the front of the line is like this, and then you have two sides. So it's like a square, all right? And it's all shield wall. In the middle of the square is the archers. Behind the archers is all my cavalry. We didn't have a whole lot of cavalry. Again, we were 60 dudes. Most of our guys were infantry. So the Vlandians were 130. Most of those dudes were horsemen. I kid you not. Sturgian shield wall is the best shield wall probably in all of Calandria. No matter how many times the Vlandians would hit us, most of their troops, most of their cavalry were not able to penetrate the shield wall. We would get like one or two guys at most, who would break through the shield wall, and I would just take them out with my sword and make sure that they would die if they broke through the shield wall, because I got a big ass, I had a nice big fat freaking single hand sword with a shield. So if one Vlandian horseman broke through the wall, I would just bam, hit him, kill him. And that was it. And we did that for a good 20 minutes or so. And they would just charge and then run away, charge and run away. By 20 minutes or so, 15, 20 minutes or so, there were only 2 horsemen left. And the rest of them were Vlandian infantry. And I just said, guys, I told the remainder of my army, I said, make a big ass shield wall and march slowly to the infantry. And we just marched slowly to the infantry, and we just freaking mowed them down. We killed all the freaking Vlandian infantry, and that was it. It was amazing. It was amazing to see the effectiveness of the Sturgian shield wall. But I would like to experiment with other strategies, because at times, many times, the Vlandian horse charging can really overwhelm you. And even if you have a little bit more men than they do, the Vlandians can still beat you if you do not put a priority on crushing their horsemen. I realize with Vlandians, once you take out their horsemen, they are fuck all useless. You can kill them easily, even if they outnumber you. So their strength is their horse charge. I did a battle where I think I had slightly more men than they did, and they still beat me because I focused more on taking out their infantry than I did taking out their horsemen. And there were still, by the time, and we were killing a lot of Landians, but by a certain point, there were still tons of horsemen that we had to deal with. And because of that reason, for that reason, we lost because we were not able to deal with the horse charges. So I realized once you take out the cavalry units, Vlandia's fucked. Vlandia's fucked. You know, that's how you deal with them. Just use the Polish Hussars. There we go. And of course, Kuzite horse archers, 40% Imperial Cataracts, 30% Sturgian Druzeniks, and 30% Kuznets Khans. Yeah, right now I have an army. My private army is mainly Aserai horse archers or Aserai horsemen, and they're really good, especially when it comes to horse archery. They're super good in horse archery. Probably not as good as Kuzites, but I've been just focusing most of my time on making money and uploading and upgrading my horsemen. And the great majority of my army, which is 194 men, is Aserai horsemen. And the rest of them are either Sturgian shield or Sturgian spearmen. And I got a lot of what do you call them? Western Empire archers. And I've just been upgrading them. And my goal is to not really get involved in any sort of serious fighting until I've really maxed out on their full potential and make some really good soldiers. And I've maxed out. I haven't maxed out on all of them, but I haven't fully maxed them out, but I'm getting close. I'm getting close. So now most of my army is either horsemen or horse archers, a lot of horse archers. And those horse archers come in serious, they come in, they end up being super, super helpful because they're superior to regular archers because they can move and they can move super fast. And man, I've done a bunch of battles using my horse archers fighting against the Western Empire and fighting against looters to protect caravans. I love doing the caravan security quests. Those are my favorite quests to do. I never deny a request to do security for caravans. It's so much fun. And I love fighting big armies of looters, and I've been battling it out with looters to give my men experience, give my men XP so I can continue to upgrade them. And I will just unleash my Aserai horse archers on them. And man, dude, I have so many I got like 60 something horse archers, and facing an army of like 40 or 45 or so looters on horseback, it is so fun to see the looter cavalry just get slaughtered by horse archers. It's really fun. Archery has always had a big impact on course of battles. Yeah, and if you just take, like, again, a lot of my men are also archers. They're Western Empire archers. And I like to just make a line of archers and just watch the archers just take dudes out. It's quite effective. But I learned from reading about the 100 Years' War that archery can have an advantage over cavalry. Baruch Hashem, shalom, shalom. Alcohol plus movies plus video games equals inner peace. 100% agreed, absolutely. Israel better not wreck the world before Resident Evil. Yes! Yes, damn it! Yes, we think alike. Maybe that's because we're both Middle Eastern, I don't know. But yes, Resident Evil 9 is coming out in February. Dude, I hope World War III doesn't break out before RE9 comes out. Holy shit, I'll be so pissed. Dude, I was watching the trailer for RE9. The game looks so good. I give a shit more about what happens in Raccoon City than I do what happens in Israel. There's only one reason and one reason alone why we care more about Israel than any other country, and it's because of Christian Zionism. That's it. Christian Zionism, man. That's the only reason why. People in Poland don't give a shit about Israel. And they're Christian, too. They're Catholics. They don't give a shit about Israel. People in Russia don't give a shit about Israel. People in Serbia don't give a shit about Israel. They're all Christians. How come only Americans and Australians and Brits and Canadians and New Zealanders care about Israel? Because we have to support Israel. That's right. That's why. That's why. times like this, it's hard to feel sorry for the Holocaust. I mean, listen, I don't want to support the Holocaust. Guys, I feel bad for the people who suffered in the Holocaust. The Holocaust was terrible. It was terrible what happened in the Holocaust. But I just don't like how we put Israeli life above other people. That's what I don't like. My grandparents are older than that state. Yeah. Yeah, well that state is older than any one of us. The occupation of the Palestinians is older than any one of us. There is no Greek nor Jew. Thank you. Thank you. Jesus. Paul literally says there's no Jew or no Greek. That's it. There's no Jew, there's no Greek. All are one under Christ. That's it. I'm going to get going, but I love the show. Appreciate it, Josh. Thank you. Only reason is didn't get slapped is USA, English, France, Jordan used their whole arsenal plus planes. Yep, 100%. That's correct. Good night. See you later, Mr. Asarai ain't shit. Kuzite. Dude, Asarai, I know the Kuzites have really good horse archers. If you max out on the Asarai horse archers, they're actually really good. Really good, dude. When you first get Asarai, when you first start out with fresh Asarai recruits, yeah, they suck. But if you really invest a lot of money in them, if you invest your money in maxing them out, and I haven't fully maxed them out yet, but I'm getting pretty close, dude, as you upgrade them, once you get to a certain level and you just unleash your horse archers and your cavalry units, or Asarai horsemen, on the enemy, dude, they are intense. I used to laugh at the Asarai too, until I started maxing them out, upgrading them, seriously upgrading them. Man, I was fighting an army of cavalry looters. Dude, when I first got the my Asarai guys, they weren't very good. But I just slowly fought looters. I slowly would destroy criminal hideouts in Calandria. And just doing that, I think it's really good to take out the criminal hideouts, because they boost up your reputation, and secondly, they give a lot of XP to your soldiers, the soldiers that you choose to fight against the criminals. And so that really quickly boosts up your XP. And then if you just fight looters, you boost up XP. And then thirdly, I should say, if you're in a war, I always will try my best to attack caravans. So any caravans that belong to the enemy, I will attack them. And by taking out their security, by defeating their security in battle, you quickly raise up your rank up the XP for your soldiers. And so at first I thought, okay, Asarai ain't shit, but I decided what will happen if I max them out pretty well. So I just kept working with my Asarai guys, just kept working, fighting looters, getting XP. I did that for days, kept upgrading. Now a good chunk of them are horse archers. The rest of them are just regular horse fighters, but eventually they're going to be upgraded to horse archers as well. And one time I got into a battle with like 40 or 50 guys, looters. We were doing a cavalry security quest, and I unleashed all my Asarai horsemen on them. Horse archers and just regular horsemen in general. Dude, the intensity of how they attack, it feels different. It feels different than when they're fresh recruits, or when they're fresh horsemen, when they're new horsemen recruits. It just feels different when they hit the enemy with a good charge. I mean, they overwhelm the enemy, dude, and they'll circle around the enemy and they'll just shoot arrows, and man, they freaking slaughter the enemy. And then also another thing that I'll say is, if you want to get really good horse archers, constantly, anytime you pass by a village that specializes on selling war horses, always stop by those towns and buy all the war horses. That's what I did. I just bought so many war horses, dude. So, because I realized if you don't have any war horses to give to your men, you can't upgrade them to horsemen. You have to make sure that you have horses in your inventory. If you don't have any horses in your inventory, then the game will just allow you to upgrade them to some sort of an infantry unit, to some sort of an infantry type of a soldier. And I don't want that, because Aserai aren't really good on their feet. They're not strong footmen. Good footmen would be, I would say the Sturgians are probably the best footmen. I think also Western Empire guys can be really good as well. But Aserai are just not really good footmen. I don't think they make really good footmen, to be honest with you. But they make really good horsemen. And so every time I saw a town that had a horse image on top of it, I knew that's a town to buy war horses. I would go into that town and just buy up all the war horses. And so I did this so many times that every time my men were ready to be upgraded to, every time my Aserai soldiers were ready to be upgraded to some kind of a horse soldier, some kind of a horseman, the horses would be there. And I would just upgrade them to horsemen. And because I had so many horses, I would just upgrade all my Aserai guys to cavalry units. And then after so many times of just working with my soldiers, giving them experience, fighting looters, fighting other soldiers, I was able to upgrade a lot of my Aserai guys to being elite cavalry units. And man, when you bring them up to an elite level, I'm talking heavy cavalry units or just really good horse archers, they're really effective. I mean, just for the most part, they're really effective. What's the bucket list for us before World War III? Definitely playing Resident Evil 9. Definitely growing more burdock in my garden. I definitely want to play Stalker 2 for the Xbox Series X. I'm definitely looking forward to Resident Evil Revelations 3 if that ever comes out, and I hope that it does. I heard it is going to come out, but I heard it's going to come out on the Nintendo Switch. So there's that. I'm also looking forward to when the film Bring Her Back, that's the name of the film, Bring Her Back, will be available to watch online, because that film, the trailer looks freaking amazing. Let's see, what else is on the bucket list before World War III? That's it, actually. That's actually it. Yeah, I've gotten bread baking pretty down well. I can bake a pretty damn good loaf of bread. Especially sourdough bread. I'm really good at making sourdough bread. So there's that, there's all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely. But other than that, man, what do you got for your bucket list? How many people are listening to this? 41 people are listening to this stream. GTA 6. I've never been a huge GTA fan. No. When I had my GameCube, I played a lot of True Crime Streets of LA. That was a really good game. And I also played a lot of Def Jam Fight for New York. That was a great fighting game. A lot of Super Smash Brothers. I think with Smash Brothers, and I think with a lot of those classic Nintendo games, I think if you have an N64, you have literally all that you need. Like all these classic Nintendo games that we love were at their peak level of perfection when we had N64. Like they didn't, you know what I mean? Like I played, when I had my N64, I had played Smash Brothers, I played Mario Kart, and those games were so good on the Nintendo 64. GameCube comes out, Switch comes out, and they made new versions for both of those consoles. And let me tell you something. I've played Mario Kart and Smash for both the GameCube and for the Nintendo Switch, and I will die on this hill. The N64 version of both of those games are still the superior version. So if you have just an N64, you don't need Switch to enjoy Smash or Mario Kart. The N64 versions of both of those games are perfect. They are the superior version. The original is the superior version for those games. GameCube version wasn't really good for Mario Kart. It was okay, but it was nowhere near as good as Nintendo 64. And the Switch version for Mario Kart is just really, it's good. I mean, it's fun, but it's a shadow of the N64 version. I mean, really, I think the perfection of those games was already established when N64 was the console for Nintendo. And I would much rather